Fresta Empire Deep Blue Territory. Border City, Risa. Within a grand manor on the city's outskirts, golden magic lamps bathed the banquet hall in warm, elegant light. At a corner table, Xia Ya sat alone, sunflower seeds in hand, eyes scanning the room with disinterest and calculation. The guests were youths 16 or 17 at most. Their faces still bore the shine of innocence, their homespun clothes clashing against the luxury of their surroundings. "We're so lucky. Lady Onlin has taken us in right after we arrived. She's even offering to sponsor us into a transcendent academy. She's like an angel. My uncle warned me about big cities, but it turns out there are good nobles too. I'll make a name for myself and uplift my whole village." Their voices rang with blind hope. Xia Ya sighed and rubbed his forehead. So many death flags, it's almost unfair. If this place was truly as peaceful as they believed, he wouldn't be here in the first place. He leaned back, popped another seed, and reviewed the dossier in his mind. Onlin Atazara. Noble by blood. Baron by inheritance. Secretly a second-class fugitive under the Order Bureau, wanted for suspected involvement in multiple disappearances. Bounty, 3,000 Rhine gold coins. Tempting but not his real reason for attending tonight. Floating within his mind was a pale blue, translucent screen. Heavenly fate villain system. Humans are but beasts, only through pain do they grow. Let this world feel pain. Beginner mission, betray the innocent Grand Duke's daughter, Sylvia of Cang. Break her. Let her be reborn in agony. The system had appeared when Xiaoya was just 8, the day he awakened his past life memories. At the time, he hadn't even flinched. After all, transmigrators these days came in all flavors. Some turned into slimes, some into treasure chests. Some were talking skeletons with pun addictions. Being a villain? Nothing unusual. In fact, he'd already imagined 100 dramatic betrayals for this naive duchess, forced exile, twisted engagements, emotional manipulation, cliché villain stuff. And then came the twist. He searched maps. Nothing. No sign of Cang Principality. He cross-checked forbidden texts and elemental archives. Still nothing. Only after poring through dusty archives in the Imperial capital's Grand Library did he find a single line. Cang fell in the Twilight Catastrophe, year 346 of the sacred calendar. The current year? 902. Cang had been dead for nearly 600 years. The Grand Duke's daughter, Sylvia? She had already ascended into legend as the Argent Witch, a peerless beastmaster who founded the White Chalk Tower and vanished from history. Xiaoya stared blankly at the system mission. Naive and innocent Sylvia. Bro, she's been gone half a millennium. Whether he transmigrated 5 centuries late, or the system lagged by 500 years, one thing was clear. The mission was impossible. Or, almost impossible. In the end, Xiaoya gave in. The rewards were far too tempting. And so he chose the most despicable path. Rewrite history. Fabricate everything. Insert himself into the Duke's bloodline. He'd forge ancient relics, plant false texts, and craft a legend of betrayal so convincing it would fool even the gods. Let them call him the tyrant who betrayed blood. The one forgotten by time. The king who turned his back on the world. After a decade of meticulous work, his efforts finally brought him here to Risa. Suddenly, the banquet hushes. All eyes turn to the woman who enters a vision of purity in a flowing white gown, her expression soft and serene. Lady Onlin. The same woman the guests had praised as an angel. Xiaoya's fingers stilled. A cold, rotten aura drifted in behind her. The scent of an evil god. His eyes narrowed. The sunflower seeds no longer tasted like anything. This woman was dangerous. According to fragmented records, the Cang Principality had been annihilated by the resurrection of a twilight god. Details were sparse, only that some legendary figure had sealed the horror away. Now, Xia had reason to believe that Lady Onlin harbored either a relic, or a contamination, from that same god. And she was one of the final pieces he needed. 10 years of work. Countless gold. Endless deception. All leading to this moment. To do what no man should attempt. Mock history itself. Your rooms have been arranged. It's getting late, please rest well tonight. Lady Onlin's voice was soft, each word laced with warmth that soothed the nerves of the gathered youths. Tomorrow, I'll escort you to the Transcendent Academy for your aptitude assessment. Even if you don't pass, don't lose heart. You've all formed your first soul pact before 20 exceptional talent like that never goes unnoticed. The military would gladly have you. Hope shimmered in the young faces before her. Nervousness faded into gratitude. Then, one among them stood, his face flushed with sincerity. Forgive me, Lady Onlin, but do you happen to need more servants at your estate? There was a pause. Then Onlin smiled, demurely covering her mouth with her hand as she laughed. Not more servants, no, but I do need a personal guard. The boy's eyes lit up like stars. It would be my honor to protect you. Jealous stares followed his declaration. After all, serving a noble woman directly was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In their minds, some even dared to dream of rising further. Proximity bred hope, and hope whispered of romance. But one role had already been taken. The others quietly swallowed their envy. Onlin, ever graceful, raised her crystal goblet. Then, allow me one final toast. To all of your bright futures. Her voice rang like a bell, sweet and captivating, and none could resist the gesture. They lifted their drinks and downed them with eager smiles. In the corner, Xia Ya watched the scene unfold and sighed. I feel like I'm watching wheat line up to be harvested. Their joy, their trust, their innocence, it was almost painful to witness. Despite the existence of magic, beast packs, and enchanted tools, the average villager's worldview remained tragically medieval. These kids hadn't been scammed before. They hadn't been gutted by betrayal. Not yet. If I launched an anti-scam app in this world, I'd be a millionaire. As his thoughts wandered, a silver glimmer stirred on his shoulder, an ethereal figure flickering into the shadows, unnoticed by all. He raised his own glass and drank not the wine, of course. Just a well-rehearsed sleight of hand. Xia Ya had long made a fortune exploiting transmigrator knowledge, plagiarized stories, motivational schemes, fake workshops. The usual. But nearly all of it had gone into his true objective, uncovering the truth of the long-fallen Cangting Principality. Hundreds of researchers. Dozens of expeditions. Endless bribes and forged documents. Even now, he was broke. So yes, he wasn't above collecting bounties while working. Archaeology was expensive. Cultivating false history? Even more so. It's late, Onlin said, surveying the room. Allow me to escort you. She froze mid-sentence. Heat coiled beneath her voice. A strange, growing pressure tightened her throat. Her body trembled slightly. A beat later. Thud. Then another. Thud. Thud. The sharp clatter of falling goblets. The scrape of chairs toppling. Across the banquet hall, the guests began collapsing one after another. Gasps turned to silence. Movement ceased. The wine was drugged? Miss Onlin? Someone's trying to hurt. Why? The young guard's voice cracked with panic as he hit the ground. Though paralyzed, he forced the words out, trying to fulfill his new role. Onlin turned toward him, and with an expression devoid of warmth, she drew a dagger and slashed his throat clean. His warning died with him alongside the light in his eyes. Crimson splashed across Onlin's flawless face. She exhaled softly, almost sensually, then whispered to the motionless room. Soul packs before 20. You must have been celebrated as prodigies. How lucky. How undeserving. Behind her, a mist pooled and condensed, a winged creature emerging from the gloom. A nightmare butterfly. Its black wings were adorned with bony, skeletal patterns. Unlike butterflies of light and wonder, this one fed on fear, pain, and broken dreams. The greater the talent, she murmured, the sweeter the despair. Paralyzed by the toxin, the guests couldn't scream. They could only watch as Onlin, once their angel, walked toward them with blade in hand. The butterfly's wings beat softly. Dark tendrils of mist streamed from the fallen youths into its body, their souls, their agony, their innocence devoured. Onlin's eyes fluttered shut in rapture. This was the creature's nature. A predator of light and hope. Cursed and condemned by all civilized powers. Which is why Onlin had played the part of a saint for so long. She'd held back, restrained her hunger, acted the kind noble. But tonight was harvest. They were nobodies. Poor. Powerless. Forgotten. No one would miss them. A twisted smile crept across her blood-streaked lips as she raised her dagger again, only to stop. Something was wrong. Her gaze shifted. There, in the corner, still seated and utterly calm, was the black-haired boy. Still popping sunflower seeds into his mouth. Still watching like this was all a play staged for his amusement. Her dagger hung motionless in the air. Who are you? She had seen him drink. She knew he had. No beast master, no matter how skilled, could suppress a paralytic toxin without beast reinforcement. But here he sat, completely unfazed. Xia Ya glanced her way, wiped a speck of salt from his robe, and spoke with lazy indifference. You really drank, huh? Rookie mistake. If you'd been through 3 noble banquets in my hometown, you'd know never to drink what's offered. Where I come from, we call that survival instinct. Or liver insurance. He stood, brushed off his coat, and reached into his shirt. With deliberate care, he pinned a badge to his chest. Sorry to interrupt your harvest, Lady Onlin, but I'm with the police.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The manor was eerily silent, a scene of utter chaos. Onlin Tazara, a hereditary baron, a second-class wanted criminal under the Order Bureau, suspected to be involved in multiple missing persons cases in Risa. Xia Ya yawned, reciting the mission briefing as if he were reading from a manual. According to the Fifth Amendment jointly issued by the Military Department and the Order Bureau, as an executor of a bounty mission, I am authorized to exercise enforcement rights within a limited scope after securing sufficient evidence. Though Xia Ya continued his routine monologue, Onlin had no intention of listening anymore. She had recognized the badge pinned to his chest. The St. Roland Academy emblem, the top-ranked Beastmaster Academy in the Imperial capital, leagues above the lesser academies in Risa. And he wasn't bluffing. Some senior students of St. Roland Academy indeed possessed strength comparable to mid-tier Beastmasters and were qualified to be employed by the military, the Order Bureau, or even the Church. Onlin's eyes flickered as she sized up Xia Ya's simple, almost plain attire. If not for that, he wouldn't have been mistaken for a commoner and lured into the manor along with the others. You may be from St. Roland Academy, but judging by your clothing, you're probably just a commoner or a low-ranking noble. Despite your exceptional Beastmaster talent, you're limited by a lack of evolution resources and enhancement materials. You're forced to work under a major faction just to earn a meager wage. The children of the truly powerful wouldn't risk their lives for these dirty bounty missions. Onlin subtly shifted her posture, her elegant evening gown accentuating her curves. This time, her voice carried a husky undertone. My beast is unique. It doesn't require expensive transcendent materials to grow. And as a noble, I have long since accumulated vast wealth. In exchange, I won't make things difficult for you. Give me 2 hours. After that, you can report to the Order Bureau that the mission failed. Trust me, a hereditary noble's entire fortune is worth far more than whatever bounty they've placed on me. Xia Ya raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by how cooperative she was. Shaking his head, he replied, what I want isn't something you can offer. How would you know if you don't ask? Onlin twirled the dagger in her hand, slicing open the fabric on her shoulder, revealing her snow-white skin and a tantalizing glimpse of her décolletage. Perhaps I can offer more than you imagine. Sorry to disappoint you, but while your figure is impressive, I don't have a taste for yanderies. They're fun to watch in anime, but in real life, I think they're best dealt with through humane disposal. Xiaoya casually pulled out a tissue. Of course, if you can hand over the stone statue you found in your father's warehouse on the day you turned 19 years and 3 months old, I might consider your bribe. Silence. For a moment, Onlin was stunned. Part of her was shocked that he knew about such a seemingly trivial event from years ago, something even she had nearly forgotten. It was as if he were a deranged stalker. Who knew how much of her personal history he had uncovered? But more importantly, the fact remained she could never hand over that stone statue. Had she not accidentally found that miraculous artifact among her ancestral heirlooms, she, with her mediocre soul aptitude and lack of talent, would never have become a beastmaster. And there was no way her flower dance butterfly, a mere awakening tier creature, could have evolved into the powerful, soul-devouring nightmare butterfly she now possessed. Once someone had tasted power, they could never let go of the source that granted it. So, as I said, you can't give me what I want. To save us both some time, let's just go through the motions and get this over with. Xia Ya wiped his mouth with the tissue and glanced at the eerie black butterfly floating silently behind Onlin. By the way, you've been stalling for quite a while now. Shouldn't it be finished by now? The moment Xia Ya finished speaking, a thin veil of black mist began spreading from the nightmare butterfly. Within moments, it engulfed the walls, the dining tables, and then, it completely swallowed Xia Ya's figure. Finally, it's done. Watching Xia Ya disappear into the abyss of black mist, Onlin let out a deep breath, suppressing the weakness gnawing at her soul from using a high-tier beastmaster skill. She knew that anyone qualified to take on the Order Bureau's secret bounties had to be a standout among St. Roland Academy students. Even though he looked young, his beastmaster rank was likely quite high, possibly even stronger than her. If he had been given the chance to summon his beast and fight head-on, Onlin, who specialized in indirect combat, had little confidence in her chances. But in the end, he's just a student. Strong, perhaps, but lacking real combat experience. Real beastmaster battles weren't like the structured arena duels in the academy, where both sides politely summoned their beasts, arranged battle formations, and followed rules forbidding direct attacks on the beastmasters themselves. Her nightmare butterfly's greatest strength was its silent, undetectable mental attacks, specifically, its high-tier ability, Lingering Dream. Once activated, both she and her beast would be immobilized, but the victim would be trapped in a mental illusion, where their greatest fears would manifest repeatedly until their soul was completely worn down, ultimately devoured. Simply put, once Lingering Dream succeeded, there was only one way out. A 4th ring master tier beastmaster could forcibly break free with sheer willpower, but a 3rd ring high tier beastmaster would have no escape. And at Xiaoya's age, reaching the master tier was impossible. In other words, she had already won. Suppressing her exhaustion, Onlin focused her consciousness into the illusion. The overwhelming pressure Xiaoya had given her was too unsettling. She needed to watch his soul be devoured to put her mind at ease. But the moment she entered the illusion, she saw it. A massive silver-white structure with sleek, metallic contours, existing in a way that defied her understanding of reality. Then, it detonated. Blinding light and searing heat flooded the world. A mushroom cloud rose, towering over everything. Xiaoya stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the colossal Tsar Bomba erupt in the distance, shaking the entire Lingering Dream illusion to its core. He glanced at the flickering, distorted light projections struggling to form another illusion and let out a casual whistle. I mean, seriously. Trying to outimagine a transmigrator? That's just bullying at this point. The searing shockwave, formed purely from light and heat, surged upward, sweeping through everything within the Lingering Dream illusion. Even the illusion itself began to waver. Onlin Tazara's delicate face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. She had to concentrate every ounce of her mental strength just to barely suppress the impending collapse of the illusion. Within the Lingering Dream illusion, as the master of the nightmare butterfly, she theoretically held godlike control. However, this ability was far from flawless. A well-known beastmaster theorist once proposed, there are no useless beasts, only useless beastmasters. Of course, this so-called theorist had been stuck at Tier 2 his entire life and died in obscurity. Most of his theories were later debunked as complete nonsense, a glorified motivational speech disguised as wisdom. After all, high-tier beasts could absolutely crush lower-tier ones. If you didn't believe it, why not let an awakening-tier Bobo bird take on an Emperor-tier red dragon hatchling and see what happens? That said, he wasn't entirely wrong. Even the most powerful beasts had weaknesses and limitations. And at mid-tier beast master level, Onlin's nightmare butterfly was far from invincible. The lingering dream illusion was indeed eerie and formidable, but the nightmare projections within it drained Onlin's own mental strength to sustain. Especially when the projections materialized into something whose nature and structure were beyond her comprehension, her mental exhaustion increased dramatically. In just this short period, she was already nearing the limits of her endurance. But this must be your final struggle. Onlin's pale face was fixed on Xia Ya, who stood in the distance, hands casually tucked into his pockets. He didn't seem to show any outward reaction. However, to construct such a complex and incomprehensible illusion, his mental energy must have been consumed at an extreme rate. He was surely just barely holding on. And for a beast master, whose power was rooted in the soul, once their mental energy was fully depleted, they were no different from a lamb waiting for slaughter. She just needed to hold out a little longer, just a little more, and his mental strength would be completely drained. Then, it would be time to feast on his soul. That thought alone sent a faint blush back to her drained face. Within the mental illusion, she could already perceive the faint ripples of Xiaoya's soul. So pure, so pristine, unfathomably deep and mysterious. Compared to the ordinary prey she had hunted before, mere homely dishes thrown together in a hurry, Xia Ya felt like the crown jewel of a grand imperial feast, exuding an irresistible fragrance. And that was only natural. A genius beastmaster from St. Roland Academy in the imperial capital, his soul quality was leagues above that of some backwater apprentice beastmaster. Perhaps, if she completely devoured him, her nightmare butterfly could even trigger its next evolution. Just as that thought crossed her mind, Onlin noticed a shift in the illusion. The previously flickering and distorted nightmare projections began to solidify into something clear and structured. Towering cities rose from the ground, their buildings forming a magnificent metropolis. Strangely enough, Onlin felt an odd sense of familiarity. It looked almost like the imperial capital she had visited as a child. But why? The lingering dream illusion manifested a target's deepest fears, the things they perceived as the most powerful and terrifying. Based on her past experiences with lingering dream, the nightmares her victims produced were almost always the same: dragons of slightly different scale patterns, silver moon demon wolves, abyssal giants, or ancient beasts of the starry sky, all infamous apex predators. Xiaoya's initial illusion, she could somewhat understand, perhaps some experimental suicide bomber mechanical beast developed by the Steam faction in Knowledge City. But why would he fear a city? At that moment, the illusion began to change again. The perspective zoomed out. The once majestic city shrank rapidly. From dominating half the illusion's space, it was now a mere pinpoint. In its place appeared an expansive, earth-toned plain, dotted with scattered city-states and minor kingdoms, resembling miniature models. A map of the continent? Onlin's pupils contracted. But the illusion didn't stop. The perspective continued pulling back. Soon, a vast blue sphere filled her vision, with oceans covering most of its surface. The continent she had seen earlier was now just a small patch of land. And far beyond the blue planet, a colossal, fiery sphere burned against the void. Onlin's pupils shrank even further. Although she was merely the lowest rank of hereditary baron, she was still an imperial noble. She had access to information that commoners could never dream of. This scene, it reminded her of a rumor, a theory that had emerged a few months ago in Knowledge City, quietly circulating among the nobility, causing a storm in academic circles. The land beneath our feet may not be flat, but a vast, unimaginable sphere. And our world does not revolve around us but around the blazing Sunday. It was nothing more than whispered speculation. Yet Xiaoya not only understood it, he could visualize it in stunning clarity. Could he be connected to Knowledge City? To the Steam faction? Before she could process the implications, the illusion shifted again. The sun, once an overwhelming presence in the sky, began to shrink. In mere moments, it became a tiny speck of light. And next to it millions of similar specks, gently drifting through the endless void. Then, a massive hand reached from the darkness, grasping the entire starlit cosmos, and gently placed it onto a chessboard. Around it countless other chess pieces, each made from an entire universe. Pfft! Onlin coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face frozen in shock. The entire illusion shattered. In an instant, the lingering dream crumbled into a million crystalline fragments. That's it? You're done already? Xiaoya let out a regretful sigh, watching the illusion disintegrate. And here I was, ready to stack even more boxes. If Onlin had held on a bit longer, he had already planned his next moves. After all, a universe filled with countless stars? That was just a lesser world. 3,000 lesser worlds formed a medium world. 3,000 medium worlds formed a greater world. And an immeasurable number of greater worlds made up the boundless Pure Lands. If you really wanted to strike fear into a transmigrator, you had to bring out the Lord of the Boundless Pure Lands. Now that was a real nightmare. But alas, for a minor noble girl from some border town, her imagination had already collapsed at the concept of a planet and a sun. Her downfall was swift and absolute. As the illusion vanished, reality returned: the dim ceiling of the manor and the dusky sky outside the window. Not far away, Onlin lay sprawled on the ground, completely drained of mental energy. Beside her, the pitch-black nightmare butterfly had also fallen, twitching slightly. Their expressions? A perfect AJO. Xia Ya walked up to Onlin Atazara, who was still frozen in an AJO expression, and, with a look of disdain, tossed her unconscious nightmare butterfly to the side. Then, he crouched down and reached out, his hand moving from her neck, past her impressive evil, down to her abdomen. Finally, he found what he was looking for hidden within the inner lining of her waist. It was a small stone statue, intricately carved into a twisted beast's head. An invisible yet palpable aura of decay and death seeped from it in intermittent waves. Xiaoya was all too familiar with this kind of presence. This was unmistakably corrupted by the aura of an evil god. He held up the stone statue, examined it briefly, then placed it into a pre-prepared mithril box. The moment the box was sealed, the decay stopped leaking out. Next time, use some common sense. Even if you want to be creative, pick the right target. Though, considering your crimes, your best outcome is probably spending the rest of your life rotting in the Order Bureau's black iron prison. So I suppose there won't be a next time for you. Ha, just another selfish bounty hunter pretending to be some high and mighty saint. You had the power to control the situation, yet for the sake of some bounty money, you still let me kill that young man at the start. Onlin seemed to have recovered slightly from her mental collapse, though she remained slumped on the ground. A mocking smirk curled at her lips. Perhaps because she had now seen the inescapable end awaiting her, the false kindness on her beautiful face disappeared, replaced by pure hatred and resentment. But Xia Ya, the target of that venomous glare, remained utterly indifferent. I don't mind you calling me selfish, but you seem to have misunderstood something. Xia Ya calmly snapped the mithril box shut, carefully tucking it away before sighing as he looked at the seething Onlin. Causing civilian casualties during a mission would get my bounty pay docked by the Order Bureau. Besides, as someone who values his own life, I prefer to play it safe. Charging into battle without summoning a beast? That's the reckless style of the Knight Academy meatheads. And I'm not one of those brainless muscleheads. He straightened up, looking down at the noble girl who had succumbed to the lure of power and the evil god's corruption, stepping irreversibly onto a path of no return. So, when exactly did you get the illusion that I wasn't using Kyoka Suijutsu? Xiaoya's sudden, detached words made Onlina's entire body stiffen. The next moment, she saw the silver moon hanging high outside the window suddenly shine with an indescribable brilliance. Crystal clear. Pure. In an instant, it felt as if some mysterious force had seized her full attention, consuming her entire mind. And then, on that silver moon's surface, 3 blood-red tomo began to spin. They spun faster, and grew larger. When Onlin suddenly awoke, she found herself still collapsed on the ground. But at some point, her inner garments had been completely drenched in cold sweat, just like waking from a terrifying nightmare. And Xia Ya still stood before her, gazing at her with those calm, unwavering eyes. The only difference was that now, on Xia Ya's shoulder, there sat a snow-white figure. A petite ferret with silky silver fur, smooth as the finest silk reminiscent of the 3 sages' snow mountains of the far north. The little ferret was curled up on Xiaoya's left shoulder, its left eye, gleaming like a blood-red diamond, still fading from the same 3 blood-red tomo that had just consumed her mind. That's his summoned beast. No way. It looked just like some ordinary ornamental pet. Absolutely nothing about it suggested it had any real combat power. I lost to such an unimpressive beastmaster? As Onlin tore her gaze away from the ferret, she finally took a look around the room. And in that instant, her entire body froze in place. Behind Xia Ya, the people who should have collapsed, poisoned by her drugged wine, were still sitting upright in their seats, watching her and Xia Ya with wary confusion. Even the man she had personally stabbed to death just moments ago, he was standing there, completely unharmed, staring at her with an expression of pure horror and betrayal. His world had just shattered before his eyes. The angel he once admired had transformed into a cold-blooded killer. And then, she had started furiously attacking the empty air like a lunatic. The blow to his heart was almost too much to bear. Good work, Yin. Xia Ya reached up and stroked the little ferret on his shoulder. The ferret, named Yin, lazily closed its eyes under Xia Ya's touch, its fluffy tail curling around his neck like a scarf. After playing with Yin for a moment, Xia Ya turned back toward the still-shaken crowd in the banquet hall. I'll be taking her to the Order Bureau branch in the city center. As for the rest of you, don't worry. Once the Order Bureau's hounds finish their investigation, you'll probably be set free. Given that all of you possess apprentice beastmaster level soul aptitude, the authorities will likely find a proper place for you. Whether it's joining the military department's reserve force for an imperial stipend, or enrolling in a local transcendent academy in Risa City, you should have decent options. Now then, time to wrap this up. Xia Ya yawned, casually grabbed the coat he had left on the chair, shook out the wrinkles, and draped it over himself. And just as Xia Ya finished speaking, Onlin, still reeling from shock, felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her. Even with her mid-tier beastmaster level mental strength, she couldn't resist the creeping exhaustion at all. Almost forgot my main summoned beast specializes in illusions too. Just before her consciousness faded into darkness, she saw Xia Ya lift his fingers, gesturing casually. And its illusion skill, Tsukuyomi, is probably just a little more refined than your ugly-ass butterflies. Just by a tiny bit. Like, an infinite tiny bit. In the process of capturing a Class 2 bounty target, you flawlessly secured the evidence and avoided any collateral damage. With this achievement, your accumulated merit in the Order Bureau is now sufficient to qualify for ennoblement. Alternatively, upon graduating from St. Roland Academy, you could directly become an executor of the Order Bureau, holding a military rank on par with mine. In the Order Bureau's Risa branch, a middle-aged officer clad in a pitch-black cloak studied the dossier in his hands, his gaze carrying a trace of surprise as he scrutinized the young man standing before him. Xia Ya. In this world, extraordinary creatures and beastmasters wielded supernatural power. However, beastmastering was a profession that heavily relied on soul aptitude. Because of this, the church, the nobility, the empire's order bureau, and the military department all had a strong demand for young beastmasters as fresh blood. Of course, as an official institution directly under the empire, the order bureau's recruitment standards were far beyond what those hapless young people who had been trafficked by Onlin noticed. Those who could be sold and still help count the money for their kidnappers weren't even qualified to serve tea in a branch office. The Order Bureau granted high-ranking students from transcendent academies access to bounty missions not just because they needed extra manpower. The real reason was talent scouting. And without a doubt, the young man standing here, Xia Ya, was an elite prospect. In less than a year since arriving in Risa from the imperial capital, he had completed nearly all of the Order Bureau's high-level bounties at a terrifying pace. Even old, long unsolved cases were wrapped up one by one. Thanks to him, this officer had been enjoying an unexpectedly relaxing period at work. However, the implied invitation in the officer's words did not receive the response he expected. A noble title so dazzling to commoner students failed to entice. No need for a title or military rank. I want to use my accumulated merit to redeem the purchase rights for a Tier 4 transcendent material from the Order Bureau's warehouse. Xia Ya's voice was calm. Imperial noble status and military rank were valuable, but he had his own plans. And at this moment, the final step of his plan was about to be executed. Hundreds of miles from Risa, near the Fresta Empire's border, barren, desolate, and close to the Golden Plains where a beast king of the Imperial tier ruled over massive herds of beasts, this was a true no-man's land. Because of this, as long as Xia Ya offered the Risa officials a sufficient political donation, he had no trouble securing archaeological excavation rights for the Grey-White Hills. Who wouldn't trade a lawless wasteland for a pile of shining Rhine gold coins? Of course, if it weren't for his system's quest directive, clearly marking this as the location of his newbie mission, he might have agreed with them. But at this moment, he knew something that no one else in the world did. 500 years ago, this very land had been the capital of the Cangting Principality. Xia Ya moved through the dense forest, a small silver creature perched obediently on his shoulder. Its left eye, crystalline like glazed glass, reflected a rotating silver moon and blood-red tomo. Wild beasts of mortal tier occasionally crossed his path, but under Silver's illusion arts, they passed by him without noticing a thing. Successful skill activation, skill proficiency +3. Silver's illusion skill Tsukuyomi has broken through from mastery to perfection. Silver's combat level has increased. Current combat level, 28, transcendent tier. As the light in the snow ferret's eyes flickered once more, a deep blue system screen appeared in Xiaoya's mind. It finally broke through. Seems like that battle against the nightmare butterfly helped Silver's skill proficiency increase quite a bit. Muttering to himself, Xiaoya focused his thoughts. The system panel updated. Status panel. Name, Silver. Species, Snowfield Ferret. Soul Pact status, First Pact, Master Servant Contract, Xiaoya Igat. Combat level, 28, Tier 2. Species rank, High Commander, Tier 3. Skills. Hunting Rhythm, Mastery. Rending Claw, Beginner. Ice Blade, Proficient. Charm, Transcendent. Tsukuyomi, Perfected. Snowfield Ferret Silver. Xiaoya's main summoned beast, bonded through a soul pact when it was just a newborn cub. Typically, a High Commander rank Snowfield Ferret would either focus on its physical talents honing Hunting Rhythm and Rending Claw to become a shadowy, untouchable assassin, strengthen its Ice Blade, leveraging its high ice element affinity to become a ranged spellcaster. Meanwhile, Charm, a low-level illusion skill that merely made enemies drop their guard through cuteness, was nothing more than a support buff. But Xiaoya was a transmigrator with a system. Even if the system was unreliable, he wouldn't let Silver take some predictable, dead-end development path. By pushing Charm to an extreme level, they created a high-tier illusion skill Tsukuyomi. A ferret using Tsukuyomi? Sounds perfectly reasonable. And as for whether this unconventional path was effective? Well, among his St. Roland Academy classmates, even the ones from low-tier monarch rank bloodlines most lost to Silver in battle. Xiaoya's footsteps suddenly halted, snapping him out of his wandering thoughts. He pushed aside the underbrush, and his vision cleared. The dense forest had disappeared, replaced by a wide-open clearing. The area had been intentionally deforested, exposing hollowed-out ruins beneath the ground. Among the rubble lay the remnants of ancient, gray-white buildings. The original brick and stone had long since weathered and decayed, but from their outlines, Xiaoya could still imagine the grandeur of the past. At that moment, an ice-cold system notification rang in his mind, as the blue system screen updated again. Host has arrived at the target location. Quest progress panel activated. Newbie quest. Help the naive, innocent Duchess daughter, Sylvia, experience betrayal by her closest kin, and undergo rebirth through pain and despair. Current progress. 1. Reach the former site of the Cangting Principality. Completed. 2. Become a member of the ducal family of Cangting. Completed. 3. Increase Sylvia's favorability to 30 points. Not yet completed. Xiaoya leaped down the dirt slope, skillfully weaving through the broken stone walls and the gray-white ruins of ancient buildings. Every relic within the ruins of Cangting Principality had been painstakingly excavated and cleared by the archaeological expedition team he had hired, making Xiaoya intimately familiar with this place. Of course, in exchange, he had also burned through most of the fortune he had amassed using his transmigrator knowledge since his rebirth. Archaeology truly deserved its reputation as a financial black hole. Still, for such a hefty price, Xia Ya was bound to gain something in return. His pace gradually slowed until he finally came to a halt before an aged black iron door. Reaching out, he pushed against it, causing the dust-covered metal to creak loudly before it slowly swung open. Unlike the other ruins that had long succumbed to the ravages of time, this hidden chamber was constructed entirely from high-strength alloy. Despite more than 5 centuries passing, it remained nearly unscathed. Inside, aside from defunct lighting fixtures, the chamber was completely empty save for 2 bronze-carved stone pedestals. On the left pedestal lay a heavily damaged parchment tome, while the right one held only an empty indentation. Without hesitation, Xia Ya strode toward the pedestals. As unreliable as his Heavenly Fate villain system was, there was at least one thing about it that wasn't completely rigged against him. The beginner quest it issued could be completed in stages, and each completed stage came with a corresponding reward. The first stage objective of the beginner quest was, reach Cangting Principality. 600 years ago, when Cangting Principality was still intact, this would have been no more than a simple auto-pathfinding fetch quest akin to deliver the letter to Granny Wang, the florist in the northern village. Completely trivial, serving no purpose other than padding player online time. But today, just pinpointing the general location of the fallen Cangting Principality from vague, fragmented ancient texts had taken Xiaoya several months of exhaustive research. Once within the estimated range, he had relied on his system's navigation function to meticulously scan and confirm the exact coordinates. Still, he had completed the first stage objective after all, who said ruins didn't count as the quest destination. However, the second stage objective, become a member of the Grand Duke's family, was a whole different headache. Under normal circumstances, he would probably have to undergo some sort of family trial or test, complete a series of internal faction quests, and rack up enough merit and reputation to exchange for official recognition as a member of the Grand Duke's family. A standard faction reputation grind cumbersome, but at least the process was clear. But now that the principality was long gone, how the hell was he supposed to join this dead noble house? This second stage objective had stumped Xia Ya until his archaeological expedition team uncovered this hidden chamber. Turning his gaze to the bronze pedestal on the left, Xia Ya studied the tattered parchment tome resting atop it. Most of its text had been erased by time, leaving only a single, crisp line of fresh ink at the bottom, a line that had clearly been written only months ago. Xia Ya got. That's right. Based on his predictions, this hidden chamber was likely some kind of ancestral hall belonging to the rulers of Cangting Principality, the Grand Duke's family. The place was riddled with ancient defensive mechanisms, some of which had remained functional even after 5 centuries, giving Xia Ya and his archaeological expedition team quite a bit of trouble during their initial excavation. And a book stored within an ancestral hall? That could only be a family registry or genealogical record. If he managed to get his name recorded in it, who could argue he wasn't part of the Grand Duke's family? Sure, he had no idea what the last Grand Duke's surname even was, but who said noble houses couldn't adopt outsiders? It wasn't like marrying in for status was forbidden, right? Besides, the Grand Duke himself seemed perfectly content and stable, showing no objections whatsoever. Xiaoya's attempt was no doubt a long shot, a desperate gamble. But the moment he inscribed his name onto that parchment tome, his system's interface flickered wildly, its blue light distorting and shifting for what felt like an eternity before finally stabilizing. And then, the system notification appeared. Stage objective completed. Reward, 5,000, free express. However, unlike the first 2 objectives that could be bypassed with clever workarounds, the third stage of the beginner quest wasn't something he could cheat his way through. Stage 3, increase the favorability of the Grand Duke's daughter, Sylvia, to 30 points. On paper, this wasn't a difficult task. After all, 30 favorability points only meant a friendly acquaintance level at best. If he had successfully joined the Grand Duke's family, all he would need to do was patiently interact with Sylvia, seizing opportunities to raise his reputation and gain her trust. The problem was, nearly 6 centuries had passed. Sylvia had ascended to the legendary tier 5 centuries ago, earning the title of the Argent Witch and becoming one of the most powerful beastmasters on the entire continent. And now, for the past 500 years, she had vanished entirely. No one knew if she was alive or dead. Even among the top-tier legendary beastmasters, none had been able to trace her whereabouts. For Xia Ya, finding her was practically impossible. But I believe there are always more solutions than obstacles. Xia Ya turned his attention to the empty right side pedestal, then reached into his cloak and retrieved an intricately crafted mithril sealed box, a custom-commissioned artifact forged by master artisans in the Imperial capital, purchased at a staggering cost. He took a deep breath. He had spent a full 5 to 6 years preparing for this very moment. The sheer amount of Rhine gold coins he had poured into this plan exceeded 100,000, a sum greater than the entire wealth of some barons or even viscounts in the Imperial capital. It was enough to buy a thriving village and claim it as his own territory. Even for Xia Ya, a transmigrator, this was a nerve-wracking moment. He had considered the possibility that all his investments would amount to nothing, but he had already pushed this bugged beginner quest this far. There was no way he was giving up now. Besides, as unreliable as the system was, its rewards were undeniably tempting. Just completing the second stage had already granted him 5,000 free express. Although his summoned beast's level was still capped by the Soul Pact tier and growth limitations, those free EXP points could be invested into skill proficiency. Without them, it would have taken over a decade for Ilver to refine its charm ability into a master-level illusion technique. And without that foundation, developing his own high-tier illusion art, Tsukuyomi, would have been impossible. More importantly, Xiaoya had a reason to grow stronger. Closing his eyes, he steadied his mental state, eliminating all distractions. When he opened them again, his black pupils were filled with unwavering determination. Xia Ya retrieved a stone carving from the mithril sealed box and carefully placed it into the indentation on the bronze pedestal. Boom! A dazzling light erupted, shattering the darkness of the chamber. Amid the booming echoes and swirling radiance, a line of text flickered into Xiaoya's vision. Historical Echo Cang Principality has been activated. A deafening rumble shook the entire hidden chamber, extending even to the ruins outside. Fortunately, this ancient principality ruin was nestled deep within the grey-white hills, far removed from any settlements. If such a disturbance had erupted within a city, it would have surely sparked widespread panic, with civilians mistaking it for an earthquake or some other natural disaster. Xia Ya remained motionless at the chamber's center, as layers of settled dust cascaded down around him. Yet, his gaze remained firmly locked on the bronze pedestal. A brilliant crimson glow radiated from the stone carving, illuminating the entire chamber with an eerie clarity. After a long moment, the red luminescence gradually receded, and with it, the tremors subsided. While the stone carving's appearance remained unchanged, Xiaoya could sense that the corrupting and deathly aura that had once clung to it had completely vanished. Now, it was no longer some strange and sinister corrupted object tainted by an evil god's influence. It was simply an ordinary stone artifact. But in its place, something new had emerged. Above the bronze pedestal, twisted rays of light converged, forming a gate-like phenomenon. Perched on Xiaoya's left shoulder, his small snow ferret blinked its gem-like crimson eyes, curiously observing the distorted gateway that Xiaoya had just summoned. As a master of high-tier illusion arts, Silver could clearly perceive that this warping portal was no mere optical illusion. It wasn't a trick of light refraction or misaligned perspective. No, this was a true spatial anomaly, a fracture in the laws of space, where even light itself twisted upon passing through. Xiaoya stared at the distorted gate, his heart racing with unrestrained excitement. Historical echo, or, as some called it, echoes of time, fragments of the past, remnants of the river of time. So many names, all describing the same extraordinary phenomenon. This event was exceptionally rare, involving both time and space laws, a mystery even among the legendary tier powerhouses. To commoners, it was nothing more than an urban legend, a fairy tale dismissed with skepticism. Even to the top-tier extraordinary beings, the historical echo remained an enigma, a phenomenon without a clear, universal explanation. The most widely accepted theory was that a historical echo could only manifest within ancient ruins of significant historical weight, preserving fragments of a forgotten past, often shaped by the obsessive will of a peerless powerhouse. As for the specific mechanics behind it, even after countless hours of research, Xiaoya had found few concrete answers. But one thing was certain. To complete the third stage of his beginner quest, finding a historical echo was his only possible path forward. Only within the cracks of time, within these fragments of history, could Xiaoya have a chance to encounter the long-lost Grand Duke's daughter Sylvia, the Argent Witch. After all, if the system accepted something as ridiculous as writing his name in a family registry as a valid method to join the Grand Duke's family, then surely, interacting with Sylvia within a historical echo to increase her favorability was just as feasible. And fortunately, Xiaoya had bet correctly. As the final remnant of a once glorious principality, this ruin indeed contained a historical echo. Just as he had predicted, the evil god's relic, which had likely played a role in destroying this ancient nation, had been the key to unlocking the historical echo. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xia Ya reached toward the shimmering distortion of light. The instant his fingertips approached, he felt a forceful repulsion, pushing his hand away. At the same time, a cold system notification echoed in his mind. Entry requirement, insufficient spacetime affinity. Knew it. Xia Ya's black eyes gleamed. The historical echo was so mysterious and rare, not only because it barely ever appeared, but also because entering one required a high level of affinity with spacetime laws. Without sufficient spacetime affinity, even if someone stumbled upon a historical echo, they would only be able to watch helplessly from the outside, waiting for it to fade away with time. But Xia Ya had spent years preparing for this moment. There was no way he hadn't accounted for this issue. With a thought, he summoned a round, half-meter-tall stone, which silently dropped onto the chamber's floor. Ying ying, long time no see. Silver, the snow ferret on Xiaoya's shoulder, chirped excitedly at the rolling stone. Gigi, long time no see. A muffled voice responded as the stone rolled forward, wobbling slightly before tumbling towards Xiaoya. Gigi, master, is it finally my turn to get some upgrades? Through their soul link, Xiaoya could clearly feel the boundless joy and anticipation coming from his contracted beast. Soul Pact details. Species, sealed stone monkey, sealed state. Soul Pact status, Second Soul Pact, Master Servant Contract, Xia Ya. Combat level, 1. Species tier, low tier extraordinary. Unique beast skill, nurture, perfect. Although Xia Ya was a transmigrator, he hadn't inherited the classic waste protagonist trope often seen in such stories. Quite the opposite, his soul aptitude as a beastmaster was exceptionally high. At just 17 years old, he had already reached the second ring mid-tier beastmaster rank. According to the system panel, he was level 28, only a step away from advancing to third ring high-tier beastmaster. His progression speed was so remarkable that even the elite noble heirs of the imperial capital would have trouble keeping up. However, even among his academy peers in the imperial capital, no one had ever seen the beast of his second soul pact. Many assumed that Xia Ya followed the single beast specialization route, focusing all his resources on training one exceptionally powerful summoned beast, without the luxury of raising multiple beasts at once. A reasonable assumption after all. Xia Ya had no powerful background or family support. Raising his snow ferret, Silver, to a level where it could defeat young monarch tier beasts was already a remarkable feat. It only made sense that he lacked the resources to train another. But only a handful of people knew the truth. Xia Ya's second soul pact had long been occupied, and over the years, the majority of his resources had been poured into it, even more than he had invested in Silver, whose abilities were already well developed. Crouching down, Xia Ya picked up the slowly rolling stone, gently running his fingers over its smooth surface. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Since I already have a snow ferret that can use Tsukuyomi, wouldn't it make perfect sense to train a monkey that specializes in spatial abilities? Sealed Stone Monkey. That was the species name of the summoned beast contracted under Xia Ya's second soul pact. Unlike other summoned beasts, which were traditionally born through egg-laying or live birth, the sealed stone monkey had no concept of bloodline inheritance. Its birth was governed by the laws of nature, or, in the words of the cultivation novels from Xia Ya's past life, it was a creature formed from the essence of heaven and earth, infused with the radiance of the sun and moon. Because of this, the species was incredibly rare. Xia Ya had only stumbled upon this round, chubby boulder due to a fortunate twist of fate. The sealed stone monkey's unique trait was actually quite simple. In its juvenile stage, the monkey remained encased within a companion boulder. Other than the fact that this boulder had decent defensive capabilities, in every other regard, it was utterly useless in battle. It had no means of attack whatsoever. Even movement was limited to rolling around clumsily. A mere awakening tier steel fang hound could easily stomp on the rock and beat it senseless. However, despite its apparent weakness, the sealed stone monkey possessed an extremely rare racial ability, one that was uncommon even among monarch tier or overlord tier summoned beasts. Nurture. As the name suggested, while in its sealed stone state, the sealed stone monkey could continuously absorb external elements and resources, gradually accumulating power. And this accumulation would eventually allow it to undergo a complete evolution when it broke free from its sealed form. According to Xia Ya's research, if, during its juvenile stage, the sealed stone monkey absorbed fire elemental transcendent materials such as the carapace of a molten tortoise, fire lizard powder, or scales of a crimson flame wyvern, then, its evolution path would likely lead to forms like the molten flame spirit monkey or demonic blaze gorilla. If, instead, it absorbed earth elemental transcendent materials, then its final evolution might be something akin to the Titan Colossus ape, a king of the earth domain. But of course, now that the sealed stone monkey was in Xia Ya's hands, it absolutely wasn't going to follow any predetermined evolution path. Without hesitation, Xia Ya retrieved a crystal ore that shimmered with a silver-white glow, a fourth-ring spatial evolution material, known as Void Crystal Stone, a highly precious resource he had painstakingly exchanged using his merit points from the Order Bureau. According to the Order Bureau's records, this material even contained traces of time affinity properties. Get ready. Xia Ya spoke softly, giving a brief warning. Then, without any further hesitation, he placed the Void Crystal Stone onto the slightly trembling boulder. A brilliant silver-white light erupted from the Void Crystal Stone. Moments later, the solid crystal ore began to liquefy, melting into a silvery liquid that slowly seeped into the companion boulder. Xia Ya absent-mindedly stroked Silver's fluffy tail as his snow ferret curiously approached, watching the flickering silver glow with rapt attention. Acquiring this fourth-ring evolution material had cost Xia Ya everything. Not only had he burned through months' worth of merit points, obtained from scouring half of Risa City, he had also emptied his last remaining savings. When he had decided to exchange for the Void Crystal Stone, the Order Bureau official, who had taken a liking to him, had spent a long time trying to dissuade him. After all, the spatial attribute, and even the more mysterious time attribute, might sound prestigious, but their depth and complexity were beyond what an ordinary person could handle. While fully developed spatial-type summoned beasts were undoubtedly powerful, their growth cycles and resource demands were far greater than those of other beasts of the same tier. Moreover, until they fully matured, spatial-type summoned beasts mostly had support abilities, severely lacking direct combat power. The same amount of time and resources invested in a traditional combat-type summoned beast would have yielded immediate battle-ready results. But with a spatial type, it was entirely possible that years of investment would amount to nothing. To the Order Bureau official, Xia Ya lacked the powerful family backing required to support such an endeavor. Choosing a spatial type summoned beast for his crucial second soul pact was nothing more than blind ambition, an example of arrogance over ability. But Xia Ya never let others' opinions shake his decisions. Time passed in silence. In just an instant, the once solid mineral-like void crystal stone had fully liquefied, becoming a pure silver-white fluid, which then seeped into the massive sealed stone, causing silver-white veins to spread across its once grey surface. And then, crack! A crisp shattering sound suddenly broke the deathly silence of the chamber. A brilliant silver radiance flared from the cracked boulder, as a thin fissure slowly spread across its surface. Under Xiaoya and Silver's tense gaze, the hairline crack rapidly expanded, branching out across the entire boulder, until, boom, the massive stone shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments. And at its center, amid the fading silver-white glow, a small figure emerged. Its slender fur shimmered like woven gold, glowing warmly under the dim chamber light. It looked exactly like the golden snub-nosed monkeys from Xiaoya's past life. Unlike their larger, more aggressive relatives, which many found unsightly, this fluffy golden monkey seemed almost like a snowy mountain spirit from another world. The little golden monkey blinked its black eyes, curiously scanning its surroundings. Although it had been aware of the outside world through its soul pact link with Xia Ya, seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Ying ying ying, welcome aboard, newbie. Silver chirped excitedly, greeting the newcomer with cheerful squeaks. As Xiaoya's first summoned beast, Silver had long been eager for a companion. Even skill training was more fun with a partner. Before, the sealed stone monkey had been nothing more than a giant rock, completely unaffected by illusions. This had forced Silver to seek out wild beasts in order to practice its Tsukuyomi illusion arts. Now that it finally had a proper training partner, its enthusiastic welcome was entirely genuine. Of course, as its soul pact companion, Xia Ya could sense the hidden meaning behind Silver's chirps. It was essentially telling the newcomer to pay its respects. Gigi, greetings, big sis. The little golden monkey was quite perceptive. It blinked its shiny black eyes, then swiftly leapt onto Xiaoya's right shoulder. It had envied Silver's prime real estate on Xiaoya's left shoulder for a long time. Now that it had finally broken free from its sealed form, it wasn't going to miss its chance to claim its own spot. If future summoned beasts joined their ranks, where would they sit? Well, that wasn't its problem. Xiaoya chuckled, rubbing the little monkey's fluffy head, making it close its eyes in bliss. Why was it that everyone else's summoned beasts were cool, intimidating, and brimming with combat power, yet his just kept getting cuter and cuter? To an outsider, Silver and the golden monkey would probably seem like harmless ornamental pets. Well, now that you've evolved successfully, you need a name just like Silver. Xia Ya gazed at the monkey's golden fur, glowing brilliantly in the dim light. In that case, from today on, your name is Shiny. Gigi, Shiny, huh. Well, I guess that name is barely acceptable. Gigi, but I feel like my name could be a bit more intimidating. Ying, you should be grateful. Ying Ying, keep talking, and Master might rename you Little Yellow or Little Gold. Silver shot the little golden monkey a sharp look. As Xiaoya's first summoned beast, Silver had deep experience with his naming skills, and that experience wasn't exactly pleasant. After all, the first batch of name candidates Xiaoya had suggested for Silver were things like Wonkai, Lucky, Big White, and Pretty Ferret. Utterly unacceptable. In the end, being named Silver was already the best possible outcome one Silver had to fight for with tooth and claw, even threatening to destroy Xiaoya's home before he finally relented. Gigi, please, not that. The little golden monkey shuddered at the thought. Good thing Big Sis Silver had warned it in time, otherwise, it might have ended up with an embarrassing name for life. It was a rare and powerful sealed stone monkey. How could it face the world with a name like Little Yellow or Little Gold? Meanwhile, Xia Ya, though aware of their little conversation, ignored them completely. After all, he was a transmigrator. His naming sense was simply ahead of its time. If the world or even his own summoned beasts failed to understand his advanced naming aesthetics, that was their problem, not his. As the saying went, a genius is half a step ahead of his time. A madman is one step ahead. Perhaps this loneliness was something only a transmigrator could understand. Regardless, compared to his previous tense state, Xia Ya was now in high spirits. Not only was the little golden monkey as aesthetically pleasing as Silver, but a new line of text had appeared on his system's interface. Name, Shiny. Species, sealed stone monkey, unnamed evolution form. Soul pact status, second soul pact, master servant contract, Xia Ya Egut. Combat level, 11, first tier. Species rank, low tier monarch. Summoned beast skills, Rockfall, Beginner, Blink, Beginner, Spatial Pocket, Beginner. First, Shiny's species rank had risen from low-tier Transcendent to low-tier Monarch, skipping an entire rank in between. Its combat level also matched its newfound strength, immediately starting at first tier. Of course, Xiaoya had already expected this. The evolution materials he had given Shiny were so valuable that they could have bought a mid-tier Monarch species cub. Moreover, Xiaoya had invested a significant amount of free EXP earned from completing phase objectives to boost Shiny's nurture skill to perfect rank. Due to its sealed stone state, the sealed stone monkey struggled to gain skill proficiency during its juvenile phase. Even for top-tier beast masters, raising nurture to perfect rank was an extreme challenge. Thus, Shiny's evolution and rank advancement were completely reasonable. However, The most surprising and exciting change was in Shiny's skill list. The disappearance of Nurture was expected. The addition of Rockfall was also unsurprising. It was a basic earth elemental skill that most sealed stone monkey evolutions would naturally learn. But the real treasures were the two new abilities, Blink and Spatial Pocket. As Xiaoya focused on them, detailed descriptions appeared. Spatial Pocket. Attribute, Space. Tier, High Tier. Proficiency, Beginner, 0/100. Description, creates a micro-subdimensional space, allowing objects to be extracted from or stored within it. Blink. Attribute, Space, Time. Tier, High Tier. Proficiency, Beginner, 0/100. Description, instantaneous teleportation. Spatial Pocket was self-explanatory. It was essentially the Beastmaster World's version of a storage ring or spatial soul tool from Xiaoya's past life. At present, Shiny's subdimensional space was only half a cubic meter, but its size would increase as skill proficiency improved. As for Blink, Shiny, try using Blink. Gigi, the little golden monkey, perfectly attuned to Xiaoya's intent, leapt down from his shoulder and waddled over to the far side of the chamber. Then, in the blink of an eye, Shiny's body vanished, instantly reappearing 3 meters away on the opposite side of the room. Although it resembled a high-speed dash, it was, without a doubt, true teleportation. It might not be able to throw Kunao, but this skill really does feel like flying thunder god. Xiaoya's eyes widened in surprise and delight. He could immediately tell that Shiny's blink had many limitations. For instance, it couldn't exceed 3 meters per use. It had a cooldown period. It required a casting delay before activation. However, this was only at the beginner level. And more importantly, Blink was undeniably a spacetime skill. For Xia, raising his spatial affinity was his only hope of entering the historical echo. Allocate all remaining free EXP into Blink. Thankfully, he had saved a final reserve of free EXP. For now, Spatial Pocket was purely a utility skill, and its current size was sufficient. Therefore, Blink took priority, confirming allocation of all remaining 12,103 free EXP into skill Blink. Proceed. Confirm. 12,103 free EXP allocated. Current remaining EXP, 0. Shiny's spacetime skill Blink has advanced from beginner to mastery. Advanced from mastery to proficient. Xiaoya grinned. He was one step closer to his goal. Shiny's spatial skill Blink is now at expert proficiency, 8503/10,000. Shiny's combat level has increased. Current combat level, 23, transcendent tier. There were no flashy effects. In the hidden chamber, Shiny, who had been eagerly testing out its newfound skills, suddenly paused. The next moment, Xiaoya felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Shiny had teleported across the entire chamber, covering a distance of dozens of meters in a single blink, appearing right beside him. Gigi. Perched on Xiaoya's shoulder, Shiny itself seemed just as stunned. Gigi? So this is the power of Deep Blue's point allocation. Shiny had long heard rumors of its master's ability to allocate skill points. Back when Xiaoya had secretly used free EXP to enhance Silver's skills, Shiny had been watching from inside its stone shell, sour with envy. At the time, it had still been nothing more than a rock. Although Xiaoya had also allocated points to its nurture skill, it had been unable to truly feel any changes. But today, for the first time, it had personally experienced the miraculous power of skill point allocation, just as Silver had described. For a moment, Shiny recalled the grueling training routines it had witnessed while residing in Xiaoya's soul pet space. It had seen other summoned beasts enduring brutal training regimens just to level up their skills. Dripping with sweat, bodies covered in bruises. One bull-type summoned beast, for example. To strengthen its charge skill, it had to continuously ram its head into a 1-meter-thick granite wall for an entire afternoon. It was a sight that could make even the hardest hearts weep. And yet, Shiny's own skill proficiency had increased so effortlessly. No hard training, no steady foundation building. Just pure, unfiltered power. Compared to those summoned beasts who had to shed real blood and sweat to improve. Wasn't this cheating? Yes, it was. And it felt amazing. Gigi, Master, more points? I want more points. All right. Skill proficiency can be boosted instantly, but actual combat experience and timing still depend on your own mastery. Xia Ya chuckled at Shiny's excitement, amusement flickering in his eyes. Because at that very moment, he could feel it. The once hostile and repelling aura from the distorted doorway on the distant stone pedestal had vanished entirely. The spatial affinity requirement for entering the historical echo had finally been met. After a brief round of testing, Xiaoya had mostly grasped Shiny's current ability status. Not only had the maximum distance of each blink increased, but its cooldown time had also been reduced. Moreover, with its proficiency level nearing the peak of expert and not too far from perfect, the skill's activation delay had become extremely short, practically instant cast now. Additionally, the teleportation target was no longer limited to just itself. For living beings, Blink could only be used on Shiny itself and Xiaoya, as its soul pact master. However, for inanimate objects, there were far fewer restrictions. In other words, it could now ram into things while blinking. Overall, while upgrading the proficiency of Blink a high-tier spatial skill had cost far more experience points than Xia Ya had expected, the payoff was well worth it. Chirp, chirp. Perched on Xiaoya's shoulder, the little golden snub-nosed monkey excitedly showed off its newly enhanced ability to Silver. This was the real deal, an actual space-time skill? Spatial teleportation? Compared to its kin who evolved into forms that could either spew fire, spray water, throw punches, or chuck rocks, this was on a whole other level of prestige. However, as it continued boasting, Shiny suddenly sensed something off. On the other side, Silver was lightly rubbing against Xiaoya's arm, looking up at him with her big, watery eyes. Ying Ying, Master, ever since you perfected my Tsukuyomi, you haven't allocated any more points to me. Ying Ying Ying, Tsukuyomi is mostly a control-type skill, but I feel like I still need an attack-type ability. Chirp? Big sis, you can't do this. Chirp chirp, I'm the newbie here. You have to take care of newbies. Shiny panicked instantly. I never expected Big Sis Silver to be like this. The order of skill upgrades directly determined the hierarchy within the team. Even if Silver was the senior member, she couldn't just monopolize the power UPS. Besides, an attack-type skill? I need one too. Blink needed combos to be truly effective. Then, as if hit by a revelation, Shiny froze. Silver's eyes had suddenly welled up with a faint layer of mist. Ying. Master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so selfish. Ying Ying Ying. I understand. The new summoned beasts joining the team in the future will only have better racial stats and more innate talent. It makes sense that Master would favor them more. Ying Ying. I'll just keep using illusions to support them. Ying. Master, don't mind me, go ahead and give the points to Shiny first. Ying Ying Ying. I'll be fine on my own. Chirp. The little golden monkey was shocked. Wait, you can play it like this? Compared to Big Sis Silver, its own manipulation skills were clearly way below her level, completely different leagues. Even Xia Ya found himself sucking in a sharp breath because, at some point, Silver had activated charm at a master-level proficiency. Of course, as Silver's soul-packed master, Xia Ya wasn't affected by her illusion magic at all. But her species was naturally skilled at acting adorable. If she were dealing with a soft-hearted female beast master, Silver would probably already be getting pampered beyond belief, cradled in their arms like the most precious treasure. What do I do if my main summoned beast turns out to be a master manipulator? Urgent, online, need help. Alright, I seriously have no more points left right now. Even if I wanted to power you guys up, I can't. But the future is promising. Shiny, always believe good things are coming. And Silver, don't say things that hurt team morale. Xia Ya chuckled as he put an end to his two summoned beasts' playful antics. As their beast master, it was his duty to mediate such disputes and, at the same time, paint an optimistic picture of the future for them. And maybe this wasn't just empty hope. If Historical Echo really worked as he expected, then perhaps his upcoming beginner quests would also have clear objectives. By then, skill upgrades and even self-created offensive techniques wouldn't be an issue. Silver had already learned Tsukuyomi, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched for her to master Amaterasu next, right? With these thoughts in mind, Xiaoya finally shifted his attention back to the distorted doorway ahead. Silver, return to my soul-packed space for now. Shiny, you're coming in with me. Silver flicked her fluffy tail and gradually faded from view. Before fully disappearing, she shot Shiny a smug little glance, as if to say, see, newbie? Now you know who Master's real favorite is, huh? And Shiny, completely agreed. Big Sis Silver's level of manipulation was something it, as a rookie, couldn't even begin to grasp. As the newbie, I have a long way to go. Shiny leaped into Xiaoya's hand, closed its eyes slightly, and focused all its power on controlling the spatial laws it wielded. Invisible ripples of space spread from the monkey's body, gradually enveloping Xiaoya as well. Since they were linked through the soul pact, part of his summoned beast's abilities would naturally transfer to him. With preparations complete, Xiaoya turned his gaze toward the shimmering, warped entrance. Historical Echo was an extremely rare phenomenon. Even in the grand libraries of the imperial capital, there were barely any records detailing its internal structure. Entering it meant taking an enormous risk. But at this point, Xiaoya had no retreat. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the glowing portal. His figure vanished in an instant. And the moment he disappeared, the distorted light also began to fade until it completely dissipated. The ruins of the Kangting Principality returned to their previous state of deathly stillness, as if all the previous commotion had never happened. Meanwhile, in Risa City, at a Order Bureau branch, a middle-aged officer removed his cloak and stood respectfully beside the desk. Seated at the desk, his desk was a slender figure dressed in a black standard-issue long coat and wearing a metallic mask. 3 hours ago, my void eye detected spatial fluctuations southeast of Risa City, the masked woman stated coldly, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. Based on Void Eye's initial assessment, the magnitude of this spatial fluctuation exceeds what an ordinary low-tier summoned beast could produce. Furthermore, the few Imperial tier and above spatial beasts in the region have remained dormant recently. Thus, unless something unusual occurred, I believe a historical echo has manifested near Risa City. The middle-aged officer cleared his throat. Lady Firan. No need for formalities. Use my title during work. Yes, Inspector Firan, he immediately corrected himself. The Order Bureau's branch in Risa City was under his direct command, placing him as a high-ranking official who reported straight to the Imperial Order Bureau, a true Imperial envoy. Even if the City Lord of Risa stood before him, he wouldn't normally have to tread so carefully. But he knew the woman before him was different. Setting aside her vastly superior status and strength, the fact that she was a trusted confidant of the second imperial princess was already enough to suffocate him. The Fresta Empire was in a delicate and complex situation, and the middle-aged officer was keenly aware of his position. The very reason he held his current rank was because the second imperial princess was his greatest political backer. If a historical echo has appeared near Risa, he said, the most likely location would be Grey-White Hills, about 200 li southeast of the city. A senior student from St. Roland Academy, named Xia Ya, acquired the archaeological excavation rights for Grey-White Hills 2 years ago through a political donation and has since employed an archaeological expedition team to explore the area. He delivered his report in the simplest, most direct terms. The masked woman's indifferent voice paused briefly. He hired an expedition team? Which high-ranking noble family does this Xia Ya belong to? He doesn't seem to have the backing of any major noble house. The middle-aged officer wiped sweat from his forehead. In fact, part of the money he used to hire the expedition team came from bounties he personally completed for the Order Bureau. Interesting. For the first time, there was a slight shift in the woman's cold tone. Most historical echoes are uncovered purely by chance. But this Xia Ya, his actions are far too purposeful. He must have knowledge of historical secrets even the Empire is unaware of. Did he stumble upon some clue by coincidence? Or is there someone guiding him from the shadows? Or perhaps, he has inherited an ancient legacy. Or even worse, he himself is an ancient being, revived from the flow of time. The middle-aged officer swallowed hard. He had just heard something he definitely shouldn't have heard. If either of her last two guesses were true, then his earlier attempts to recruit Xia Ya had been nothing short of a death wish. But ultimately, whatever secrets or fortunes he possesses, Her Highness does not care. As long as he still considers himself a citizen of the Fresta Empire, then the Empire has the capacity to accommodate all hidden truths. The calm statement finally allowed the officer to relax a little. Indeed, as the strongest human nation in the Western continent, the Fresta Empire naturally possessed the breadth of mind to handle such matters. His earlier worries now seemed excessive. Compared to the grand scale of the Empire, even a historical echo, while rare, was far from an earth-shattering event. However, the fact that he executed such a large-scale operation alone, without any external support, is noteworthy. Regardless of his connection to the historical echo, his capability alone is already outstanding. The woman tapped her fingers on the desk, summarizing her evaluation. He's a talent worth nurturing. You did well in bringing him to my attention. You deserve some credit for this. Unlike the fortuitous encounter tied to the historical echo, which could not be replicated, what truly mattered to her and the second imperial princess was reliable talent. A competent individual was always more valuable than mere wealth or artifacts. Your role here is finished. Dismissed. Yes, ma'am. A fleeting glint of excitement flashed through the officer's eyes. Receiving direct acknowledgement from Lady Firen meant that his contributions would reach the second imperial princess' attention. This could finally be the career breakthrough he had waited over a decade for. Of course, compared to himself, Xia Ya was undoubtedly the luckiest person here. The officer donned his cloak and was about to take his leave when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. In that case, should we deploy personnel to investigate the ruins of the Cangting Principality at Grey-White Hills? Boom! The middle-aged officer's face turned deathly pale. His hands clenched the desk with a white-knuckled grip, veins bulging along his arms. Behind him, the shadows of three formidable summoned beasts emerged, some majestic, some ferocious. Yet, despite their high commander tier strength, and even with one nearing monarch tier, they shrank back in fear, trembling under the sheer oppressive aura filling the room. This is the power of a six-ring titled Beastmaster, a level beyond master tier. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. For the first time, the slender figure before him stood up, towering over him. Her long crimson hair swayed wildly, and from beneath the metallic mask, her golden red eyes burned like molten lava. Repeat that name. The officer, barely suppressing his shock, forced himself to respond. The name was mentioned in Xia Ya's archaeological rights application. The document clearly stated Cangting. Even as he spoke, his mind was racing, desperately trying to piece together why this name had triggered such an intense reaction. Due to beast tide uprisings and twilight catastrophe, much of the Western continent's historical records had been obliterated, leaving behind massive gaps in knowledge. This was precisely why archaeology had become such an important field. But there was no doubt about it, Lady Firen's reaction stemmed specifically from the name Cangting Principality. His thoughts rapidly sifted through his memory. And then it clicked. Before becoming a follower of the second imperial princess, Lady Firen was originally from the White Chalk Tower. And the founder of White Chalk Tower, who had ascended to legendary status over 5 centuries ago, was none other than the Argent Witch, a powerful figure who was said to have originated from Cangting. The Argent Witch had vanished centuries ago, but her position as Tower Master of White Chalk Tower had never been replaced. Even though new legendary beast masters had risen from White Chalk Tower in recent years, none had ever been appointed as her successor. A heavy silence engulfed the room. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lady Firen spoke again. This time, her voice, usually so cold and indifferent, was undeniably touched by emotion. Gather every single detail about Xia Ya. I will personally report this to Her Highness. I may also need to return to White Chalk Tower immediately. When Xiaoya's consciousness returned, the first thing he noticed was the cold metallic ground beneath him. Did I fail to enter the historical echo? Am I still inside that hidden chamber within the ruins? That thought was quickly dismissed as he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Xia Ya, the time is almost up. Are you coming or not? The voice was unfamiliar. He didn't recognize this person. But clearly, they knew him. Sorry, I was just lost in thought, Xia Ya responded naturally, turning around with an apologetic smile. In just a few breaths, he had already confirmed his soul-pact links with Shiny and Silver. As a beast master, no matter how unfamiliar his surroundings, as long as his summoned beasts were still with him, he had the confidence to face any unknown situation. The family's coming-of-age ceremony is about to begin. This will determine our future status within the clan. You can't keep acting so absent-minded. The speaker was a young man around Xiaoya's age, about 17 or 18, wearing a family crest on his chest, a silver-white longsword engraved on a badge. The elder has already summoned us. If we're late, the consequences. The young man's voice trailed off, and an unmistakable hint of fear flickered in his eyes. Clearly, this elder was no ordinary figure. His mere presence was enough to leave psychological scars on others. Xiaoya's mind turned swiftly, though he kept his expression neutral. Right now, he was essentially an imposter, thrown into an unknown setting. The best course of action was to speak less and listen more. So, he simply repeated the young man's words, adapting them into his response. Then let's hurry. If we make the elder angry, the consequences will be unthinkable. The young man wiped his sweat and nodded quickly. Yes, let's go. Inside the Grand Duke's estate, a modest hall, Xia Ya found a quiet corner seat, scanning the 7 or 8 other people in the room. They were all around his age, dressed in modest but not luxurious clothing, and shared one common feature: the same silver-white longsword family crest pinned to their chests. That crest. It must be the emblem of the ruling family of the former Kangting Principality, the Brandstadt Grand Ducal House. I never expected the historical echo to actually simulate a time travel effect to this degree. Everyone I've encountered so far feels like a living, breathing person, not just illusions or projections. Xia Ya quietly analyzed his situation. At first, he had assumed that a historical echo would be nothing more than a recorded playback of past events. Even if he managed to enter it, he thought he'd merely be a spectator, unable to interfere with history. Otherwise, it would create paradoxes like the grandmother paradox. But now, it was clear this Kangting Principality's historical echo was far more complex than he had imagined. Was this an ultra-large-scale illusion, created by the lingering obsessions of a supreme being? Or had an actual fragment of history been sealed away and preserved? Since it involved space-time laws, Xia Ya couldn't make any definite conclusions. However, one thing was certain: he was truly inside the Kangting Principality, before its destruction. Which was good news for him. If he had been stuck in a purely observational time travel scenario, his favorability-based quests would have been impossible to complete. Thank goodness, I made it just in time. A relieved voice sounded behind Xia Ya. Leonard, relax. Mind your image. You don't want to embarrass yourself in front of the elder, Xia Ya said, frowning slightly as he gave a subtle reminder. During their walk to the hall, Xia Ya had carefully guided their conversation, subtly gathering key information about his current predicament. Here's what he had learned. The Grand Duke of Kangting, Brandstadt, was the sovereign ruler of the principality. Due to beast-tide invasions, Brandstadt had been stationed at the border, leading the military defense forces. Back in the Grand Duchy's capital, the Brandstadt family's affairs were largely managed by the family elders. Among these elders, the most powerful was Elder Norton, the Grand Duke's younger brother and the current acting head of the Brandstadt family. Xia Ya, Leonard, and the others present were not direct descendants but rather war orphans adopted by Elder Norton during past battles. So, this gathering was a meeting convened by Elder Norton. Yes, Xia Ya, you're right. If you hadn't reminded me, I really would have embarrassed myself. Leonard nodded gratefully. Good, Xia Ya replied coolly. He had already noticed that Leonard was utterly terrified of Elder Norton. Now was the perfect time to take control of the conversation. After subtly reinforcing his influence, Xia Ya casually threw out a question that mattered most to him. By the way, how has Sylvia been recently? Xia Ya had no prior knowledge about his quest target, the Grand Duke's daughter, Sylvia. He didn't even know if she was currently in the Grand Ducal estate. So, he intentionally worded his question vaguely, leaving room for adjustment based on Leonard's reaction. However, the moment Leonard heard the name Sylvia, his expression twisted into undisguised disgust. Her? What else? Still as insufferable as ever. A trace of hatred flickered through Leonard's eyes. If not for her, the disaster 16 years ago might never have happened. And we wouldn't have been orphaned in the first place. A disaster 16 years ago. Xiaoya's instincts immediately picked up on a major revelation. For someone like Leonard, who was not even a direct family member, to openly express resentment toward the Grand Duke's daughter, there had to be huge secrets buried in this history. But before Xiaoya could press for more details, a chorus of respectful voices suddenly rang out. Greetings, Elder. Xiaoya stood up alongside Leonard, while discreetly observing the figure approaching from afar. The elderly man wore luxurious robes and carried himself with undeniable authority. His aura was heavy, radiating a powerful presence that clearly surpassed the level of high-tier beastmasters and had fully entered the master-tier domain. However, even more alarming than his master-tier strength was something far more sinister. A faint, nearly imperceptible aura of decay clung to the elder's body. To the average person, this trace of corruption would be unnoticeable. But to Xia Ya, who had personally encountered an evil god relic, the resemblance was not just similar, it was identical. And according to history, the Cang Principality was destroyed by the Twilight catastrophe caused by an evil god. Oh, fantastic. I just spawned directly into the cultist headquarters. Elder Norton sat at the head seat, his gaze sweeping over the people below him. His eyes carried an immense pressure, forcing everyone under his gaze to lower their heads in deference. You are all orphans I have taken in over the years, whether due to war or the calamities of beast tides. You lost your parents. Now, you have grown up. At the very least, you have all formed your first soul pact and officially stepped into the ranks of beast masters, which means you have truly entered the transcendent world. This is all thanks to Elder and the family's nurturing. Even if we achieve great things in the future, we will wholeheartedly serve the family. The moment Elder Norton finished speaking, many immediately echoed his words, or rather, flattered him. It was only natural. In the Brandstat family, they had no one to rely on. Elder Norton, who took them in, was their greatest patron. Is that so? Elder Norton seemed indifferent to their flattery. He paused briefly before speaking again. Then let me ask you, if one day, I stand in opposition to the Brandstat family, which side will you choose? A deathly silence fell over the room. No one dared to answer. Those chosen by Elder Norton were orphans with outstanding beastmaster talent, or rather, exceptional soul aptitude. And after living in a Grand Duke's family for more than a decade with no real backing, they had developed a keen sense of political awareness. This question from Elder Norton was the ultimate trap, akin to the infamous dilemma: if both I and your mother fell into the water, who would you save first? If they answered that they would support Elder Norton, he could easily turn around and say it was a test of their loyalty to the family and label them as traitors. If they said they would support the family, then they would directly be putting themselves on Norton's opposing side, with no telling when they might suddenly find themselves in trouble. Time passed in suffocating silence. Just when a flicker of impatience appeared in Norton's eyes, the silence was finally broken. Elder, I have only one answer, and that is I will always be loyal to you. The crowd turned in shock, only to see Xia Ya standing up, his eyes red. Xia Ya, you. Leonard tried to stop him, but Xia Ya shook him off. I lost my parents at a young age, and my hometown was swallowed by the beast tide. If not for Elder taking me in, I might have already perished, devoured by those monstrous beasts while wandering the lands. The family has indeed shown me kindness, but if it's for Elder Norton's sake, I would not hesitate to stand against the family. Xia Ya, recalling his tragic romantic history from his previous life, deliberately put on an emotional performance, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Unlike the others, who were blind to the truth, Xia Ya was a player with foresight, fully aware of the Cang Principality's ultimate fate. He had already marked Elder Norton as a traitorous wolf in his mind. His involvement with the Twilight Evil God was undeniable. He was undoubtedly a double agent. He might even be the leader of the cult, directly responsible for the fall of Cang Principality. For this reason, Xia Ya knew that this was not a simple loyalty test. Norton was selecting his trusted subordinates, those willing to follow him to the bitter end. What could be more reliable than orphans raised under his care, with no support within the family? Loyal, unwavering, and willing to die for him. For Xia Ya, this was a critical moment. If he wanted to gain Norton's trust, if he wanted more control over the Brandstat family, and if he wanted to complete the system's mission, then he had to backstab properly. And not just any backstab, he had to go all in, play the role to the extreme. And, just as expected, things proceeded exactly as he had predicted. Ridiculous. Elder Norton slammed the table, his gaze locking onto Xia Ya. The Brandstat family's head is my elder brother. It is not for me to decide alone. Your way of thinking is utterly misguided. Though his words were a reprimand, Xia Ya could hear it clearly. There was no real anger in Norton's tone. Norton looked around at the others, who remained silent. Remember this well: the Brandstat family's honor comes before all else. In the face of the family's greater good, even I can be sacrificed. You are all adults now. You have the qualifications to leave the capital and serve in other territories within the principality to share the family's burdens. Take the next few days to prepare your things. Once you complete your coming-of-age ceremony, you will depart. Yes, Elder. The crowd obediently accepted the order, some casting sympathetic glances at Xia Ya. They were relieved that they had chosen to remain cautious and not rush to express their stance like Xia Ya. Now, Xia Ya had walked straight into the trap, making himself the perfect scapegoat. Leonard hesitated for a moment, glancing at Xia Ya, but seeing that Xia Ya completely ignored him, he sighed and left as well. Elder Norton remained silent at the head seat, and Xia Ya also stood quietly, head bowed, watching as the others departed one by one. Xia Ya understood Norton's intentions all too well. No second-in-command would ever openly admit to treason. No matter what his true intentions were, he still had to maintain appearances. After all, anyone could talk the talk. Too bad for you, I refuse to play along with your act. As for Leonard and the others, though Norton had essentially discarded them by sending them out of the capital, stripping them of their strongest backer, considering their strength, escaping the political quagmire of the capital might not actually be a bad thing. At least when the principality ultimately fell, they might have a better chance of survival. Once everyone was gone, Norton finally turned to the silent Xia Ya. Do you realize your mistake now? If it is Elder's will, then I am willing to accept the family's punishment. Xia Ya's voice was firm. Since he had chosen to backstab, he was going to do it all the way. However, my conviction remains unchanged. You are my benefactor greater than the family itself. If you commanded me to die for you this very moment, I would not hesitate. A flash of satisfaction crossed Norton's eyes, though he did not let it show. Dying for me, is it? Such bold words. He took out a small vial of murky liquid and placed it in front of Xia Ya. This is a secret potion from the alchemist city, capable of accelerating soul cultivation. You're not too far from becoming a high-tier beast master, are you? In that case, drink it. This old bastard is actually pretty cautious. Xia Ya cursed internally. Who the hell would believe this was some kind of soul-enhancing elixir? Maybe the potion really did have some beneficial effects, but Xia Ya was certain that the old bastard was giving it to him for one reason only: absolute control over his trusted subordinates. It was just like the immortal pills or hidden energy sources Xia Ya had seen in films from his past life. If he actually drank it, his life would no longer be his own. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, Xia Ya's actions showed no hesitation. He stepped forward without delay and took the potion. Backstabbing naturally carried great risks. After all, undercover agents have always been caught between two sides, belonging to neither. Not only did they have to avoid exposure, but they also had to worry about their own side turning on them. And the worst part? Xia Ya hadn't even gained the organization's trust yet. Your Grace, the Grand Duke, your brother is plotting a rebellion. Oh, where's your proof? No proof? Even if Xia Ya did report this to the Grand Duke stationed at the border, the man would most likely just dismiss him as a scheming outsider trying to sow discord within the family. But Xia Ya had the courage to take this gamble for a reason. He had received a signal from Shiny through their soul pact. At a critical moment, Shiny could forcibly extract him from the historical echo. However, this emergency escape would greatly increase the rejection of Xia Ya by the laws of space-time. If that happened, re-entering the historical echo would become nearly impossible, meaning that years of preparation would go to waste. For this reason, Xia Ya wouldn't consider that option unless it was absolutely necessary. Xia Ya uncorked the potion and let the murky liquid pour down his throat. With a fourth ring Master Tier Beast Master watching him closely, the simple fake drinking trick Xia Ya had picked up from drinking parties in his past life wouldn't fool anyone. But what Elder Norton never would have expected was this. A parentless orphan, raised by the family since childhood, actually owned a second summoned beast with a spatial attribute. The very instant the potion entered Xia Ya's throat, Shiny, who was in the soul pact space, used spatial pocket to transport the liquid into a subdimension. The synchronization between Xia Ya and Shiny was flawless, precise to the extreme. Even though Norton was watching him up close, he failed to notice a single thing. Good. Seeing Xia Ya drink the potion without hesitation, Elder Norton's wrinkled face finally showed an ugly smirk. He waved his hand, signaling the attendants to withdraw, leaving only Xia Ya and himself in the room. Then, after dismissing everyone, he summoned a powerful lizard-like summoned beast, forming a soundproof barrier around them. Only then did Norton finally speak again. Since you have shown such resolve, then I do have a task for you. You've heard of the Grand Duke's only daughter, Sylvia Brandstadt, haven't you? Xia Ya's heart stirred slightly, and he nodded. Well, speak of the devil. Norton, you two-faced bastard, I can work with this. All that acting was worth it. Good. Norton's grotesque smile widened even further. He clasped his hands behind his back, taking 2 slow steps forward, his face full of smug confidence. Sylvia, she is a key that will unlock our Lord's shackled form, granting him freedom to once again reign over this world. And what I need you to do is to ensure that this key stays firmly within our grasp. The Lord's half-body? A key? Lord Norton, I don't understand what you mean. Xia Ya timely voiced his doubts, portraying the proper confusion of someone completely ignorant. The vast majority of ignorant commoners in this principality believe my niece is the culprit behind the calamity 16 years ago, the embodiment of disaster itself. But how could they possibly know? If not for her, how could they have the peaceful lives they enjoy today? As expected, Elder Norton let slip a few more pieces of information. Though, as usual, his words remained as cryptic as ever. Can these riddle speakers just drop dead already? Xia Ya cursed inwardly, but outwardly, he showed no reaction, only responding respectfully before leaving. Gathering intelligence wasn't something that had to be done in a single moment. In Norton's eyes, Xia Ya was nothing more than an orphan with no family, no backing, and already placed under control. To Norton, Xia Ya was a trusted pawn, a loyal subordinate. As the plan unfolded, sooner or later, Xia Ya would learn the full truth. Xia Ya walked through the capital's bustling streets, casually glancing around. Once he had left the Grand Ducal estate, he silently summoned Silver and Shiny. Sylvia Brandstadt. The target of his mission, the future Argent Witch, was finally someone he was going to meet. Get out. You are not welcome here. His Grace, the Grand Duke, has always been wise, but you have utterly tarnished the Brandstadt name. If not for you, my father and brother would still be alive. The people of Kangting Principality would not have been forced from their homes. Your mother died because of you? A cursed girl like you should never have existed in this world. Sylvia walked along the steep cliffside, the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks roaring in her ears. The cold wind bit at her cheeks like blades of ice. No matter how hard she tried to force herself to ignore them, those harsh voices still echoed in her mind during every sleepless night. If it were only insults, she could endure it. At least being cursed at meant her existence still mattered. At least, people still spent effort acknowledging her even if that effort was purely fueled by hatred. But what was even harder to endure was being ignored. The once lively family banquets, filled with chatter and laughter, would fall silent the moment she arrived, leaving behind only unfamiliarity and distance. Children who had been playing and laughing in the garden would fall silent upon seeing her, withdrawing with wordless indifference. Even the friends she made, when their parents found out, would soon send her a cold, formal letter cutting all ties. She was, after all, the Grand Duke's only daughter. Not everyone dared to openly insult her. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Within the Grand Ducal estate, people treated her with exemplary etiquette, never showing disrespect. But beneath that respectful facade, there was always coldness and distance. Why, am I really the disaster incarnate, just like they say? On countless sleepless nights, Sylvia had asked herself this very question. Maybe, it was because of that thing deep inside her. That twisted black figure, nailed to a massive bronze cross. It had existed in her mind for as long as she could remember. Most of the time, it remained silent, muttering incomprehensible whispers. But, whenever Sylvia's emotions wavered, whenever she lost control, the twisted darkness would seep out, silently consuming her consciousness. And when she woke up again, she would always find herself drenched in blood, with the cold, rust-like scent filling the air, and the stares of her family elders, more indifferent than before, more filled with fear and loathing. Their gazes cut deeper than knives, embedding themselves into her soul. Since that first time, Sylvia had never known a peaceful night again. She was terrified that the next time she woke up, she would be surrounded by lifeless corpses. But, I never wanted this. Her soft whisper vanished into the evening wind, unheard by anyone. It was dusk. The massive sun had begun to dip below the horizon, touching the sea. Beneath the cliffs, the Grand Sea churned, sending thousands of tons of water crashing against the black rocks, breaking into white foam. Sylvia stared blankly at the dark waters below. For a long moment, she stood in silence. Then, as if making a final decision, she bit down gently on her cold, wind-chapped lips and stepped forward. Half of her body leaned out over the edge of the cliff. Just one step, and she would fall into the frigid abyss. The Grand Sea was several miles away from Cang's capital, a place seldom visited by anyone, especially at sunset, when most people had already returned home, gathered around the warmth of their fireplaces and magic lamps, enjoying dinner with their families. If she fell into the sea at this moment, forget being rescued, even being discovered would be an impossible miracle. And that was exactly what Sylvia wanted. She wanted to die. Since childhood, her life had been a tightrope walk over a bottomless abyss. Never once could she relax. Even so, she had nearly lost control many times under the whispers of that shadow on the bronze cross. She had harmed innocent people. The worst incident had leveled half a street. She was tired of this life of endless darkness. More than that, she was tired of herself, the self that kept harming others. And so, on this cold winter evening, she had quietly snuck out of the Grand Ducal estate. To this place. Maybe, those people had been right all along. Maybe a girl like her, a bringer of disaster, should never have existed in this world. The cold evening wind numbed her fingers, her arms, her legs. Even her consciousness grew faint. Oh great gods! Her dry, cracked lips parted slightly, muttering a silent mockery to herself. In her childhood, Sylvia had once secretly prayed to the gods. She had fantasized, just like in the tales of wandering bards, that one day, someone bathed in radiant light would descend and rescue her from this endless darkness. But deep down, she knew, it was nothing more than a fantasy. Perhaps gods truly existed in this world. In the holy theocracy of the Western continent, the Church ruled from its lofty throne, claiming to be the divine will incarnate in the mortal realm. But if they ever discovered the thing inside her, there would be no miracles, no salvation. She would only become their enemy, a heretic to be purged. No exceptions. She waited for no one. No one was coming. Sylvia closed her eyes. Her frail body trembled slightly. And just as she was about to step off the cliff, she heard a voice. What a coincidence, you're here to jump to. The words carried none of the fear, hostility, or hatred she had grown so accustomed to. There was only curiosity. She turned her head toward the source of the voice. And there, not far from her, stood a tall figure. The golden hues of the setting sun cast a glow upon his sharp and well-defined features, illuminating them with a deep, striking contrast. The stranger before her looked to be about the same age as herself, dressed in a dark trench coat. In the golden hues of the setting sun, that silhouette overlapped little by little with the figure Sylvia had once imagined in the depths of night. But in the next instant, Sylvia shoved down that fleeting moment of emotion. She turned her head slightly, replacing her expression with the usual cold indifference she used to protect and disguise herself. Don't come any closer. She was well aware of her own appearance and its effect on men. And with the noble elegance of her attire as the Grand Duke's daughter, it was no surprise that a stranger might be inclined to show goodwill toward her. Who could resist helping a fragile-looking, runaway noble girl? It was practically the textbook beginning of every heroic tale spun by wandering bards. The ideal encounter that every fresh adventurer dreamed of when they first stepped out of their beginner village. But, the moment her true identity was revealed, those once gentle intentions would instantly twist into hatred and hostility. She had already experienced this too many times in her 16 years of life. The pattern had repeated itself so many times that she had become numb to it. She no longer harbored any naive hopes. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on a second. I'm not here to do anything weird, I just wanted to ask wanna team up. Team up. Sylvia repeated the unfamiliar term. Temporary partners. Allies. Get it. You're here to jump into the sea, right? Well, what a coincidence I'm here to jump to. Timing is everything, right? Why not do it together? The unexpected words caught Sylvia off guard, and in that brief moment of hesitation, the boy casually stepped closer, placing himself beside her. Sylvia thought he might take the chance to pull her away from the cliff's edge, but he did no such thing. Instead, he simply sat down beside her, his posture relaxed, as if he had just come for a casual chat. Why do you want to jump? Seeing Sylvia's silence, the boy lazily swung his legs over the cliff's edge. You know, even death row prisoners get a last meal. If we're gonna die, we might as well chat a bit first. Strangely enough, ever since this boy appeared, the constant tension in Sylvia's heart had slightly eased. She spoke, her voice hoarse and quiet. Because of certain reasons, I have killed many people. Most of them were innocent. That's why nearly everyone despises me. Her words carried a touch of loneliness and sorrow. To Sylvia, this was a disaster she had never chosen. Since the day she was born, that massive bronze cross had existed within her soul. She had no choice in the matter. Oh, I see. The boy didn't react with pity or comfort like she had expected. He merely nodded indifferently and turned his gaze back to the raging sea below. His dismissal stirred something in Sylvia's heart. For the first time, she felt the urge to explain herself. She pressed her dry lips together, then murmured, maybe, they're right. Maybe someone like me, a cursed daughter of disaster, should just die quietly. It would be better for both the principality and myself. Oh, is that so? A voice filled with subtle meaning whispered beside her ear. His words were too direct, and for some reason, they made the bitterness and sorrow in Sylvia's heart grow even stronger. Yes, I am a butcher. I killed so many people with my own hands. I should have been hanged. No, you misunderstood me. The boy suddenly stood up, stretching his arms. He turned slightly, his dark eyes reflecting the blood-red hues of the sunset. If so many people wanted you dead, then in an era where laws are weak and human rights are a joke, you should have been executed the very first time you lost control. Yet, here you are, alive. That means killing you may be what many want, but it's not what everyone wants. And the reason I called you a pathetic butcher is because the moment you choose to take your own life, you aren't just burying yourself. You're also burying everyone else's sacrifices for you, including your dead mother. Maybe you think suicide is redemption, but in reality death is just the easy way out. Carrying the weight of those lives forward is far more difficult than dying. Saying this, the boy shrugged and turned his gaze back toward the Grandet Sea. Of course, none of this has anything to do with me. After all, I came here to jump to. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, tilting his feet off the edge, as if about to embrace the raging sea wind. To be honest, when I was young, I watched a movie. Oh, a movie is a type of entertainment, kinda like a magical projection of a recorded play. Anyway, there was this really famous scene. I've always wanted to try it for real, but I never got the chance. And now, before I die, I finally do. He suddenly paused. Then, glancing over Sylvia, he nodded in satisfaction. And to top it off, the girl sharing this moment with me is even more beautiful than the heroine in that film. A mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. So it's a deal. Once I jump, you have to follow. No backing out. I get lonely really easily, and if you go back on your word, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Wait, Sylvia's lips parted slightly, about to speak. But before she could finish, she saw the boy's slender figure tilt backward and disappear over the cliff's edge. In the next moment, gravity took hold, and he tilted backward, falling off the cliff. A few seconds later, a faint splash echoed through the air, accompanied by a small ripple on the surface of the sea. By the time Sylvia snapped back to her senses and looked down over the edge, all that greeted her was the roaring, thundering waves of the Grandet Sea. The boy from moments ago had completely vanished. So he wasn't just making up a comforting lie. He actually jumped? Thinking about it now, all her earlier thoughts seemed so self-indulgent and laughable. With that in mind, Sylvia clenched her silver teeth, shut her eyes, and leaped. She had met a strange person today, but regardless, she had come here to jump into the sea. Despite a few unexpected incidents, her goal was still achieved. And, just as that person had said, if there was someone to accompany her on the way to the underworld, perhaps it wouldn't feel so lonely. The sensation of freefall came swiftly, the howling wind rushing past her ears. Then, the freezing touch of seawater engulfed her entirely. The currents of the Grandet Sea were dangerously turbulent. Sylvia, having been raised under the strict upbringing of the Brandstadt Grand Ducal family, had never learned to swim. Even the seasoned fishermen who had grown up by the shore and were skilled in water wouldn't dare enter the sea in such stormy weather. Cold seawater quickly poured into her mouth, its salty bitterness mixing with the suffocating pain of oxygen deprivation, making her suffer immensely. She felt her body sinking endlessly, as if plunging into an abyss. Her vision dimmed. The shimmering surface of the sea became a distant memory, with only faint rays of light penetrating the pitch-black waters, barely illuminating this silent world. The Grandet Sea in winter was unbearably cold, a chill that seeped into the very marrow of her bones. Hearing, sight, smell. Sylvia's senses rapidly faded, dissolving into nothingness. I'm going to. Die? In this vast darkness, free from the usual noise and pressure, her mind suddenly became startlingly clear. Countless forgotten memories surfaced like a flickering lantern's glow. Though hazy, she recalled a childhood that had been relatively peaceful under the protection of her parents. Her first loss of control. Not only had she killed several household servants, but she had also severely injured her mother, who had been worried about her. That was when her secret was fully exposed to the world. A friend she had made by chance, who, upon learning her true identity, had looked at her with terror and hatred in her eyes. A mother on her sickbed, who, knowing she didn't have long to live, still forced a smile to comfort her crying daughter. A father who spent most of his years guarding the borders, who, even on his rare returns to the capital, would awkwardly try to console her and use his authority as Grand Duke to shield her from the family's scorn. And that small tree, which she had planted with her parents when she was 4, now, it had grown lush, its white blossoms in full bloom. Memories flooded her mind like a tide. A sudden, inexplicable fear gripped Sylvia's heart. Perhaps there were indeed many people in the principality who wanted her dead. But there were also people who truly wanted her to live. Suddenly, she didn't want to die anymore. In the frigid sea, she finally understood the true meaning behind the boy's words. The butcher. From the very beginning, the weight she bore was never just her own life. And yet, here she was. Pathetically, self-destructively, choosing to give up. Strength surged back into her once empty body. Sylvia struggled desperately, moving her numb, unresponsive limbs, battling the undercurrents and clawing her way toward the surface. But her efforts were in vain. The raging tides of the Grandet Sea were feared even by the most skilled fishermen, let alone a frail young girl who had never learned to swim. Just as the deep-sea currents were about to drain the last of her remaining strength, just as regret and self-reproach consumed her, she heard a familiar voice, drowning silently in the sea, vanishing without a ripple. After your death, your loved ones will weep for you, but those who despised and ostracized you will cheer. They will say, good riddance to that cursed star. And just like the witch hunts of old, they will pile their own sins and mistakes onto you, using your death as their absolution. After all, the dead cannot defend themselves. As long as they do this, they can wash their hands clean and continue their lives with peace of mind. Is that the ending you accept? The boy's voice cut through the sea water, clear and unmistakable in her ears. No. Sylvia barely opened her mouth, only for icy sea water to rush in, choking her. Even though her consciousness had long blurred from lack of oxygen, she still forced her mouth open, shouting her true feelings into the abyss. I don't accept this. Of course I don't accept this. But her voice would never reach beyond the depths of the sea. The thought barely crossed her mind when she suddenly heard a low, amused chuckle. In that case, I have heard your wish. A moment later, Sylvia felt a hand, not particularly strong, but firm, with distinct joints, grasp her arm and pull her into an embrace. She had no idea how much time had passed. Once more, she heard the roaring waves of the Grandet Sea and saw the dim, stormy sky. The solid ground beneath her sent waves of relief through her body. Her nerves, which had been stretched taut through the ordeal, finally relaxed now that she had survived. But at that very moment, in the instant she let her guard down, a distant roar echoed from deep within her soul. The bronze cross that had long bound the pitch-black shadow within her mind suddenly trembled violently. Countless low, indescribable murmurs surged forth once more. Damn it! I forgot to suppress that thing. There was no time for regret, no chance to react. The dark shadow surged downward along the bronze cross, flowing rapidly. In an instant, it crashed against Sylvia's already fragile will, shaking it to its core. Don't come near me. Hurry. Run. With the last of her rationality, she managed to utter those words. Then, her consciousness blurred and dimmed. Slowly, yet irresistibly, she sank into the abyss. Just before she lost all awareness, she heard that familiar voice again, steady and reassuring. Since I've received your wish, then leave the rest to me. Sylvia felt something furry, a large, soft tail brushing gently against her cheek. The next moment, her mind sank entirely into oblivion, lost to the unknown. Night had fallen. The once blood-red evening glow had completely faded, replaced by an inky, oppressive night sky. On the cliffside, Xia Ya had stripped himself bare, wringing out his waterlogged clothes piece by piece. The Grandet Sea's reputation is well earned. Turns out, rescuing a damsel in distress is a real skill. If I hadn't prepared a life vest in advance, I might have ended up like Jack Dawson in Titanic. Sigh, if only I had a water-type summoned beast that knew surf. Sensing the lingering gaze of his beast master, the little golden snub-nosed monkey let out a disgruntled squeak. Seriously? First, you guide me down the space-time evolution path, and now you're looking elsewhere? What? Wildflowers are better than the ones at home now. Beastmasters are all the same big, unfaithful jerks? If you'd given me water-type evolution materials back then, I could have learned surf too, okay? Though, if that had happened, what would my evolved species name even be? Water monkey? Something about that doesn't sound quite right. Ying. Silver's call interrupted the interaction between Xiaoya and Shiny. Knew it. That old geezer Norton definitely wasn't up to anything good. Receiving the message Silver sent through their soul pact, Xiaoya frowned slightly and turned to the side. Not far from him, the girl named Sylvia lay quietly in deep slumber, her eyes closed. Her chestnut hair was damp from the seawater, clinging to one side of her face, but it did nothing to diminish her beauty. No matter how critical one's eye, she was undeniably a girl who could stir compassion at first sight. That is, if you ignored the pitch-black shadow behind her, radiating an indescribable, tainted aura. The shadow had no physical form, yet it was slowly corroding everything around it. Even from several meters away, just laying eyes on that formless darkness filled Xia Ya with an unbearable sense of oppression, making it hard to breathe. Even more terrifying was the sudden, unprovoked whisper that echoed in his mind. Madness, despair, corruption, rage. A flood of negative emotions surged into his consciousness alongside the murmurs. If he had to sum up the chaotic voices, they'd be something like, a crazed rogue sharpens his blade at night, while the imperial star wavers and Mars rises high. The heavens create all things to nourish man, yet man repays the heavens with nothing but greed. Even with the considerable mental fortitude of a second-ring beast master, Xia Ya had to exert significant effort to suppress the overwhelming negativity. The Twilight Evil God's half-body. His expression grew heavier. Norton's cryptic hints had been frustratingly vague, but Xia Ya had an advantage. He came from 500 years in the future. He was a Heaven's Eye player, someone who already knew the fate of the Cang Principality. So after spending some time gathering information in the capital, verifying the details, he had pieced the truth together. 16 years ago, the Cang Principality had suffered a catastrophic calamity, the descent of an evil god. The deity known as Twilight had descended, and the disaster that followed nearly turned half of the principality into a wasteland. In the end, at a terrible cost, the Grand Duke of Cang and several allied powerhouses from neighboring nations managed to suppress the god's incarnated form. But even then, even a mere incarnation of the evil god was beyond the power of titled and legendary beastmasters to destroy. Despite their immense sacrifices, they had only managed to barely seal it away. Most of Twilight's power had been locked beneath the grand defensive array within the Grand Ducal family's domain. Yet, for some reason, a small fragment of its power had remained within the newly born, only daughter of the Grand Duke Sylvia. To the general populace, who didn't understand the truth, and with Sylvia's occasional outbursts of uncontrollable evil god power, it didn't take much for certain manipulative figures to twist the narrative. The girl, who was actually a victim, became known as the incarnation of the Twilight Evil God, a harbinger of disaster. Hatred, resentment, and every conceivable negative sentiment were all projected onto her. That was the root cause of Sylvia's current predicament. Despised, rejected, and abandoned. From the moment of her birth, she had drawn the short straw and been cast into the role of a Ninetales Jinchuriki. The only difference was that 7th Hokage had fought to clear his name and earn the village's recognition. But according to the fates, Xia Ya knew, the future Argent Witch, founder of the White Chalk Tower, never got that chance. The thought flashed through Xia Ya's mind, but he quickly refocused. His attention returned to the sleeping Sylvia. From a certain perspective, this was the hardest part of his Phase 3 beginner quest. The entity lurking within Sylvia, madness, corruption, and sheer pollution, was only a fragment split off from the half-body of the evil god's descent. And even this fragment had been bound by multiple layers of seals, placed by the Grand Duke of Cang himself at the cost of his entire life's effort. A seal created by a titled beastmaster wasn't so easily broken. All of Sylvia's prior outbursts had only been small leaks of evil god power, taking advantage of moments when her will wavered to seep through the cracks of the seal and affect the world. Compared to Twilight in its full form, these fragments were a mere drop in the ocean. Even so, with its sheer rank, even a fraction of its aura could level half a district or warp a dozen people into mindless flesh masses who did nothing but praise Twilight. Of course, Xia Ya had gathered intelligence in advance. Since Sylvia's outburst was a foreseeable event, there was no way he'd come unprepared. And as the saying goes, every force has its counter. Even if it was the remnant aura of a false god, since it had no roots, no guidance, and no will to command it, it was far from being truly unstoppable. A small bottle appeared in Xia Ya's palm. He popped off the cap and downed its contents in one gulp. You have consumed a temporary mental enhancement potion, produced in Alchemist City. For the next 30 seconds, your mental strength will be enhanced, and your summoned beast's mental abilities will be amplified. After 30 seconds, you will enter a mental fatigue state lasting 30 minutes. Lines of system notifications flashed across his interface, but Xia Ya ignored them. To control a tailed beast, nothing beats using illusion arts as a counter. The next moment, in the eyes of Xia Ya and Silver, a silver moon silently emerged, spinning and expanding. Then, bit by bit, the moon's reflection seeped into reality. Sylvia had a long, long dream. In that dream, she was not the Grand Duke's only daughter but just an ordinary girl from a commoner's family in the capital. And her mother was still alive. On a winter evening, the family sat together by the fireplace, enjoying dinner in warmth and harmony. The aroma of food filled the air, and the fire's heat wrapped around her, melting the cold that clung to her body. Sylvia couldn't help but lose herself in the warmth. Ever since the bronze cross within her soul first went out of control, ever since her mother left her because of it, she had never once had a peaceful sleep. Even when she managed to doze off, she would always wake in the middle of the night, gasping from nightmares. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that, for the first time in 10 years, she had finally slept soundly, as if all her worries had faded into the background. Bit by bit, her consciousness surfaced from the depths of darkness, and her memories began to return. But the clearer those memories became, the colder she felt inside. I just completely let my guard down and fell asleep without a second thought. That thing already on the verge of losing control, no longer restrained by my will on the bronze cross. She dared not imagine what awaited her. Shadows swallowing her whole, rotting flesh, bodies perishing amidst corruption and wailing, and the overwhelming malice, the kind that left nowhere to hide. However, when she reached toward the depths of her soul to check the bronze cross, the expected chaos wasn't there. The dark shadow still clung to the twisted figure bound by the cross, rising and falling quietly. Even when she used all her strength to suppress it, it had never been this calm before. It was as if it had gone to sleep with her. When you dwell too much on certain troubles, you only end up trapping yourself in a dead end. There's an old saying in my hometown. It goes well, since things have come to this, might as well eat first. A familiar voice spoke beside her. Sylvia opened her eyes and looked around. The warmth she had felt in her dream was real. The boy who had tried to drag her into the sea with him had, at some point, started a fire on the beach using branches and dry leaves. 2 skewers of fish sizzled over the flames, dripping with oil. The crackling firewood chased away the cold and loneliness of the winter night. He stood up, handing one of the skewers to Sylvia while bringing the other to his mouth. But the moment he took a bite, he grimaced and set it aside. Knew it. Those survival shows are total scams. Grilled fish without seasoning isn't even food. Next time, I need Shiny to keep some spice jars in the spatial pocket. Silver, you handle this. Ying ying ying, master, this disaster of yours, you deal with it yourself. Perched on the boy's shoulder, a small snow ferret flicked its fluffy tail, elegantly refusing to be dragged into his mess. Watching the back and forth between the boy and his beast, Sylvia spoke softly. Is that your summoned beast? Yeah, my first one. That's nice. A trace of envy flickered in Sylvia's violet eyes. My father said that most low-tier summoned beasts wouldn't survive bonding with me. The abnormalities in my soul would kill them. I don't even know if I'll ever have the chance to become a beastmaster. You will. His answer was immediate. Not as a guess, but as if stating an undeniable fact. One day, you'll become a beastmaster stronger than even your father. Really? Sylvia let out a faint smile. His words were impossibly far-fetched, yet she wanted to believe them. A moment of silence. The fire flickered, its glow lighting up the dark night. After a long pause, Sylvia asked softly, earlier, why did you jump into the sea? To save you, of course. Sylvia brushed aside a few strands of her messy hair. That's how you save people? By jumping in with them. When someone is truly determined to die, you can't stop them. Even if you do, there will always be a next time. Only by facing death can one truly understand the meaning of life. After an extended struggle with the snow ferret, the boy finally gave in and took a reluctant bite of his fish. As he ate, he continued. Besides, saving you is a bit of a misnomer. The thing inside you wouldn't let its host die so easily. If I'm right, you're a rare vessel for it. But living like that is no different from being a walking corpse, is it? Sylvia caught the deeper meaning in his words. She recalled the question he had asked her in the depths of the sea. You know who I really am? And yet, you still dare to approach me. Of course. I also know that most people treat the Grand Duke of Cang's only daughter like the plague, avoiding you at every gathering. But so what? His reply was casual. If you spend your whole life living under other people's judgment, that's got to be exhausting. I can't even imagine it. He tossed his finished skewer aside and leaned back against a rock. In my homeland, there's a law that states that if a mentally ill person commits a crime during an episode, their actions can be pardoned. Of course, it's a controversial law, not perfect by any means. But I believe its core principle is right. To show mercy to the good and to punish the wicked. So, I think. The power inside you doesn't make you inherently evil. Whether you are good or evil isn't determined by your birth. It's determined by the choices you make. The choices I make. Sylvia repeated his words in her mind. The shore fell silent. The two of them sat by the fire, drying their clothes, the only sound being the occasional crackle of burning wood. Time passed, and in the distance, faint voices approached. Sylvia was, after all, the Grand Duke's only daughter. Though she wasn't well liked, those loyal to the Grand Duke would never ignore her disappearance. Once they realized she had run away from home, they quickly sent people to find her. Well then, see you next time. If those gossiping busybodies find out that the Duke's daughter was soaking wet and alone with a strange man by the seaside in the middle of the night, who knows what kind of rumors they'll spread. The boy stood up and shook off his trench coat, now dry from the warmth of the fire. Sylvia hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice slightly hurried. Can you tell me your name? Xiaoya. Xiaoya Igat. I'm 3 months older than you, though I was adopted into the family as an outsider by blood. But in terms of age, you can call me Xiaoya Gag. Oh, right, almost forgot. The boy paused for a moment, then stepped forward, smoothing out Sylvia's chestnut hair that had been tousled by the cold wind. Then, he fastened a crystal hairpin at the end of her locks. Happy birthday, Sylvia. By the time Sylvia came back to her senses, the boy was already gone. She reached out, gently touching the hairpin resting against her forehead. The amethyst crystal still carried a faint warmth. This was the first birthday gift she had received since her mother's passing. She had originally planned to end her life on this last winter night before she turned 18. But now, looking back, this 17th birthday, she had truly enjoyed it. Xia Ya, Gag. Softly murmuring the unfamiliar name, Sylvia picked up the now cold skewer of grilled fish beside her. She took a small bite, and couldn't help but smile. Yeah, it really isn't very good. Sylvia had a long dream. In that dream, she was not the Grand Duke's only daughter but just an ordinary girl from a commoner's family in the capital. And her mother was still alive. On a winter evening, the family sat together by the fireplace, enjoying dinner in warmth and harmony. The aroma of food filled the air, and the fire's heat wrapped around her, melting the cold that clung to her body. Sylvia couldn't help but lose herself in the warmth. Ever since the bronze cross within her soul first went out of control, ever since her mother left her because of it, she had never once had a peaceful sleep. Even when she managed to doze off, she would always wake in the middle of the night, gasping from nightmares. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that, for the first time in 10 years, she had finally slept soundly, as if all her worries had faded into the background. Bit by bit, her consciousness surfaced from the depths of darkness, and her memories began to return. But the clearer those memories became, the colder she felt inside. I just completely let my guard down, and fell asleep without a second thought. That thing already on the verge of losing control, no longer restrained by my will on the bronze cross. She dared not imagine what awaited her. Shadows swallowing her whole, rotting flesh, bodies perishing amidst corruption and wailing, and the overwhelming malice, the kind that left nowhere to hide. However, when she reached toward the depths of her soul to check the bronze cross, the expected chaos wasn't there. The dark shadow still clung to the twisted figure bound by the cross, rising and falling quietly. Even when she used all her strength to suppress it, it had never been this calm before. It was as if it had gone to sleep with her. When you dwell too much on certain troubles, you only end up trapping yourself in a dead end. There's an old saying in my hometown. It goes, well, since things have come to this, might as well eat first. A familiar voice spoke beside her. Sylvia opened her eyes and looked around. The warmth she had felt in her dream was real. The boy who had tried to drag her into the sea with him had, at some point, started a fire on the beach using branches and dry leaves. 2 skewers of fish sizzled over the flames, dripping with oil. The crackling firewood chased away the cold and loneliness of the winter night. He stood up, handing one of the skewers to Sylvia while bringing the other to his mouth. But the moment he took a bite, he grimaced and set it aside. Knew it. Those survival shows are total scams. Grilled fish without seasoning isn't even food. Next time, I need Shiny to keep some spice jars in the spatial pocket. Silver, you handle this. Ying ying ying, master, this disaster of yours, you deal with it yourself. Perched on the boy's shoulder, a small snow ferret flicked its fluffy tail, elegantly refusing to be dragged into his mess. Watching the back and forth between the boy and his beast, Sylvia spoke softly. Is that your summoned beast? Yeah, my first one. That's nice. A trace of envy flickered in Sylvia's violet eyes. My father said that most low-tier summoned beasts wouldn't survive bonding with me. The abnormalities in my soul would kill them. I don't even know if I'll ever have the chance to become a beastmaster. You will. His answer was immediate. Not as a guess, but as if stating an undeniable fact. One day, you'll become a beastmaster stronger than even your father. Really? Sylvia let out a faint smile. His words were impossibly far-fetched, yet she wanted to believe them. A moment of silence. The fire flickered, its glow lighting up the dark night. After a long pause, Sylvia asked softly, earlier, why did you jump into the sea? To save you, of course. Sylvia brushed aside a few strands of her messy hair. That's how you save people? By jumping in with them. When someone is truly determined to die, you can't stop them. Even if you do, there will always be a next time. Only by facing death can one truly understand the meaning of life. After an extended struggle with the snow ferret, the boy finally gave in and took a reluctant bite of his fish. As he ate, he continued. Besides, saving you is a bit of a misnomer. The thing inside you wouldn't let its host die so easily. If I'm right, you're a rare vessel for it. But living like that is no different from being a walking corpse, is it? Sylvia caught the deeper meaning in his words. She recalled the question he had asked her in the depths of the sea. You know who I really am? And yet, you still dare to approach me. Of course. I also know that most people treat the Grand Duke of Cang's only daughter like the plague, avoiding you at every gathering. But so what? His reply was casual. If you spend your whole life living under other people's judgment, that's got to be exhausting. I can't even imagine it. He tossed his finished skewer aside and leaned back against a rock. In my homeland, there's a law that states that if a mentally ill person commits a crime during an episode, their actions can be pardoned. Of course, it's a controversial law, not perfect by any means. But I believe its core principle is right. To show mercy to the good and to punish the wicked. So, I think, the power inside you doesn't make you inherently evil. Whether you are good or evil isn't determined by your birth. It's determined by the choices you make. The choices I make. Sylvia repeated his words in her mind. The shore fell silent. The two of them sat by the fire, drying their clothes, the only sound being the occasional crackle of burning wood. Time passed, and in the distance, faint voices approached. Sylvia was, after all, the Grand Duke's only daughter. Though she wasn't well liked, those loyal to the Grand Duke would never ignore her disappearance. Once they realized she had run away from home, they quickly sent people to find her. Well then, see you next time. If those gossiping busybodies find out that the Duke's daughter was soaking wet and alone with a strange man by the seaside in the middle of the night, who knows what kind of rumors they'll spread. The boy stood up and shook off his trench coat, now dry from the warmth of the fire. Sylvia hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice slightly hurried. Can you tell me your name? Xiaoya. Xiaoya Igat. I'm 3 months older than you, though I was adopted into the family as an outsider by blood. But in terms of age, you can call me Xiaoya Gag. Oh, right, almost forgot. The boy paused for a moment, then stepped forward, smoothing out Sylvia's chestnut hair that had been tousled by the cold wind. Then, he fastened a crystal hairpin at the end of her locks. Happy birthday, Sylvia. By the time Sylvia came back to her senses, the boy was already gone. She reached out, gently touching the hairpin resting against her forehead. The amethyst crystal still carried a faint warmth. This was the first birthday gift she had received since her mother's passing. She had originally planned to end her life on this last winter night before she turned 18. But now, looking back, this 17th birthday, she had truly enjoyed it. Xia Ya. Softly murmuring the unfamiliar name, Sylvia picked up the now cold skewer of grilled fish beside her. She took a small bite, and couldn't help but smile. Yeah, it really isn't very good. By the coastline of the Grand Sea, Xia Ya stretched lazily as he watched the tense crowd gradually escort Sylvia away toward the Grand Ducal estate. In his mind, lines of blue text flashed rapidly. Beginner quest, Phase 3, increase the favorability of the Grand Duke's daughter, Sylvia, beyond 30 points objective achieved. Current favorability, 52/30ths, trust. Quest rewards have been settled. Based on the host's overall performance in this phase, the following rewards have been issued. 100,500 points of free EXP, 3 skill seeds. Well, at least it's finally done. I suppose all the time and effort I put into this phase wasn't wasted. Xiaoya rubbed his temples and tossed 2 thick books How to Interact with the Opposite Sex, Beginner Edition, and Introduction to Psychology into Shiny's spatial pocket. There was no helping it. Whether before or after his transmigration, he had never actively pursued anyone. He was a complete passive introvert. Asking him to take the initiative and win over a female character? That was practically mission impossible. All he could do was imitate from books and strategize on paper. Fortunately, the social skills he had crammed last minute didn't let him down. His improvisation had gone flawlessly. Of course, even though his conversations with Sylvia had been pre-planned, they genuinely reflected his thoughts. With the worldview of a 21st century transmigrator, something like a witch hunt was nothing short of barbaric in Xiaoya's eyes. He glanced at the system notifications, reading through the details. According to the system panel, 30 favorability points represented acquaintance level. If he had aimed for just that, he could have easily achieved it by spending a few extra days in the Grand Ducal estate, making himself familiar to Sylvia through casual interactions. However, if he had taken that approach, his quest rating and final rewards would have been at the lowest tier. That was precisely why Xiaoya had taken the risk of facing Twilight corruption head-on and orchestrated this fateful winter night encounter by the Grand Sea. The result? Sylvia's favorability had jumped straight to the trust level. That was something mere familiarity could never achieve. If he had pushed her favorability just a little higher into the confidant range, even if he made a rather bold request, she'd probably hesitate before rejecting him politely, of course. And as expected, the rewards from the system did not disappoint. 100,000 free EXP was self-explanatory. It was enough to max out multiple high-tier skills to perfect proficiency and still have plenty left over. Right now, it would be perfect for filling in the gaps in Shiny's skill proficiencies. Additionally, Xia Ya wasn't too far from unlocking his 3rd soul pact. The influx of free EXP couldn't have come at a better time. But even more exciting than the massive EXP gain was the second reward, 3 skill seeds. Unlike EXP, which increased skill proficiency, skill seeds allowed a summoned beast to learn completely new skills. Not only could they bypass racial limitations, but with enough practice and refinement, a summoned beast could even create an entirely new ability. Previously, Xiaoya had only received 1 skill seed, which he had used to help Silver develop Tsukuyomi, the foundation of its entire ability system. Now, getting 3 at once was an unexpected windfall. With 3 skill seeds, I can finally start working on Silver's offensive skills. Since it already has Tsukuyomi, it would be a shame not to pair it with Amaterasu. Besides, Shiny still has plenty of practical spatial skills to learn. But no matter how I patch up their weaknesses, both Shiny and Silver are ultimately focused on support and control. That means, my 3rd soul pact should be with a summoned beast that excels in direct combat. As he pondered his options, new notifications appeared in his mind. Beginner quest status updated. Objective 4, complete the Cangting Grand Duke family's coming-of-age ceremony and become a core member of the family, officially joining Elder Norton's plan. Historical Echo Cangting Ancient Kingdom, first node reached. Current historical node locked. The host may choose to exit the historical echo or remain to complete the objective. Just as I expected. With Sylvia losing control so frequently, that old backstabbing Snake Norton must be getting restless. Xia Ya nodded slightly as he examined the system panel. And this should be a save point within the historical echo. After spending a few days inside, he had begun to understand this mysterious realm that no one knew about. It wasn't just a mere replay of past events like he had initially thought. Every person within this historical echo acted and responded as if they were real, living beings. Rather than a simple reflection on the water, this place felt more like a lost world trapped in the river of time. Of course, this was just Xiaoya's theory, one that still needed confirmation. Without hesitation, he chose to exit the historical echo. He had already received a message through his soul pact with Shiny. This time-space was beginning to reject them, and they wouldn't be able to remain much longer. Moreover, the little golden snub-nosed monkey had sensed that they had now been marked by this historical echo. This meant that the next time they wanted to enter, they wouldn't need to be physically present at the Kangting ruins. They could likely enter from anywhere. On another note, Xiaoya had no intention of recklessly diving straight into Phase 4 of the quest. He needed time to digest everything he had gained and transform it into tangible strength. In a world where transcendence roamed, the only real guarantee for survival was power. A wave of nausea hit him as the world twisted around him. When Xia Ya opened his eyes, he was back in the ruins. A mechanical clock, which he had placed beside him earlier, showed that only an hour had passed since he first entered the historical echo. No doubt about it, the historical echo and reality existed in completely separate timelines. Xia Ya wasted no time. With a quick activation of Shiny's blink ability, he left the Grey-White Hills. He hadn't forgotten the moment the historical echo had resurfaced earlier. The area had shaken with deafening roars and tremors. It wouldn't be long before the Empire's military sent powerhouses to investigate. While his legal claim to the Grey-White Hills archaeological rights would hold up in official records, Xiaoya had no intention of encountering government officials unprepared. An hour later, Xiaoya was seated in a steam locomotive bound for the imperial capital. As he gazed out the window, his eyes caught sight of a massive black dragon soaring through the sky. A slender figure stood atop the dragon's back. A black-scaled wyvern exclusive to the Royal Breeding Institute. Judging by its size, it's already surpassed the monarch tier. A titled beast master from the Empire's military. Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. The Kangting Ancient Kingdom's historical echo. It looked like some truly powerful figures had been drawn into the mess. In my concept, your new skill should still be categorized within the illusion arts. However, unlike Tsukuyomi, your new skill Amaterasu is an offensive ability that can inflict real damage on enemies. A fire born from the crevice between imagination and illusion, yet manifested in reality. As long as the target is touched by even a spark, it will continue to burn endlessly until they are reduced to ashes. An eternal, inextinguishable curse. Just thinking about it already makes it sound so damn cool. In the frozen tundra, Xiaoya casually grabbed a handful of snow, molded it into a snowball, and weighed it in his palm. Then, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, amid the howling northern winds, a small flame flickered into existence out of thin air. At first, it was vague and indistinct, as if teetering between illusion and reality. But in mere moments, the flame grew sharper and more intense, and in the blink of an eye, it melted the snowball completely. Perched on Xiaoya's shoulder, the little snow ferret's eyes sparkled as it gazed at the phantom-like flame. Its fluffy white tail instinctively wrapped around Xiaoya's neck, tickling his cheek. Ying ying ying, coach, I wanna learn this. Ying, ying, my attack skill. There was no helping it. Silver had been suffering from a lack of offensive abilities for far too long. No matter how mystical Tsukuyomi was, it was still primarily a control skill designed to restrain and confuse opponents. It could never compare to the thrill of outright overpowering an enemy. As for Rending Claw at the beginner level and Ice Blade at the proficient level, not even worth mentioning. Against opponents of the same rank, they barely even worked as harassment. In fact, against tanky summoned beasts with high defense, thick health bars, and self-healing abilities, even if Silver knocked them unconscious with Tsukuyomi, it would still take an enormous effort just to break through their defenses. In the past, it wasn't too much of a concern. Silver knew that as Xiaoya's main summoned beast, its weaknesses would eventually be patched up through point allocation. But then, not long ago, that big dumb rock finally unsealed itself. Shiny, as a golden snub-nosed monkey, wasn't just on par with Silver when it came to being adorable. It also had the incredibly rare time-space dual attribute. That instantly triggered Silver's sense of crisis. If things continued like this, its position as Xiaoya's #1 pet was in serious jeopardy. That was why Silver had long been eagerly anticipating the Amaterasu skill Xiaoya had promised. If it could truly master this ability, who would ever expect an iceborne snow ferret to unleash a fire element ultimate move in battle? A surefire trump card, cool as hell and deadly. With this, it could finally cement its spot as Xiaoya's top summoned beast. That's why I'm here to teach you. Don't be impatient. Xiaoya adjusted the fluffy tail wrapped around his neck and placed it over his other shoulder. You've already learned Tsukuyomi, so you should be familiar with the process. First, through practice and simulated deductions, you need to construct the prototype of this new skill based on the prerequisite Tsukuyomi. Ying, got it. The little snow ferret eagerly nodded and immediately closed its eyes, trying to visualize it. However, in no time at all, Silver opened its eyes in confusion. As a creature born in the icy northern tundra, it had no real concept of a raging inferno. Watch carefully. The next moment, Silver heard the words it had been expecting from Xiaoya. Then, its ruby-red eyes widened in astonishment. Before the snow ferret's eyes, an endless, scorched mountain range gradually emerged. Cracked earth flowed with rivers of molten lava. This is the Flame Mountain. According to legend, only the banana leaf fan can extinguish its eternal fires. Oh, and by the way, this is also the domain of the Bull Demon King, or rather, a powerful bovine-type summoned beast. Its rank? At least Imperial tier or higher. The scene shifted, and the burning peaks vanished. In their place, a massive golden crow soared across the sky, leaving behind a trail of blazing fire that seemed ready to incinerate everything in its path. This is the golden crow, also known as the sun's embodiment. If all 9 golden crows were to appear at once, the entire world would be reduced to scorched earth. One after another, surreal images unfolded before Silver's eyes. Its mental energy fluctuated as it absorbed everything. And as time passed, deep within Silver's soul, a tiny seed slowly began to take root. No one knew how much time had passed. Just as both Xia Ya and Silver were approaching their mental limits, Xia Ya was beginning to consider pausing the simulation. That was when he finally heard the long-awaited system prompt. Unrecorded skill model detected. Would you like to consume 3 skill seeds to materialize this skill prototype? Last time, it had only taken 1 skill seed to create Tsukuyomi. Now, it required 3. It seemed that Amaterasu's rank far exceeded that of Tsukuyomi. It made sense after all. A skill that bypassed physical defense and dealt true damage would obviously be a cut above. Xia Ya didn't hesitate and confirmed the selection. 3 skill seeds have been consumed. Current remaining skill seeds, 0. Your summoned beast, Silver, has learned skill prototype, unnamed. Almost simultaneously, Xia Ya saw a new entry in Silver's status panel, listed right after hunting rhythm, rending claw, and charm. Skill prototype, unnamed. Attribute, mental, fire. Rank, unknown. Proficiency, none. Description, a prototype of a dual attribute skill, mental plus fire. Requires an external fire source to be completed. Note, the quality of the fire source will directly determine the effectiveness and power of this skill. Please select your transcendent material carefully. I knew it. Xia Ya looked at the skill panel, feeling a mix of excitement and frustration. Excitement because he and Silver had finally created Amaterasu, a skill they had dreamed of for so long. And given the cost of 3 skill seeds, its potential had to be massive. Frustration because, in order to complete this skill prototype, meaning the fire source mentioned in the description, he was going to have to spend a ton of money again. The reasoning was simple. As an ice element summoned beast, Silver had no natural ability to generate fire. So, whenever it used Amaterasu, it would require an external fire source. And the final power of Amaterasu would be directly linked to the quality of the fire source. After all, a tiny flame from a matchstick and the breath of a pure-blooded red dragon were obviously leagues apart. To match Amaterasu's rank, the fire element transcendent material I need should be at least 4th ring. If I want it to be perfect, then 5th ring would be ideal. The price of a 5th ring fire attribute transcendent material. Just the thought of it made Xia Ya feel his already empty wallet drained from political contributions and archaeology expenses shrivel even further. How many Rhine gold coins do I even need to make for it to be enough? Sigh. Flat pockets, flat pockets. Xia Ya muttered, somewhat dispirited, as he finally filled in the missing name slot in his skill list with the words Amaterasu. With a slight shift in his thoughts, he withdrew from his scattered musings. In the next moment, the frozen tundra of the northern ice fields around him vanished, replaced by the interior of a steam locomotive carriage, roaring forward at full speed. With Tsukuyomi now at perfect proficiency, Xia Ya could create illusion realms and fully control the imaginary world within them according to his will. It was thanks to this illusionary training that he had managed to help Silver complete the prototype for Amaterasu over the past few days aboard the steam train. As for why the illusion had taken the form of the northern frozen wastelands, it wasn't just because that was Silver's birthplace. It was also Xiaoya's hometown in this life. Feeling his consciousness return to reality, Xia Ya opened his eyes and glanced around. Even while immersed in a Tsukuyomi illusion, he had left enough mental energy in the real world to remain alert for any unexpected situations. The reason he had ended the illusion was simple: he had sensed someone approaching. In the aisle beside him, a young girl in a white dress had lightly turned to his side, looking at him with an eager expression. More precisely, she was staring at the tiny, delicate snow ferret perched on his shoulder. Noticing Xiaoya's gaze, the girl's face turned slightly red, as if she hadn't expected him to wake up so suddenly. But she quickly composed herself, adopting a more dignified demeanor. Excuse me, would it be okay if I pet it? Turns out, fluffy little creatures were irresistible to females aged 7 to 700. No wonder Silver's race naturally came with charm as an innate skill. Xiaoya's eyes swept over the girl's pure and innocent face before pausing at her chest. Not because of her graceful figure, but because of the silver badge pinned there. The intricate silver emblem bore the design of a rapier and 3 golden Osman thus leaves. Xiaoya had an identical school badge in his spatial pocket. He tilted his head and glanced at Silver on his shoulder. Sensing the overwhelming motherly affection radiating from the girl's eyes, the little snow ferret elegantly leaped from Xiaoya's left shoulder to his right, gracefully expressing its refusal. Xiaoya spread his hands. Unfortunately, my pet seems a bit shy. In reality, given Silver's naturally aloof personality, any stranger who tried to pet it would have to prepare themselves to take a full-powered Tsukuyomi to the face. I see, that's a shame. The girl looked genuinely disappointed, though her gaze remained glued to Silver, unable to let go. Then could you at least tell me its species name? I'd love to raise one as an ornamental pet. Ying ying, ornamental pet. Ornamental pet? Your whole family are ornamental pets. Silver flicked its tail discontentedly from Xiaoya's right shoulder. The movement startled the girl. An ornamental pet shouldn't be this intelligent. Her gaze flickered between Xiaoya and the snow ferret before finally settling on Xiaoya's face. Xiaoya egot. Sorry, you must be mistaken. Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat. Casually, he picked up the newspaper on the table. I'm not mistaken. In the entire St. Roland Academy, there's only one upperclassman whose main summoned beast is a snow ferret that looks completely harmless. The girl's expression instantly became serious and composed. Xia, as a student of St. Roland Academy, you should be more considerate of the student council's struggles. You've already missed 2 academic exams in a row. And not only that, as one of the Academy's few mid-tier beast masters, you're always absent when the school sends representatives to exchange with young beast masters from the Empire, the Church, and the Noble Alliance. Xia Ya casually lifted the newspaper higher. Look, I'm telling you, you've got the wrong guy. My name is Amuro. Amuro Ray. You're looking for Xiaoya. What's that got to do with Amuro? However, the girl clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. Let's put all of that aside. But not long ago, during the Academy's centennial anniversary celebration, you were nowhere to be seen either. And yet, we the student council submitted your name as an exemplary student. Do you have any idea how much effort we had to put in to clean up the mess in front of all those high-ranking nobles who attended the event? Xiaoya took a sip of water. Actually, I have an excuse, President Dyrus. Just hear me out. For the past 6 months, I've been working as a champion of justice in Risa City, helping the Order Bureau uphold righteousness and punish evildoers. The local officials even wanted to award me an Outstanding Citizen Medal, but I refused. So now you admit you're Xiaoya, not Amuro. And you're finally acknowledging me as Student Council President. Dyrus massaged her temples in frustration. I understand that, as commoner students without noble family backing, gathering resources to advance our summoned beasts isn't easy. That's why we often have to take on bounty missions from the Order Bureau and Military Department to earn money and merit. But that doesn't mean you can just completely ignore the Academy. Besides, no matter what, it's good to build relationships with your fellow students. Many of them come from powerful noble families with vast connections. Getting to know them will be useful after you graduate. As she spoke, she reached out towards Xiaoya without giving him a chance to escape. Anyway, you're coming with me to the student council to make up for your missed exams. In a few days, there will be a social banquet at the Academy. Many high-tier instructors and noble families will be attending. As student council president, I'll introduce you to Huunk. Just as Xiaoya was mentally scrambling for an excuse to get away, a long steam whistle interrupted Dyrus. The train began to slow down before coming to a complete stop. Dear passengers, the train is arriving at its destination. Welcome to the capital of nations, Camelot. As the gentle broadcast echoed through the train's transmission array, the carriage doors slowly opened. The moment the announcement finished, a crowd of passengers surged into the aisle, cutting off Dyrus' line of sight. By the time she managed to regain her footing amidst the bustling crowd, Xiaoya was nowhere to be seen. She stumped her foot in frustration. That guy. Capital of nations, Camelot. Of course, for the citizens of the Fresta Empire, this place was more commonly known by another name, the Imperial Capital. This was the political and economic heart of the entire Fresta Empire, and even of the entire Western continent. Even across the continent, only a few cities could compare to Camelot, such as the City of Knowledge on the Golden Plains and the Holy Land of the Church. The steam locomotive let out a long, resonant whistle. Then, through the billowing white mist, the station gates opened one after another. Xiaoya blended into the crowded flow of people, moving forward with the tide. Over the past 6 months, he had almost completely cleared out the Order Bureau's bounty tasks in Risa. Most of the high-value and time-efficient bounty missions had already been completed by Xiaoya, and he had also managed to take quite a bit from the Order Bureau's internal material warehouse. Moreover, since the historical echo of the ruins of Cang Principality had already been marked, allowing him to return at any time, there was no reason to remain in Risa any longer. I should have lost her by now, right? Xiaoya stepped out of the station and looked around. To be fair, Dyrus, as the student council president of St. Roland Academy, was indeed worthy of the word competent. And honestly, her demands of Xiaoya were well-intentioned. For a civilian student with Beastmaster talent but no family backing, attending more St. Roland Academy networking events and building connections with the Imperial Capital's nobles, the military department, and the church would undoubtedly be beneficial for his future after graduation. It could even be a stepping stone to changing his fate and achieving social ascension. But unfortunately, that wasn't an option for him. She thought she was doing it for his own good, but in reality, things might not be so simple. From the very beginning, Xiaoya had known that his path was different from others. Rather than wasting time socializing with nobles, attending banquets, and mingling in high society to build so-called connections, he would rather complete another step of a beginner quest. For that reason, since entering St. Roland Academy, Xiaoya had spent his first 2 semesters systematically catching up on Beastmaster basics. But after that, he was either skipping class or on his way to skip class. Even when he was on campus, he spent most of his time in the library or the summoned beast training grounds. This time, going to Risa to explore the ruins of Cang Principality, he had skipped school for a full 6 months. Gotta give her credit, though. I haven't shown my face at school for almost a year, my hairstyle and height have both changed, and she still recognized me at a glance. Xiaoya silently marveled at Dyrus' dedication while using Shiny's blink skill intermittently to hurry along. Soon, a grand architectural complex came into view. St. Roland Academy was not located in the imperial capital's main urban area but rather in the suburbs. Not only that, but other key institutions of the Fresta Empire, including the Royal Breeding Institute, the Order Bureau headquarters, the Military Department, and the Arcane Tower, were all located outside the main city. The reason was simple. No noble wanted to be casually strolling through the streets one day, only to have a runaway overlord-tier Hellfire Monarch break free from a soul pact above their head, and then get crushed into mincemeat by a stray meteor rain spell. Even though he hadn't returned to St. Roland Academy for over half a year, Xiaoya's near third ring beast master level memory ensured he wouldn't get lost. He stopped in front of a standalone dormitory building. According to St. Roland Academy's rules, students who reached second ring, or mid-tier beast master level, were eligible for an independent dormitory. For noble students, this didn't really matter. Their family estates in the imperial capital were already 100 times better than the dorms. So in a way, this was a benefit specifically for civilian students, though Xia Ya rarely took advantage of it. The wooden door of the dormitory was dusty from months of neglect. Xia Ya crouched down and saw that the iron maple leaf he had placed in the door frame before leaving had fallen. The originally steel-hard iron maple leaf had a thin silver slash carved into it. Little AI, huh? Xia Ya pushed open the door. The scene before him was bathed in sunset's crimson glow. A girl sat by the window, arms wrapped around her knees, quietly waiting. The evening sun's afterglow cast a warm light on her snow-white face, and her golden hair shimmered faintly in the fading light. Noticing Xiaoya's arrival, she jumped down from the window seat and lifted the rice ball in her hand. Have you eaten? Not yet, thanks to you? Xiaoya didn't hesitate, taking the still warm rice ball. After all, whether before or after his transmigration, train food was always expensive and terrible. Long time no see, little AI. How long have you been waiting? I just finished a task at the military department. After I got your transmission message, I came right over. Not too long. That's good. Xiaoya unwrapped the rice ball. The golden-haired girl before him, Alara, had a complicated relationship with him. She was both a classmate and a childhood friend. They had lived together since they were 9 years old, only separating when they entered St. Roland Academy. Moreover, since Xia Ya had been preoccupied with archaeological expeditions in the Kangting ruins, his business ventures in the imperial capital were all managed by Alara on his behalf. I got juice, to your favorite, orange juice. Thanks. Finishing both the drink and the meal in one go, Xia Ya lazily collapsed onto the bed. Seeing this, Alara sighed, her snow-white face showing a trace of helplessness. You just got off the train, at least change your clothes first. There's an old saying from my homeland, those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trivial matters. So, for the sake of our grand ambitions, let's sacrifice this blanket. We were both born in Silent of the Northern Territory, why have I never heard of all these famous sayings? The golden-haired girl shook her head in exasperation. She took off her woolen boots, climbed onto the nightstand, and idly swung her feet, her white stockings shifting slightly with the motion. The Royal Publishing House sent the 7th round of royalties last month. The earnings from the Count of Monte Cristo and the Three Musketeers total 1,700 Rhine gold coins. The ornamental pet care, cosmetics, luxury food, and wedding ring businesses brought in 2,500 Rhine gold coins over this period. Additionally, a countess has shown interest in our luxury fashion line. As per your original valuation, we transferred this business for 6,300 Rhine gold coins. So, that's just over 10,000 in total. Xiaoya lay flat on the bed, rubbing his temples, feeling his entire body sinking into the soft mattress. Your main summoned beast is about to advance, so you can't touch the merit points you've accumulated in the military department. After deducting our daily expenses and those of our summoned beasts, we're left with only 8,000 Rhine gold coins. 8,000. If I remember correctly, based on last year's auction prices, that's only enough to buy a fragmented soul essence of the vengeful flame spirit. The lowest tier 4th ring fire attribute material using that for Amaterasu would be way too shabby. If the money isn't enough, my main summoned beast's advancement can wait. As she spoke, Alara brushed her long hair back and leaned in closer to Xia Ya. If I convert my accumulated merit from the military department into Rhine gold coins, it should be around 30,000 to 40,000. Her words suddenly trailed off. She leaned in slightly and sniffed Xiaoya's collar, her once casual tone turning a bit more serious. President Dyrus. This time, it was Xiaoya's turn to be surprised. I know I probably still have some of her perfume scent on me, but how exactly did you figure out that it's Dyrus? Is this the legendary sixth sense that only women possess? Unfortunately, I don't have such an ability. As far as I know, even among time attribute summoned beasts, divination-based skills are extremely rare. Without any change in her expression, Alara reached out and straightened Xiaoya's slightly askew collar. I just figured, if there's even a 1% chance that someone at St. Roland Academy could pose a threat to me, it could only be President Dyrus. The confidence of the #1 beauty at St. Roland Academy. Xiaoya gave her a thumbs up, but he quickly noticed that the atmosphere hadn't eased in the slightest because of his compliment. Actually, the president spotted me on the train and tried to drag me off for makeup exams and some noble social banquet, but I managed to slip away thanks to my incredible wit. I swear I'm telling the truth. Little AI, you have to believe me. Of course I believe you. Aelora tilted her head slightly, her golden hair cascading to one side. But Xia Ya, why are you explaining all this on your own? For the first time in a while, Xia Ya felt a cold sweat creeping up his back. So he decided to pull out his ultimate trump card. Eek! Big sis? Long time no see. Chirp, chirp. Big sis. Be big sis. Long time no see. As Xiaoya's soul-pact bound summoned beasts, two small figures appeared on his shoulders, one on the left, one on the right. A golden snub-nosed monkey and a little snow ferret, both putting on their cutest, most adorable expressions the moment they appeared. And as it turned out, this tactic worked perfectly. Although Aelora's snow-white face remained calm, the atmosphere visibly relaxed around them. Long time no see, Silver. She reached out and rubbed the little snow ferret's head, then turned to Shiny, the golden monkey. You finally completed your nurturing, huh? Chirp chirp. Shiny nodded enthusiastically. Strictly speaking, it had only been born for a little over a week, but as a sealed stone monkey, it had existed alongside Xiaoya for several years in its sealed stone form. Although it had little mobility in that state, it had always been able to perceive the outside world. So Aelora was no stranger to it. If anything, she was the true big sis, the big sis of the big sis. After teasing Silver and Shiny for a while, Aelora finally looked back at Xiaoya with her sky-blue eyes. She leaned down and whispered softly into his ear. I found some leads about what happened back then. According to the information from the Shadow Council, 8 years ago, a letter was secretly sent from a noble estate in the imperial capital. It passed through the church's territory, eventually reaching a lost kingdom in the wastelands. 7 days after that letter was received, Silent fell. Silent was a place. At least, it used to be. It was a border city on the northernmost edge of the empire, sitting atop the permafrost ice fields. It was not particularly wealthy, but it was home to tens of thousands of Northern Territory residents who lived and worked in peace. But 8 years ago, a cataclysmic disaster shrouded in layers of mystery even to this day wiped Silent off the map. Xia Ya, Aelora, and Silver. They might just be the last survivors of that frozen land. Xia Ya stared at the ceiling of his dormitory. What rating did the Shadow Council give this intel? Saint's Dusk Bell. Xia Ya nodded. The Shadow Council was the most renowned underground intelligence organization in the Western continent. It had built its foundation on information brokering and had its hands in mercenary contracts, the black market, and other grey industries. Within the hidden world, its influence was no less than the Church or the Fresta Empire in the public sphere, a true titan of the underworld. And Saint's Dusk Bell was the second highest intelligence classification in their ranking system. This meant that the intel directly or indirectly involved a legendary tier entity or an equivalent lost king. The only higher classification was Angel of the Dead Omen, which signified information that entangled demigod tier powers. Xia Ya remained silent for a moment. Then, he sat up on the bed and casually waved his hand. Doesn't matter. At least we have a lead now. Whether it's Angel of the Dead Omen or Saint's Dusk Bell, it doesn't make much of a difference to us right now. If you get killed, you die. And a path has to be walked step by step. Little AI, you're close to third ring, right? Yeah. Aelora nodded, her icy blue eyes calmly locking onto Xiaoya's. It'll probably happen within the next 2 months. Same here. So let's focus on reaching third ring as our top priority. Xiaoya propped a pillow against the headboard and stretched lazily. Then, he grabbed Silver and pulled her into his arms as a hug pillow. And we need to figure out how to scrape together enough money to buy some decent fire attribute transcendent materials to fully restore Amaterasu. Damn, everything costs money. If I'd known, I wouldn't have rushed into creating Amaterasu so recklessly. This whole having it but not being able to use it situation is torture. It reminds me of those pay-to-win mobile games that scam you. Eek. The little snow ferret, currently serving as a living pillow, let out a weak protest. But remembering that Amaterasu would drain their entire savings to be completed, even Silver's protest lost all energy. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the sky, followed by a massive column of flames shooting into the air in the distance. The shockwave shattered the dormitory windows, sending glass shards and dust tumbling down. Then came the screams and rushing footsteps from outside. Run! Run! Help! I'm on fire, put it out! No, I said put it out, not hit me with your Dada Ducks hydro pump. Hey, senior. Your blue-winged giant eagle can use flight, right? Take me with you. Girls get a ride, guys gotta survive on their own. You're a dude, so get lost. I gotta head to the girls' dorms to rescue the junior sisters. Quit shoving me. My slime chest pad is about to fall off. Clearly, it was another peaceful day at St. Roland Academy. Xia Ya covered his ears with silver as a makeshift noise-canceling headset and went back to thinking about ways to make money. Maybe it was time to plagiarize another novel from his past life and sell it to the royal publishing house. Should I go with the Dragon Prince Hamlet's Revenge or a million Rhine gold coins? So, you're not gonna run. Aelora's usually cool voice carried a hint of barely perceptible exasperation. Run from what? It's either some Dean's Monarch tier summoned beast going berserk, another Mechanical Academy experiment getting corrupted by the Star Realm, or the Alchemy Academy's Magitech reactor blowing up again. If not that, then some criminal group is throwing a tantrum to make themselves feel relevant. Xia Ya ruffled Silver's tiny tuft of fur before shifting into a more comfortable sleeping position. Bottom line is, I just spent 3 days sitting on a train, and I'm exhausted. Let me lie down a bit longer and escape from our poverty-stricken reality in my dreams. Once you step into the transcendent world, you have to be prepared to be constantly harassed by transcendent-level disasters. Being able to sleep through chaos and explosions is a basic survival skill for any beastmaster. Just then, bang, the dormitory door was violently kicked open. A black-robed figure stormed in, gripping a steel scythe in both hands. His very presence screamed dangerous criminal. His eyes swept over the slouched figure of Xia Ya, who looked like his soul had been drained, then shifted to Elira, casually sitting atop the nightstand. Something seemed to click in the intruder's mind. His gaze narrowed. 2 students who haven't even fully matured, engaging in such shameless acts of debauchery. The Empire's morals have truly crumbled. The very fabric of society is rotting, twisted and disgusting beyond redemption. Such sin must be cleansed by the divine black flames of my lord the Ashen God. Before he could finish his speech, Xia Ya suddenly bolted upright, like a dying man jolting awake in his final moments. Then, with an expression that the intruder couldn't quite understand, Xia Ya locked eyes with him. Did you just say, you're with the Ashen Order? A slow smirk curled on Xia Ya's lips. In his pitch-black pupils, a ghostly green light flickered, reminding the intruder of a starving wolf pack prowling the wilderness. The Ashen Order, the cult that worships the Lord of Black Flames and Ashes, whose doctrine is to burn all heretics to cinders in divine fire. Xia Ya's gaze, like that of a ravenous beast, made the thug feel incredibly uneasy. Clearly, he was the one here to burn, kill, loot, and wreak havoc. The academy should have been filled with nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yet, this male student before him gave off a completely different impression, one that made him feel as though the roles had been reversed, as if he were the prey being stalked by a pack of wolves. However, regardless of the discomfort, at least this student's recitation of his faith's doctrine was flawless. And when he spoke, there was an unmistakable excitement and fervor in his expression, a look that couldn't be faked. Only the most devout believers would show such emotion. To think that even in an elite academy like St. Roland Academy, deep in the heart of the imperial capital, he would encounter a supporter of the Ashen doctrine. Realizing this, the thug's expression softened a little. In a land ruled by heretics, it is truly commendable that you've managed to hear our Lord's teachings. Of course, I've been a long-time member of the old FFF society. Every time I see those sickeningly sweet couples showing off their love, I can't help but want to burn them all. Xia Ya leapt off the bed, rubbing his hands together excitedly as he took a few steps closer to the black-robed thug. It's just a shame that this damn heretical nation's royal family has been suppressing the Lord's teachings for so long. That's why I've had to stay in hiding, pretending to be an atheist. But now, things are different. We've finally found our organization. Tell me, can I join? Both of us are loyal followers of the Lord of Ashes. Xia Ya's enthusiasm made the black-robed thug a little uncomfortable. Avoiding Xia Ya's burning gaze, he replied in a deep voice, the requirements to join the order are extremely strict. The trials are only passable by the most devout believers. Moreover, during the trials, even the slightest wavering of faith will result in you being burned to ashes by the Lord's black flames. If you are truly prepared, then once our mission here is complete, I can take you to apply for the initiation ritual with the pontiff. No problem. Our faith is unwavering, we'll definitely pass the trial. Xia Ya readily agreed, then suddenly leaned in closer to the black-robed thug and lowered his voice. By the way, does the order have any plans for St. Roland Academy? I've been here for 3 years. I know the layout of the academy inside and out, as well as the strength distribution of instructors and students across different years. If I could use this information to aid our Lord's will, it would be my greatest honor. Hearing Xia Ya's words, the black-robed thug frowned slightly. However, the intelligence Xia Ya provided detailed knowledge of the terrain and the academy's strongest individuals could greatly aid their mission. After some hesitation, he nodded. The Lord has decreed that the Fresta Empire's royal family is obstinate and unyielding, having repeatedly rejected the spread of his doctrine. Thus, they must be punished. The pontiff leads us here for that purpose. Xia Ya quickly followed up, naturally. But this place is adjacent to the imperial capital. Even setting aside the academy's headmaster and vice-headmaster, there are several deans who possess the power of 4th ring master-tier beastmasters. And within the capital, there are always powerful reinforcements ready to respond at any moment. No matter how strong the pontiff is, even he cannot fight against overwhelming numbers alone. So, for our Lord's decree to be fulfilled, the pontiff must have brought a relic of the Lord with him, correct? The black-robed thug cast Xia Ya a surprised glance, seemingly not expecting him to deduce so much from just a few words. That is indeed the case. The pontiff carries a section of our Lord's index finger bone from his ashen body before his ascension to godhood. Oh, I see. Xia Ya lowered his head slightly, hiding his expression from the thug's view. Then, that bone fragment the pontiff carries, it must be fire-attributed, right? Of course. Our Lord embodies the most scorching of flames, the black fire of annihilation capable of incinerating entire plains. Even a mere remnant of his mortal form is unquestionably one of the most powerful flames in this WORL. The black-robed thug's voice abruptly stopped. He finally realized something was wrong. From the moment their conversation began, he had felt an inexplicable sense of trust and familiarity toward this student. He had even regarded him as a fellow believer within the order, answering all his questions without reservation whether they should be spoken of or not. But in reality, weren't they still supposed to be enemies? One was a violent attacker, the other a victim. His suspicion surged, and he raised his black scythe, flames flickering around it. His summoned beast was clearly some sort of fire elemental creature. You. Before he could even voice his doubt, a dazzling silver light erupted, illuminating the dim sky. A silver spear tore through the air, slicing through the atmosphere like a raging storm, piercing through everything in its path. In the span of a mere fraction of a breath. Clang. The metallic clatter of the scythe hitting the ground echoed. The black-robed thug stared blankly at his fallen weapon, the flames on it gradually extinguishing. This signified that the elemental beast attached to the scythe was rapidly losing life force. And if a summoned beast perished without sustaining direct damage, there was only one possibility: the beastmaster who had formed a contract with it was already dead. The thug belatedly lowered his gaze, only to see the gaping hole in his own chest. With wide, disbelieving eyes, he collapsed onto the ground. Even within the Ashen Order, this black-robed thug had been an elite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the pontiff to participate in this assault on St. Roland Academy. His strength, at the peak of the second ring, was enough to place him among the top academy students. Combined with his years of blood-soaked combat experience, he should have easily slaughtered the sheltered students raised in this greenhouse of an academy. And he had maintained his battle state, with his summoned beast attached to him, never once letting his guard down. Yet, he had been killed in an instant. A death without peace. Man, I wasn't done squeezing information out of him yet. I was planning to use Tsukuyomi to infiltrate their ranks, you know? Aelira, you really didn't have to act so decisively. Xiaoya shook his head regretfully as he looked down at the corpse. What a waste. Next time, at least break their limbs and leave them breathing. Beside him, Aelira silently wiped the blood off her silver spear with a tissue. At some point, her academy uniform had vanished, replaced by a silver-white armored dress. Beneath her knight's helmet, her delicate face remained as icy as ever. He raised his weapon against you. A simple, emotionless response. Xiaoya understood the underlying meaning. I heard what you said. I get the logic. But next time? No promises. Well, nothing to be done about it. He shrugged, knowing full well that his childhood friend was as stubborn as they came. Once she made up her mind, not even 10 pure blood dragons could change it. He had never really expected to convince her otherwise. Rest in peace, brother. Xiaoya crouched down, reaching out to gently close the thug's lifeless eyes. I actually would have preferred to spare you. But, you just had to touch my tigress's reverse scale. Doesn't really matter. We've already gathered most of the intel we need. Xiaoya grabbed a large trash bag, wrapped the black-robed thug's corpse in it, and tossed it outside. Turning to Aelira, he reached out and tapped the silver-white knight's helmet. All right, put it away. A girl walking around looking this murderous isn't a good look. Aelira glanced at Xiaoya, and a radiant white light shimmered across her armor. Then, in an instant, the heavy mithril armor dissolved into flowing silver light, swirling around Aelira's body. A few breaths later, the flowing radiance scattered into countless ethereal specks before merging into the knight's silver spear in her hand. Her gleaming silver armor vanished, revealing her original academy uniform once more. Watching the entire process unfold, Xiaoya couldn't help but whistle. No matter how many times I see it, it's still insanely cool. The ancient phantasmal armament, the spear that anchors the stars and binds the world wrong. Oh my Niad. How the hell do you even come up with so many Chennai names? Guess it makes sense, coming from the top author of the Royal Literary Society. A hint of helplessness laced Aelira's tone. She waved her hand, recalling the luminous silver spear into her soul-packed space. In this world of extraordinary power, beast-type creatures weren't the only ones that could be summoned. Plants, elemental beings, sentient constructs, and even ancient weapons could all become summoned beasts. Unlike Xiaoya, who followed the conventional path of filling up his soul-packed slots and training multiple summoned beasts at once, Aelira belonged to the specialist type, forming only one contract and devoting all her resources into perfecting it. Naturally, as her soul-contracted partner, this knight's silver spear was anything but ordinary. During Xiaoya's extensive efforts hiring archaeological teams to explore the ruins of Kangting Principality, he occasionally stumbled upon relics unrelated to Kangting. This silver spear had come from one such ruin, one devoid of historical echoes. Based on Xiaoya's research, the ruin's owner was likely a legendary guardian knight who once served the first emperor of the Fresta Empire. When Xiaoya and Aelira explored the site together, something about Aelira must have resonated with the spirit voluntarily formed a contract with her. Unlike most intelligent weapon-type soul pets, this spear had remained dormant for far too long. Its spirit core had yet to awaken, making it impossible to determine its exact species rank. But one thing was certain: it was powerful. After Aelira advanced to second ring, the weapon's abilities expanded beyond just the spear itself. She could now manifest knightly armor, including a helmet and gauntlets. In terms of direct combat ability, even summoned beasts of high-tier monarch species weren't a match for her. This was how she climbed to the top ranking in St. Roland Academy. Xia, who had grown up idolizing armored warriors and Cayman riders, had been envious for ages. He even snuck into various ruins to try forming a contract with an ancient weapon himself, only to fail every time. Looking back, maybe it was because his soul was too abstract, too much of a meme character. The ideals of knightly honor, the 7 virtues, the so-called golden spirit none of that really fit the name Xia Ya. And Rongominiad? That was just a random name Xia Ya had come up with on a whim. He hadn't expected Elira to actually adopt such a Chennai name. Outside, the chaotic noise gradually died down, leaving behind an eerie silence. Xia Ya shook the dust off his coat. All right, time to go. Elira furrowed her delicate brows slightly. If we're going to break through, the best time would have been earlier when the crowd was still in chaos, and the thugs' attention was scattered. But from the sound of things, most students have already been subdued or lost their will to resist. If we try to break through now, we'll have to face multiple enemies head-on. She glanced at the black body bag outside. Individually, these people pose no threat to us. But if they group up, there's some risk. Not to mention, according to what he said earlier, the Ashen Order sent at least a 4th ring pontiff and they brought a corrupted object. Our best option would be to hold our position and wait for the professors and the military to arrive. Yay, about that Xia Ya pointed outside. Help isn't coming anytime soon. In the distance, at the edges of the student dormitory district, the exits that should have led outside were now engulfed in towering flames. The blazing firewalls connected in intricate patterns, forming a complex formation that sealed off the dormitory zone, cutting it off from the rest of St. Roland Academy. Not only were the ground exits blocked, but even students with flying summoned beasts were forced back by the flames as they attempted to escape. Clearly, this wasn't just a physical blockade, it was enforcing some kind of no-passage conceptual rule. They deliberately sealed this place off. Xia Ya observed the raging pillars of fire. And since they're only containing us instead of slaughtering everyone outright, they must have plans for the students here. Elira gazed at the fire pillars and closed her eyes to sense the area. If I unleash Rongominiad at full power, I should be able to create a temporary breach large enough for the 2 of us to escape. But what about the others? Xia Ya shook his head, looking righteous and noble. I thought about it just now. President Dyrus was right. The academy is our home. We should have collective honor and responsibility. We can't just abandon our fellow students. However, as he stood there with his solemn expression, radiating an air of justice, Elira simply gazed at him in silence with her ice-blue eyes. She said nothing, just stared into Xia Ya's eyes for over 10 seconds. In the end, it was Xia Ya who broke first. Fine, I admit it. Saving people is secondary. I mainly just want that corrupted object from the Ashen Order. But don't worry, if things get dicey, I'll bail immediately. Shiny just awakened spatial teleportation. When it comes to running away, not even the academy instructors can keep up with me. Elira gave Xia Ya a long, deep look, then nodded lightly. Oh, this was their usual dynamic. Elira had a habit of testing Xia Ya when she sensed he was hiding something. She would silently stare at him until he confessed. But once Xia Ya made a decision, she would execute it without question. It was an unspoken trust, something that had existed between them since they first met. Relax. Xia Ya pushed open the door. As scorching heat waves surged in, his black coat billowed, flapping loudly in the wind. Poverty makes me invincible. The raging flames shot up into the sky, dyeing the dusky heavens above the outskirts of the imperial capital a deep red. Outside St. Roland Academy, the dean of the Alchemy Academy, Karn, gazed at the towering wall of fire that had risen, severing the student dormitory district from the outside world, his expression heavy with concern. Where are the headmaster and vice-headmaster? The headmaster hasn't returned to the school in 2 years. No one knows where the old man is now. A weary-looking instructor wiped the sweat from his forehead and answered. The vice-headmaster said 3 months ago that he was heading to the Star Realm to search for a young rift beast. He's probably still lost in some dimensional rift. What about the other deans? Some are away for academic projects, some are on diplomatic visits with the Noble Alliance, and one seems to be attending a multi-person a noble banquet. None of them are likely to make it back anytime soon. The young instructor carefully glanced at Dean Karn. Right now, within the entire academy, you are the only 4th ringmaster present. Those good-for-nothing old fools. Dean Karn cursed and crushed the wooden staff in his hand. Of course, he knew that he couldn't really blame his colleagues for this. Under normal circumstances, even if secret organizations wanted to stir up trouble, they would never dare to do so in the imperial capital. This was the very heart of the Fresta Empire, where powerful figures were as numerous as the clouds. Even if those lunatics managed to pull off something big, escaping the empire's borders under pursuit from the capital's elite would be nearly impossible. A classic case of hurting the enemy by 1,000 while losing 800 yourself, an absolute losing bargain. In contrast, lawless border cities with few strong protectors and easy escape routes leading into the lost territories were far better choices for stirring up chaos. Because of this, ever since its founding, St. Roland Academy had never experienced such a violent incident. Naturally, it lacked any real sense of crisis or vigilance, and its security measures were little more than decorative. But who could have predicted that this time, the attackers would be the Ashen Order? Compared to other forbidden organizations labeled as heretics by the Church, the Ashen Order was only mediocre in terms of both size and strength. However, they had one defining trait. They were utterly fearless. While other forbidden groups would at least weigh the consequences and potential losses before acting, preserving their strength and minimizing high-tier casualties in pursuit of maximum benefit. The Ashen Order, a gang of pyromaniacs who lived by the creed of burn, 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 never concerned themselves with such trivialities. Even when captured, these lunatics would simply shout Anhira Akbar and Meteor Trail before turning themselves into human fireworks. They were the ultimate self-destructing nutcases hated by all and sticking like dog crap to a shoe. Even the strongest factions could only curse their luck when forced to deal with the Ashen Order. For a brief moment, Dean Karn lost his composure. But he quickly collected himself, his gaze turning grim as he looked into the distance. He could sense it, a faint but unmistakable mental force had locked onto him. The Pontiff of the Ashen Order. As one of the only two fourth-ring powerhouses present, he had been targeted from the very beginning. Though no attack had been launched yet, the chilling sensation crawling up his spine made Karn feel as though needles were pricking his skin. He knew the Pontiff could strike at any moment. This was precisely why Karn hadn't tried to break the fire formation. His instincts told him that despite both being fourth ring, a professor who had spent years teaching could never match a mass-murdering executioner like the Pontiff. Looks like we'll have to hold out like this. This is the Imperial capital. Time is on our side. I'm afraid not, Professor Karn. Time is not on our side. A steady voice rang out. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a military uniform, his face stern and battle-hardened. At his collar was the insignia of a black hawk. Behind him, a massive void eye floated midair, its countless tendrils writhing in the air. Faint waves of psychic energy trembled through the surroundings, indicating the use of a wide-area detection skill. The officer waved his hand, and a hazy light screen materialized, displaying the scene his void eye had detected. At the center of the dormitory district, which was now sealed by the fire wall, dozens of robed figures wielding scythes patrolled the plaza. In the four corners of the square, hundreds of students lay scattered across the ground, bound by ropes. However, none appeared to be dead or even seriously injured. Most bore little more than minor scrapes. And at the very heart of the plaza, a pitch-black altar was rapidly taking shape. From time to time, dark phantom flames flickered above the altar, dispersing into the surrounding fire wall, evidently acting as the formation's core, sustaining the blockade. Deeper within the altar, an even more sinister and malevolent force was brewing. Even through the projection, the gathered professors felt an overwhelming chill creep down their spines. These arsonists are planning to use the students in the dormitory district as sacrificial offerings for a fire sacrament. The middle-aged officer's voice was steady. Based on the Void Eye's analysis of the mana fluctuations, once the ritual is complete, its unleashed power will be enough to wipe out at least half of St. Roland Academy. Seeing the officer's arrival, Dean Karn felt a slight relief. Lieutenant Colonel Zieg, you're here. What about reinforcements? The officer named Zieg glanced at Karn and shook his head. I'm the only fourth-ring reinforcement. After receiving word of the incident, the Empire's high nobility placed immense pressure on the military department and the Order Bureau, demanding that all available forces focus on securing the main districts, especially the upper district where they reside, to prevent any heretics from infiltrating. For the time being, there will be no further reinforcements from the Imperial capital. A trace of shock flashed across Karn's face. But, this is a blatant challenge to the Empire's authority. Challenges to the Empire will, of course, be met with the most severe retaliation. But to the high nobility, the ideal time to retaliate is after the enemy flees, allowing them to crush the stragglers rather than walking into an enemy's carefully prepared trap. Lieutenant Colonel Zieg looked at the stunned Professor Karn and shook his head slightly. He didn't fully voice his thoughts. In truth, the Imperial capital's aristocracy had already prepared themselves to sacrifice St. Roland Academy in this incident. Of course, if any of their own children had been trapped inside the school, things would have been very different. The military department and the Order Bureau would have been forced to mobilize their full strength. Even the private armed forces secretly controlled by the nobility would have been dispatched for the rescue. But the Ashen Order had chosen their timing well. It was dusk just as all the noble scions studying at St. Roland Academy had already returned to their family estates in the capital. The ones still left inside the academy were, for the most part, commoner students with no support in the Imperial capital. To the high nobility of the Imperial capital, these students had no background. At best, they were just a group of slightly talented commoners. Compared to launching a forced rescue despite knowing the enemy had a fourth-ring powerhouse, potentially even losing some of their own master-tier beastmasters in the enemy's counterattack, it was obvious which side of the scale weighed heavier. The answer required no deliberation at all. After hearing the officer's words, Professor Karn fell silent for a moment. A long while later, he finally spoke again. Lieutenant Colonel Zieg, if you and I work together against the Pontiff, it'll be difficult. Lieutenant Colonel Zieg's voice remained serious. From what I can sense, he's at the high end of the fourth ring, the same tier as me. Within the Ashen Order's hierarchy of pontiffs, he's certainly not a nobody. With you at mid-fourth ring, suppressing him and gaining the upper hand isn't hard. But defeating him quickly within half an hour would be incredibly difficult. And according to the Void Eye's readings, the sacrificial ritual inside will be completed in 20 minutes. By then, even if we defeat the pontiff, it will be meaningless. Still, no matter what, as a soldier, I have to try. The middle-aged officer summoned a massive bear-like beast beside him. Actually, there's another way to break this stalemate. The Pontiff of the Ashen Order is being held up by us on the outside, while the arsonists inside the fire wall are all second ring. If the students inside your academy are strong enough, they might have a chance to destroy the altar from within. That would not only stop the sacrificial ritual but also disrupt the fire ceiling formation, allowing the army and instructors to enter and rescue the hostages. The students inside. Professor Karn furrowed his graying brows. Then, suddenly, a hint of delight flashed across his wrinkled face. Quite a few senior students are away on missions, but if I recall correctly, the elite members of the student council have just returned. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up as he watched the Void Eye's projected image. Move. Behind Professor Karn, 3 ethereal lights red, blue, and green emerged and swiftly coalesced into small, winged humanoid creatures. They were elemental fairies of fire, wind, and lightning. However, unlike ordinary commander-tier elemental fairies, the ones summoned by Professor Karn had far more defined forms, and faint crowns were beginning to take shape on their heads. This signified that his 3 elemental fairies had reached the 4th ring. They could be called fairy monarchs. The tricolored lights quickly gathered into beams, shooting toward the fire wall. On the other side, Lieutenant Colonel Zieg's summoned giant bear also rose on its hind legs and let out a deafening roar. A ring of earth-colored light rippled outward. Boom! A molten giant, its body coursing with lava, emerged from the flames. Its magma-coated fist smashed into the oncoming elemental wave. The elemental wave shattered, but the molten giant also staggered a few steps, its blackened volcanic rock skin cracking apart. In the blink of an eye, the 3 master-tier beast masters had engaged in battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fire wall, almost simultaneously with the battle erupting outside, several students, previously covered in dust and disguised among the captives, suddenly sprang into action. Mighty summoned beasts appeared one after another, radiating intense auras that revealed their masters' identities as second-ring beast masters. Being able to reach mid-tier beast master status while still a student at a transcendent academy meant they were among the best of the best. They were all members of St. Roland Academy's Student Council, veterans of numerous high-difficulty missions under the Adventurers Association. Having identified the altar as the key to breaking the enemy's strategy early on, they had deliberately disguised themselves as captives, silently maneuvering closer to the pitch-black altar. Then, after exchanging glances, they launched a coordinated assault on the dark altar. A sacred chant echoed behind them, accompanied by beams of pure light. It was Dyrus, who had summoned her pure white unicorn, blessing the summoned beasts with a series of support-type enhancement skills. With these buffs, the beasts' attacks became significantly more powerful. The sudden turn of events lifted the spirits of all the students present, as well as the instructors outside who were observing through detection magic. Mature in thought, precise in strategy, seamless in teamwork, and now enhanced with buffs. This was the elite of St. Roland Academy. The chance to break the crisis, to become the heroes who saved the academy, to be bathed in flowers, glory, applause, and admiration. It was right before them, yet, against all expectations. Just as their summoned beasts' attacks were about to strike the dark altar, tendrils of black flames, as if devouring all light, silently emerged around the altar. Then, in an instant, nearly all the summoned beasts that had approached the altar let out agonized, piercing wails as their flesh burned and corroded. Even when their masters immediately recalled them into their soul-packed spaces, they could barely cling to life. And the searing pain rebounding through their soul contracts left the students who had launched the attack ashen-faced before they collapsed unconscious. In mere seconds, the elite student council members, in whom everyone had placed their hopes, had utterly fallen, never to rise again. Ha 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 ha, did you really think we of the Ashen Order were just brainless lunatics? That we'd leave such an obvious weak spot for you to exploit? The altar is suppressed by our Lord's sacred relic. How could you lowly ants possibly destroy it? A crazed laugh rang out from among the black-robed arsonists. A figure stepped forward from the crowd, clearly a leader among them. His unrestrained aura instantly made all the captured students feel their hearts sink. Third ring? A high-tier beastmaster? And not just newly promoted. Aside from the pontiff outside, the arsonists had hidden such a formidable figure among them. For academy students, mid-tier beastmaster was already considered the limit. The third ring was a realm beyond their reach. A rank that could already hold a commanding position in the military department. It wasn't just a matter of having one additional soul pact. It was the fundamental difference between a summoned beast's upper limit being stuck at transcendent tier or breaking through to commander tier. An insurmountable chasm. The arsonist leader swept his gaze across the surroundings. Then, his eyes locked onto Dyrus who, after casting multiple support skills, was now drained of her spiritual energy, her delicate face pale. He raised his scythe, pointing it at Dyrus's swan-like white throat, a cruel, twisted grin forming at his lips. I've heard that a pure white unicorn only bonds with virginal maidens. A soul this pure would make the perfect first offering to our Lord. Bastard! Let go of President Dyrus. Stop! Your atrocities will be judged. Seeing Dyrus standing defiantly with a scythe at her throat, refusing to bow to the arsonist leader, many students roared in anger. As the president of the St. Roland Academy Student Council, Dyrus had always been diligent and responsible. Whether dealing with teachers or classmates, she was well-mannered, kind, and gentle. With her outstanding beauty on top of that, she had long been the perfect goddess in the hearts of countless commoner students. Now, watching their goddess in danger, many wished they could charge forward to play the hero, but unfortunately, they were all bound by ropes, completely unable to move. Yet, as their shouts and curses filled the air, the arsonist leader who had been forcing Dyrus up onto the altar actually paused. However, it was not because of the meaningless yelling. He turned around, frowning as he stared into the distance. Who's there? Come out. Oh, so the Ashen Order does have some smart ones after all. Guess you're not all just a bunch of burn lunatics. Well, I suppose if you were all just about burning, you'd have long since been used as pawns and wiped out. Any secret organization that can survive for a long time must have its own unique way of handling things. A lazy voice drifted over from afar. A young man and woman emerged from the cluster of buildings. The young man had black hair and dark eyes, wearing a trench coat with his hands stuffed in his pockets, his expression casual and indifferent. Beside him, the young woman had long hair draped over her shoulders. Even the plain St. Roland Academy student uniform couldn't conceal the beauty of her delicate, fair face. She stood half a step behind the young man, her pale gold hair fluttering with the heat waves rising from the fire. It was Xia Ya and Alara. With his hands still in his pockets, Xia Ya gave the arsonist leader a once-over. By the way, I'm a little curious, does every single one of you in the Ashen Order have to carry a scythe? Are you guys all cosplaying as the FFF group or what? FFF group? The arsonist leader frowned slightly, not understanding Xia Ya's words. But soon, he shifted his attention away from Xia Ya and locked onto the blonde girl standing beside him, gripping a silver spear. Something about this blonde girl felt off. From both her age and the mental energy he sensed, she shouldn't have reached the third ring yet she was still in the mid-tier Beastmaster realm. Yet, in his spiritual perception, the girl felt like a razor-sharp knight's sword, her entire being radiating lethal killing intent. It was as if anything iron, stone, whatever if it stood before her, would have only one fate, to be pierced and shattered into dust. The arsonist leader's expression grew increasingly serious. There was no doubt about it, this blonde girl before him was a genuine threat. Though she was also second ring like the previous weaklings, she was in an entirely different league. Xia Ya, Alara. Noticing the two of them, Dyrus looked up in surprise and delight. The captive students also grew restless. Some turned to Alara with hopeful eyes. This was St. Roland Academy's undisputed strongest student. Perhaps what the student council elites had failed to accomplish, this top-ranked student rumored to have long been carrying out missions for the military department could pull off. Meanwhile, others were glancing around in confusion, whispering to each other. Wait, who the hell is Xia Ya? Ahem. Xia Ya glanced around and cleared his throat. All right, everyone, eyes on me. I have an announcement to make. In an instant, students, arsonists, instructors, every gaze locked onto Xia Ya. Even the 3/4 ring powerhouses locked in battle in the distance diverted a small portion of their attention toward him. All the hidden cards had already been revealed, and the battle had reached the final, make-or-break moment. At this very instant, Xia Ya and Alara might just be the final variables that would determine the outcome of the war. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Xia Ya uttered the words that made every St. Roland student see black. Well, to be honest, I think President Dyrus's soul quality is kinda subpar. So, how about I be the sacrifice instead? Xia Ya's calm words echoed in everyone's ears. The once noisy and chaotic campus instantly fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the crackling sound of the surrounding pillars of fire. No one had expected Xia Ya to say something like that, not even the arsonists of the Ashen Order. Just moments ago, the tension had been wound as tight as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Both sides had braced themselves for an all-out battle. Yet in the blink of an eye, the supposed leader of the opposing side had straight up surrendered. It was like throwing a punch with all your strength, only to hit nothing but caught in an inexplicable sense of frustration. The arsonist leader was stunned for a few seconds before a trace of anger appeared on his grotesque, acid-scarred face beneath the black robe. Are you mocking me? Even ants struggle to survive. Who would willingly seek death? Even the youngest child in the Empire understood a fundamental truth when faced with an enemy. The only choice was to grip your weapon tightly. The more you compromised, the more you surrendered, the more you pinned your hopes on the enemy's so-called mercy and empty promises, the faster you would meet your demise. And the Ashen Order had never once been associated with mercy. They never expected to deceive people with flowery words either. He refused to believe that a senior student from St. Roland Academy wouldn't understand this principle. Oh, you actually figured out I was lying? Not bad. Across from him, Xia Ya raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Looks like my earlier judgment was correct. You really are different from the average arsonist. You're a logical, intelligent, high-end model arsonist. For some reason, despite Xia Ya's words clearly being a compliment, they sounded far more grating to the arsonist leader's ears than the furious curses of the other students. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, and he was about to lash out. But then he saw Xia Ya suddenly press his hands down. All right, since you're a smart guy, I won't beat around the bush. So let's make a deal. Xia Ya turned slightly and gestured toward Dyrus, who stood nearby, a scythe to her pale throat, and to the group of disheveled commoner students trembling under the arsonist's watchful eyes. Dispel the fire formation and let them go free. In exchange, I'll surrender without resistance and willingly step into the altar, to become the sacrificial offering for your fire sacrament. The arsonist leader glanced at Dyrus, pitiful yet defiant. Then he looked back at Xia Ya. A spark of realization flashed in his mind, and in that instant, everything clicked into place. So that's how it is. Now, everything made sense. Xia Ya and Alara indeed had the power to attack the altar head-on. But even if they did break the altar and tear down the fire ceiling formation, the countless students still bound in place would remain. In such chaos, how many could actually be rescued? That would be left to sheer luck. Even saving half would already be a miracle. Especially that girl named Dyrus, her death was almost certain. Thinking about it now, they might be elite students of St. Roland Academy, but at the end of the day, they were still just kids. Still young. Living in the ivory tower of a transcendent academy, they had never been forced to confront the cold, cruel realities of the world. Nor had they tasted the bitter sting of betrayal. So, they still believed in that illusionary thing called love. They still clung to romanticized ideals like salvation, sacrifice, and comradeship. The very words dreamed up by wandering bards, naively believing they could be heroes who protected and saved everyone. For a fleeting moment, as he gazed at Xia Ya, the arsonist leader found himself lost in thought. In Xia Ya, he seemed to see a reflection of his younger self. The boy from a small village who had once dreamed of being a champion of justice. And he recalled a certain village girl named Kwa, who had once stood at the entrance of that village. But the next moment, the arsonist leader's expression turned cold once more, erasing all unnecessary thoughts. Love? Eternal promises? All just sweet lies meant to toy with the hearts of fools. Only Ashen flames were the true, unchanging constants of this world. And if you wanted to play the hero, then let's see if you even had the qualifications to do so. The arsonist leader fixed his gaze on Xia Ya, his voice hoarse. You want to trade your one life for hundreds of theirs? Are you kidding me? But before he could finish his sentence, Xia Ya ruthlessly cut him off. Oh, you mean to say, I'm not worthy. Not worthy of exchanging for this bunch of weaklings. Before Xia Ya even finished speaking, the arsonist leader suddenly felt it. The vague fog that had been clouding his perception of this boy vanished. Layer upon layer of mist dissipated, and in his spiritual awareness, Xia Ya's radiant, scorching soul essence was revealed without any concealment. In that instant, the arsonist leader was struck by an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Like an ant facing a mountain. No, that metaphor was far too inadequate. It was more like an ancient ape raising its head for the first time to gaze at the sky, and beholding the vast, boundless sea of stars. The arsonist leader hadn't even snapped out of his daze, when an urgent message rang in his mind from his superior, the pontiff. Quick, accept his offer. Outside the fire wall, the Ashen Order pontiff, who had been astride his molten giant this entire time, who had not spoken a single word even while exchanging blows with two fourth ring masters, finally spoke for the first time, for a mere student who hadn't even reached the third ring yet. As a high-tier fourth ring powerhouse, with mental energy vast enough to command monarch-tier summoned beasts, his spiritual perception was far keener than his subordinates, even though it had been just a fleeting glimpse. In that moment, the pontiff felt as though he had seen a shining star, radiant and blazing, yet incomprehensibly deep and mysterious. The discovery made his hands tremble with excitement, so much so that he momentarily lost control of his molten giant, giving Lieutenant Colonel Zeig's Earth Warbear the perfect opening to land a brutal Earth element combo attack. Chunks of molten rock shattered and crashed to the ground, leaving scorched craters in the earth. Yet the pontiff didn't care in the slightest. Yes, the Ashen Lord's nature was a little mad. And yes, that madness had influenced the entire Ashen Order. But the mere fact that the Ashen Lord had chosen to establish this faction proved that despite everything, even he still had earthly needs. And his greatest need was intelligent souls. The more mysterious, the more powerful, the more pure the soul, the more valuable it was, as an offering for the fire sacrament. That was why this time, they had gone against conventional wisdom. Instead of attacking remote regions, they had directly targeted the completely unguarded St. Roland Academy. Because, compared to those who had been hardened by the trials of life, those whose souls had been tainted by the stench of greed, or dulled by years of hardship and suffering, only the students within these ivory towers still possessed pure souls. And in truth, the student quality at St. Roland Academy had not disappointed the pontiff. That girl who had managed to form a contract with a pure white unicorn was an unexpected delight. But, compared to Xia Ya, everyone else was utterly insignificant. Accept his offer. His value to the Lord alone far exceeds that of everyone else combined. His soul is the perfect nourishment for the Lord. I will hold off the two fourth ring enemies outside with everything I have. Remember, even if we all perish in the end, we must stall until the fire sacrament is complete. Leaving behind those hurried words, the pontiff once again focused his full attention on the battle. He had already been fighting two opponents at once, and his brief distraction had given Lieutenant Colonel Zeig and Professor Karn the perfect opening to land a brutal beating on him. If he lost focus any further, he would be defeated in no time. His own death was a small matter, but if his failure meant the Lord missed an opportunity to restore himself, then even in death, he would not find peace in the divine realm. On the other side, the moment the arsonist leader received the transmission, he turned back, only to be met with the sight of the black-haired, dark-eyed boy gazing at him with an amused, unreadable expression. At some point, his spiritual aura had retracted once again, shrouded in layers of mist, making him impossible to perceive. Only those deep, pitch-black eyes remained as piercing as ever, reminding the arsonist leader of the endless silence of the starry sky. Well then, Xia Ya let out a lazy yawn. Shall we make a deal? Since he had already received direct orders from his superior, the Ashen Pontiff, the arsonist leader saw no reason to waste any more time. His voice was low as he spoke. I accept your deal. But the arsonist leader shifted his gaze to Alara beside Xiaoya. You must ensure that she does not interfere with the ritual. From beginning to end, this blonde girl had given him an immense sense of oppression. If she stayed, even with dozens of cultists assisting him, he couldn't guarantee that the fire sacrament would go off without a hitch. Fine. Xiaoya turned to Alara. Xiaoya, go with Dyrus and the others when they leave. Alara glanced at Xiaoya but said nothing. She simply nodded silently and stepped back into the crowd. Then let's hurry up and get started. Xiaoya looked at the arsonist leader impatiently, as if he weren't about to be offered as a sacrifice but was instead waiting for a casual outing. Move faster. I'm already getting bored. Though it had felt like a prolonged standoff, in reality, everything had happened in just a few minutes. Soon, one by one, the students had the ropes around their hands roughly cut off by the arsonists and stood up, disheveled and exhausted. Once they had formed a scattered line, the arsonist leader finally raised his scythe and gave it a slight wave, tearing open a narrow gap in the wall of fire. You're all very lucky. The arsonist leader looked at the newly freed students, his hoarse voice evoking the image of a viper slithering through the funeral sands. Never thought I'd see a fool in this world willing to sacrifice his own life to buy you all a way out. There was a tinge of lament in his tone. Despite being on opposing sides, Xiaoya's blazing and pure spirit seemed to shimmer with light. A shame, really. Soon, he would be meeting the Lord. Of course, for a soul that shone this brightly, perhaps being freed from the filth of the mortal world and becoming part of the Lord would be a blessing in itself. Now get lost. He waved his hand dismissively at the students. And those who had been reduced to a ragged state wasted no time in fleeing through the opened path, too desperate to worry about their disheveled appearances. As they passed by Xiaoya, they instinctively averted their eyes, avoiding his gaze. On the surface, it seemed obvious that Xiaoya had done all of this for Dyrus's sake. But no matter what the reasoning was, the fact remained. Xiaoya had saved their lives. Many of them hadn't even known his name before today. And when they searched their own hearts, they knew, if they were in his place, they could never have done the same. Could never have sacrificed themselves for classmates they might not even know. The stark contrast left these students who had always seen themselves as the chosen elite, drowning in shame. The crowd rushed through the wall of flames. Only one person remained. Dyrus. Her delicate face, already flushed from the heat, showed no concern for the burning air around her. Instead, her expression was anxious as she turned to Alara. What are you doing standing here? Go save him. I know Xiaoya is strong. The Academy's records barely scratch the surface of his true strength. He might even be stronger than you, stronger than many of the professors. Someone like him would never just walk to his death without resistance. He's probably waiting to get inside the altar before launching his counterattack. But you guys haven't felt what's inside that altar firsthand. You have no idea what's brewing in there. The student council members who had tried to attack the altar earlier had all fallen unconscious, now being carried away by the others in a panicked rush. Among all the students and teachers present, only Dyrus, who had provided support during the fight, truly understood what lay inside the sealed altar. That black flame, as if it contained all the malice in the world. A flame so vile that even the slightest contact with it felt as if it could burn away one's very soul. Even a fourth ring master tier beast master would be rendered helpless before it in mere moments. That was why the Ashen Order dared to leave the Dark Altar completely unguarded, allowing others to approach freely. Because it was their greatest safeguard, more reliable than even the fourth ring pontiff outside. But as Dyrus desperately tried to explain, Alara's expression remained unmoved. She simply stood at the passage's entrance, subtly blocking Dyrus, who seemed intent on rushing back in. Her golden blonde hair swayed in the waves of heat, and her cool, steady voice drifted through the crackling flames. That's his decision. This was the choice Xiaoya had made after careful consideration. So Alara would not question it. She would not probe for more details about his plan. She would simply appear in the right place at the right time, and do exactly what Xiaoya expected her to do, just as she had promised him. 8 years ago, in that snow-covered town, shrouded in black fog and smoke, Dyrus frowned deeply, unable to understand Alara's stubbornness. She tried multiple times to step around her, only to find herself locked in place by an invisible, razor-sharp pressure. You're saying you trust him blindly just because it's his decision? This is a gamble with his life on the line? And Xiaoya doesn't have all the information he needs. Have you even considered, what if he's wrong? Dyrus suddenly froze, because she saw it. The look in the blonde girl's sky-blue eyes. That gaze was as indifferent as ever, cold and serene. Yet within it lay an unspoken answer that made Dyrus's heart tremble. And it was in that moment that she realized, as the person who was supposed to understand everything in St. Roland Academy, she had never truly understood Xiaoya, nor had she ever truly understood Alara, the Academy's #1 ranked student, who had stood before her so many times before. Dyrus opened her mouth, as if wanting to confess something. But in the end, the words never left her lips. And in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the flames roared. The wall of fire sealed itself shut once more. Soon, the instructors and military forces stationed outside arrived, swiftly escorting the students to safety, away from the academy. Lieutenant Colonel Zeig's void eye had detected an exceptionally dangerous magical energy brewing within the Black Altar. Once unleashed, it would obliterate at least half of St. Roland Academy. As the students were led into the secured military formation, the projection from the void eye instantly drew everyone's eyes. The flames still raged. The Ashen Order stood ready, and in the midst of countless hostile gazes and murderous intent, Xia Ya stood alone. The arsonist leader spoke, saying something. And then, before all their eyes, Xia Ya, hands still in his pockets, took a step forward, toward that pitch-black altar. That lone, slender figure, in the eyes of every student and teacher of St. Roland Academy, suddenly seemed immensely tall, like a man who had already stepped onto a path of no return, a path called heroism. Watching the spiritual light screen, Xiaoya's figure gradually faded into the distance. At this moment, everyone was silently hoping that Xiaoya would suddenly pull out some trump card at the last second and stage a miraculous comeback. Even though he was up against dozens of arsonists alone, including a third ring among them, which made the idea seem utterly impossible, that wish was undeniably present in everyone's hearts. But it didn't happen. The thin figure in the light screen simply walked step by step toward the pitch-black altar. The moment he approached, the altar seemed to be suddenly provoked. A far more intense and profound black flame erupted, surpassing any previous reaction it had displayed when attacked. The pitch-black fire surged violently, dancing around Xiaoya as if craving something. It was as if, to these flames, Xiaoya was an irresistible delicacy. Tendrils of black fire licked at his body, scorching his skin. Previously, even the elite members of the student council had been rendered unconscious the instant they made contact with these flames. But despite being in a far more dangerous situation than them, Xiaoya remained calm. He ignored the flames and simply continued forward. Soon, his thin figure disappeared into the altar, now engulfed by the black flames. The dark fire roared, surging wildly. Not only did it block the Void Eye's vision, but it also obscured the sight of the arsonists present. Will Xiaoya die? Among the students, someone couldn't help but ask. No one answered. Everyone remained silent, staring at the light screen. But on the screen, aside from the black flames forming a crown-like inferno, there was nothing else. Somewhere in the crowd, the quiet sound of a girl sobbing could be heard. After a moment of silence, a solemn voice rang out. You have fought the good fight. You have finished the race. You have kept the faith. A professor, seemingly a follower of the church, took out a pure silver scale from his robes. It was the emblem of the goddess of justice and judgment in the Church of Dawn. He gently bowed his head, cradling the silver scale in both hands, and traced a cross over his chest. Xiaoya Igat. From this day forward, a crown of righteousness shall be reserved for you. Everything happening at the burning site was, of course, noticed by the 3/4 ring masters battling in the distance. Haha. Zieg, Khan. I really should be thanking you too. Even though his molten giant was on the verge of collapse, with its shoulders and head shattered, and its left arm torn off by Colonel Zieg's giant bear, the Ashen Order's pontiff still couldn't help but grin. After all, seeing Xiaoya walk into the black flames without resistance meant that the fire sacrament was about to be completed. Even if all the Ashen followers sent to the Fresta imperial capital perished, it would still be worth it. On the other side, where Khan and Colonel Zieg had the upper hand, neither of them looked the least bit victorious. Righteousness, courage, fearlessness. For such a talent to fall here before he even has a chance to grow, it's truly a waste. Given time, he could have reached the titled level, perhaps even become a legendary, a future pillar of the empire. Beside the earth-toned monarch tier war bear, Colonel Zieg looked equally grim. From a results standpoint, sacrificing one person to ensure the safety of hundreds of academy students was an undeniable merit. Once he reported this to the military department, he might even be rewarded. But if viewed from the empire's perspective as a whole, hundreds of ordinary students couldn't compare to a single potential legendary. A legendary beastmaster. That was the pinnacle of the entire Western continent. Due to their rarity, every single legendary was a focal point of power, and even a simple statement from one could shift the balance of the entire continent. For any force, no matter how small it was before, the moment it produced a legendary, it would instantly rise to the ranks of the Western continent's elite powers. This was why the Church of Dawn, the Fresta Empire, the White Chalk Tower, the Shadow Council, and other extraordinary organizations held such unparalleled influence, because they had always had legendaries standing among them. In fact, the Church and the Empire often had more than one at a time. Yes, in all my years of teaching, I've never seen a beastmaster talent quite like Xiaoya's. A trace of deep regret flickered in Professor Khan's eyes. Unlike the other students and teachers, he knew Xiaoya fairly well. Back in Xiaoya's first year, he frequently came to ask him questions, seemingly trying to use alchemy to create some kind of explosive talisman. It had left quite an impression on him. Xiaoya. Hearing the name, Colonel Zieg suddenly froze. His full name is Xiaoya Igat. Yes, Xiaoya Igat. Why? Professor Khan nodded, puzzled. It's nothing. Colonel Zieg seemed to realize something, his eyes flashing with understanding. Xiaoya Igat. I see. No wonder Her Highness's contingency plan has yet to activate. His gaze returned to the battlefield. In that case, maybe some unexpected developments are still yet to come. Why do I feel like someone's cursing me to death? And judging by the frequency, it's more than just one or two people. Xiaoya sneezed, his expression darkening slightly. He was deep inside the pitch-black altar, surrounded by the increasingly fervent black flames. Though his soul's strength far surpassed that of the student council members, even he could feel the burning sensation searing into his very core. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his soul and body were reduced to ashes, becoming the very sacrifice those arsonists envisioned. Ridiculous. I've seen a real evil god in its sealed state. Do you think I'd be afraid of some commotion caused by a mere severed finger bone? Xia Ya let out a cold laugh and retrieved a mithril box from his spatial pocket. It was the twilight corrupted object he had intercepted earlier in Risa City. Originally, that corrupted object had completely lost its aura and sentience after activating the historical echo of the Kangting ancient kingdom. However, when he used illusion arts to soothe the out-of-control Sylvia in the historical echo, he had also taken the opportunity to replenish the object's aura and sentience, sealing it once again inside the mithril box. Sure enough, the moment the mithril box was opened, the black flames, which had been greedily licking at Xiaoya, eager to consume both his body and soul, suddenly hesitated. Then, like a territorial beast sensing an intruder, they completely abandoned Xiaoya and surged madly toward the stone statue inside the mithril box. Zzzzz. A burning sound crackled as the dim yellow glow of the corrupted object clashed against the pitch-black flames, the two auras eroding each other. Of course, compared to the dominant black flames, the dim yellow glow was clearly weaker in volume. Within seconds, it would be completely devoured. But even so, it had bought Xiaoya several seconds of time. As expected, you still have to use magic to defeat magic. The overwhelming black flames, along with the soul-burning agony, vanished entirely. At the same time, Xiaoya caught sight of something deep within the altar. A massive, withered, and emaciated finger bone that bore no resemblance to anything human. And in his mind, a system prompt flashed. Left finger bone of the Ashen King. Category, corrupted object transcendent material. Tier, 6th tier. Attributes, fire darkness curse. Description, no blood, no bone, no ash. A fire source matching silver skill prototype Amaterasu has been detected. Would you like to complete the skill prototype? Seeing the system prompt in his mind, Xiaoya had no reason to refuse. He had taken a massive risk, putting on an elaborate act before the Ashen Order and the entire academy, making himself appear as a willing sacrifice for the greater good. And all of it was for the very thing at the center of the altar, the index finger bone that served as the core of this fire sacrament. A 6th tier corrupted object and transcendent material. If converted into Rhine gold coins, it would be worth at least hundreds of thousands, and even then, it was an item that couldn't simply be bought. After all, 6th tier corresponded to titled beast masters or even imperial tier summoned beasts. No matter which superpower in the Western continent owned it, this was an undeniable strategic resource. Even titled beastmasters could use this material to further enhance their strength, and for those below that tier, it could directly upgrade their summoned beast's racial aptitude. Had he followed the conventional path, even if Xiaoya completed order bureau or military department missions to an absurd degree, he would never be able to exchange for a material of this level unless he signed a binding contract, effectively becoming a servant of the Empire. Confirm. Confirmed, using this transcendent material to complete the skill prototype, Amaterasu. Processing fire source containment. Containment progress, 1%, 2%. As the azure text appeared, a silver-white figure flashed. Little Snow Ferret was summoned onto Xiaoya's shoulder. Seize this chance, Silver. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we fail to contain it, we're going to be living on scraps for the next year. Ying Ying. Little Snow Ferret nodded seriously. This was the moment it had been waiting for. Mastering its most powerful attack and securing its position as Xiaoya's undisputed #1 summoned beast that day had finally come. In Silver's right eye, gleaming like a ruby, 3 blood-red moons rotated continuously, reflecting into reality. At the center of the altar, the withered, skeletal finger bone suddenly flickered. Sometimes solid, sometimes illusory, as if it were shifting between a tangible object and a fabricated mirage. And as it wavered between real and unreal, faint ethereal light, along with the surrounding black flames, began to be drawn into Silver's left eye. Outside the altar, everyone silently watched the flame-shrouded structure, awaiting the final outcome. The ones participating in this operation were all seasoned arsonists, and this wasn't their first fire sacrament. Though this one was on a different scale, past experiences dictated that a sacrifice would be reduced to ashes within mere seconds, and the divine relic at the core of the ritual would absorb the offering's essence, unleashing an unstoppable calamity upon the world. However, 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. A full minute passed. The altar, still engulfed in black flames, remained eerily silent, showing no signs of the fire sacrament's completion. Just wait, an experienced arsonist reassured. The divine relic our Lord bestowed this time is far superior to the past ones. Naturally, it will take longer. So they waited 3 more minutes. Yet the black-flamed altar was still motionless, not a single change. Stay calm, said the third ringleader of the arsonists. This sacrifice was personally chosen by the pontiff. His quality alone is worth hundreds of ordinary offerings. A slower ritual process is to be expected. The leader's authority in the Ashen Order was high. His words alone were enough to pacify the anxious cultists. Another 3 minutes. Then another 3 minutes. At the 10-minute mark, a young arsonist finally lost patience and approached the altar to investigate. But almost instantly, a miserable scream echoed through the air. The black flames surrounding the altar showed no mercy, incinerating him instantly despite his affiliation. Soon, the stench of burning flesh filled the air. Do not disturb our lord. The arsonist leader ignored his comrades' agonized wails, speaking gravely as a warning. The others quickly nodded in agreement. So they continued to wait. Meanwhile, in the distant battlefield, the once earth-shaking battle between monarch-tier summoned beasts had grown eerily quiet. The molten giant had already lost an arm and a leg, and its chest had been pierced through in 2 places. The Ashen Order's pontiff was barely hanging on, clinging to life with sheer willpower, desperately trying to stall the 2 Fourth Ring Masters from disrupting the ritual. And then, just as both the Ashen Order and St. Roland Academy's students had nearly lost all patience, the altar finally changed. The black flames surrounding it suddenly flared up. Then, in an instant, they collapsed inward, as if something had completely absorbed them. The once towering inferno vanished entirely, revealing the stone altar beneath. The arsonist leader's eyes flashed with relief and joy. From experience, whenever the black flames disappeared, it meant that the fire sacrament had succeeded. The divine relic had now fully assimilated its power. It would no longer leak energy uncontrollably. Instead, it had been bestowed with divinity, now capable of wielding its power freely. With absolute reverence, the leader snapped his scythe in half and knelt, his voice fervent. "We welcome our Lord's descent. We welcome our Lord's descent." Behind him, the remaining arsonists all followed suit, their expressions devout. They had foreseen the future. Using this left finger bone as a vessel, the Ashen Lord's avatar would descend upon the imperial capital, reducing all heretics to ashes, proclaiming the Ashen Order's dominion across the western continent. But a sound interrupted them. Footsteps. The arsonist leader saw a pair of military-style boots step into view. Then, a familiar, leisurely voice followed. "Oh, so your scythes are actually single-use ritual items? And here I thought they were some kind of innate soul-bound weapon." The speaker's tone was light-hearted, almost cheerful. "Wait, why are you guys kneeling? Whatever. Since you're already in position, I might as well test my new skill on you." "Oh, right, I almost forgot to allocate my points." The arsonist leader blinked in confusion. Then, he looked up, and saw those blood-red eyes, spinning like a kaleidoscope. Amaterasu. In the fraction of a millisecond that followed, the eternal, cursed flames ignited, reducing everything within a 100-meter radius to nothing but embers. A roaring dragon of black flames surged into the sky. The scorching heat distorted the light passing through the air, making it impossible to see what was happening within. Stone slabs melted. Flesh vaporized. Every nerve ending was incinerated in an instant, leaving the Ashen Order cultists with no time to scream or wail before they turned to pale white ash. In the entire battlefield, only a black pillar of flame darker than the night itself, as if it could devour the world, remained. At the same time, within Xiaoya's mind, countless azure text prompts rapidly scrolled past. Fire source containment, 100%. Skill prototype, Amaterasu has been completed. Amaterasu. Attributes, darkness, curse, fire, psychic. Tier, pseudo-transcendent. Proficiency, beginner, 0/10,000. Skill description, within the user's line of sight, unleash large-scale black flames that ignore spatial restrictions to attack opponents, causing multiple effects such as burning, curses, and spatial rifts. Warning, the power of this skill directly depends on the user's mental energy expenditure. Overuse will lead to extreme mental exhaustion and severe physical strain. Use with caution. 10,000 free EXP has been consumed. Silver's composite skill Amaterasu has advanced from beginner to mastery. 30,000 free EXP has been consumed. Silver's composite skill Amaterasu has advanced from mastery to proficient. Remaining free EXP pool, 60,500. Congratulations! Due to acquiring a new skill, Silver's combat level has increased to level 30. Silver's tier has advanced from Transcendent, Tier 2, to Commander, Tier 3. Congratulations! Your Soul Pact level has increased. Current Soul Pact level, 30. Your third Soul Pact has been unlocked. Xia Ya felt a sharp pain in his left eye. Reaching up to touch it, he felt a few warm drops of crimson liquid trickling from the corner. TCH. Even the side effects are accurate. This is ridiculous. Good thing it's just temporary mental exhaustion and not permanent vision loss. Pulling a tissue from his spatial pocket, he wiped his eye. After a Beastmaster forms a soul pact with a summoned beast, they gain enhanced physical attributes from the bond. The stronger the soul pact's synchronization, the greater the enhancements the Beastmaster receives. If their compatibility is high enough, they can even directly use some of their summoned beast's abilities. This was why most Beastmasters raised their summoned beasts from hatchlings or juvenile stages, and why, unless a summoned beast died, they rarely replaced them, even if they found a stronger species. Silver was Xiaoya's first and primary summoned beast. From Ceylon in the Northern Territories to now, they had been through everything together. Their soul pact compatibility had long since reached an unparalleled level. Because of that, the moment Silver completed Amaterasu, Xia Ya immediately wanted to test its full power. Sure, he had seen the system's warnings, but he had just acquired Amaterasu. It would be a waste not to try it at full output at least once. Well, for something that cost me 3 skill seeds and 40,000 EXP just to level up from beginner to proficient, yeah, I'd say it was worth it. As expected, expensive things never have flaws. I'm the only flaw here. Looking at Amaterasu's devastating power, Xiaoya couldn't help but let out a broke man's sigh. Transcendent tier skills were normally exclusive to Monarch tier summoned beasts. Even among Monarch tier beasts, only those with exceptional racial talents could possess them. Yet Silver had managed to learn one while still 2 whole tiers below Monarch. Although the skill still had some limitations, once Silver advanced to Monarch tier, the pseudo-prefix would be removed, making it a true Transcendent tier ability. Not only that, Absorbing a 6th tier transcendent material had instantly boosted silver by 2 levels, putting it right at the boundary between transcendent and commander tier. Even Xiaoya himself had received enough soul pact feedback to break through to 3rd ring and unlock his 3rd soul pact. All in all, I'd say that went pretty well. Xiaoya stretched lazily before looking up toward the sky in the distance. Alright, time to wrap up this farce. On the distant battlefield, the 3 4th ring masters currently fighting also noticed the sudden, abnormal disturbance within St. Roland Academy. Clap, 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 clap. In the Ashen Order Pontiff's hand, a small iron plate previously glowing with dim light was now rapidly losing its illumination. Until it was completely dark. This was a transcendent artifact that tracked the soul states of the arsonists sent on this mission. The fact that every single light had gone out could mean only one thing. The arsonists were all dead. However, the Pontiff had no time to care about his fallen subordinates. He didn't even acknowledge the dying molten giant beside him, nor its final, rage-filled wails. Because, in his mental perception, the awe-inspiring and scorching presence of the divine relic bestowed by their lord was gone. No, not gone. Merged with the only human still alive in the fire field. Beneath the Pontiff's black robe, his expression shifted wildly. First shock, then rage, then fear, but finally, euphoria. Ah, I see now, I see now. I was wondering why I sensed such a mysterious, burning soul in this place. Only one born of our Lord's bloodline, the Son of Ashes, could directly absorb a fragment of our Lord's body. Only then could he so effortlessly control the sacred black flames. Boom! The molten giant let out a final wail as its core crystal was shattered by Professor Khan's monarch tier elemental sprite. Its life force rapidly faded. For rock giant species, the core crystal was equivalent to a human's heart and brain. Once destroyed, death was inevitable. Yet, the Pontiff showed no concern for its fate. He stood atop the rapidly cooling molten giant's remains, spreading his arms wide toward Professor Khan and Colonel Zieg, his face twisted in madness. You're finished? All of you are finished. Quietly embrace death. The Son of Ashes will descend from the heavens, carrying our Lord's wrath and fury. All heretics, all defiers of fate, will be pierced by his scorching spear, condemned to the deepest pits of hell. The Ashen Pontiff, drenched in blood, let out a manic laugh. But that laugh was abruptly cut off. Slowly, he turned his head, only to see a black-haired, black-eyed youth standing behind him without warning. A blade of pure black flame, immaterial yet razor-sharp, was already buried deep in his abdomen. In an instant, the searing fire consumed his internal organs, reducing them to ashes. Looks like the Blink plus Amaterasu combo works pretty well. Another move to add to my arsenal. Xiaoya let out a whistle, then kicked the Ashen Pontiff's neck, snapping it clean. The severed head flew high into the air. The headless corpse tumbled from the molten giant's shoulder, hitting the ground with a wet thud. But you know what? Screw you all. Who the hell is your son of God? As the Ashen Order met its complete demise, the sky-high fire formation slowly faded away. Only pale ashes remained, along with charred ruins of buildings scorched by the raging flames, silent evidence of everything that had transpired here. A flurry of orders was issued, and soon, the military forces and academy instructors on site began organizing the reconstruction of the dormitory district ruins. As it turned out, summoned beasts weren't just useful for combat. Those with strong physiques from battle-oriented species were just as effective at hauling bricks and debris. Xia Ya brushed the dust off his trench coat and chose not to return to the student crowd on the other side. Even though the surviving students were gazing at him with admiration, and if he walked over, he would undoubtedly be welcomed like a hero. For one, he had mild social anxiety. Xia Ya, you saved us all. You're our hero. The savior of St. Roland Academy. A living saint walking among mortals. Xia Ya, I want to bear your children. Just imagining those cringeworthy lines, paired with their worshipful stares, made Xiaoya's second-hand embarrassment act up. He knew he wasn't some saint. The righteous front he had put on earlier was partly out of convenience to help them, but mostly because he had his eyes on that left index finger bone. Receiving that kind of praise felt completely undeserved. The second reason was simply, what was the point? Xiaoya had a clear understanding of his own goals. Sure, being in the spotlight felt good, but he wasn't the type to seek validation from a bunch of commoner students. Instead, he turned his attention to the massive remains of the molten giant beneath his feet. Its once flowing magma was now slowly cooling and hardening. Little AI, lend me a hand. Xia Ya, you really won't leave a single feather behind, huh? Even a beast must leave its hide. The click-clack of high-heeled boots rang out. At some point, Alara had appeared beside Xia Ya. Her calm, cool voice carried a hint of subtle exasperation, as if she had already seen through what he was planning. Little AI, your idioms are getting better. Guess all those Mandarin lessons I gave you weren't in vain. Speaking of which, I always thought you were the classical silent type. Didn't expect you to have a hidden sharp tongue. I like it. Without looking back, Xia Ya spread his hands, making a measuring gesture over the molten giant's remains. All right, cut here. A brilliant silver gleam flashed. Alara's spear, Rongominiad, sliced through the molten giant's volcanic rock armor, splitting it into 4 perfectly even slabs. Immediately after, Xiaoya's summoned beast, Shiny, stored the broken slabs into his spatial pocket. Monarch tier molten giant armor, barely counts as second tier. Should be worth a few hundred gold coins. Xia Ya estimated, then pointed to the chest area. And here. The silver spear flashed once more. A fractured crystal fell, caught firmly by Xiaoya's hand. Although damaged from battle, this crystal which contained the molten giant's core magic power was still a top-tier third-tier material. On the black market, it wouldn't sell for anything less than 1,500 Rhine gold coins. Elira wielded her silver spear like a butcher's knife, systematically dismantling the molten giant's remains under Xiaoya's directions, turning the massive corpse into a collection of high-grade transcendent materials. Then, suddenly, she stopped. Her silver spear, Rongominiad, subtly lowered, shielding Xiaoya slightly. Someone had arrived. A stern-faced, middle-aged officer in military uniform, Lieutenant Colonel Zieg. He stopped 5 meters away from Elira, going no further. His battle-honed instincts, sharpened by countless encounters of blood and fire, screamed at him. If he took one more step, this golden-haired girl would attack, regardless of his rank or background. Even though he was a genuine fourth ring master, the overwhelming spear intent radiating from her made him feel as if he would be wounded should he provoke her. As expected of the super rookie he had already heard rumors about before this whole incident even began. St. Roland Academy really had 2 absolute monsters this year. Zieg sighed inwardly before putting on a friendly expression, raising his hands slightly. Relax. I'm from the military department. We're on the same side. As a member of St. Roland Academy, I appreciate the military's support in this operation. But if you're just here to thank me, save it. Professor Karn already did that once. The academy is my home. Protecting my classmates is my duty. Xiaoya's attention remained on harvesting the molten giant's body, his loot collecting process already nearly complete. He enjoyed this part. There was a satisfying sense of reward, like carefully going through a loot drop list after taking down a boss fight. Then, suddenly, he paused, sensing something off. Lieutenant Colonel Zieg, don't tell me you're about to say this molten giant technically belongs to the military as a war trophy. Of course not. Zieg chuckled. According to military regulations, all enemy spoils acquired during a mission belong to the one who landed the killing blow. Granted, you technically cleaned up the leftovers after me and Professor Karn. But you did personally kill the Ashen Order's pontiff. His spoils naturally belong to you. Good. Xiaoya nodded, storing the last pieces of transcendent materials into his spatial pocket. Little AI, let's go. MHM. Elira nodded, storing Rongominiad, and quietly followed Xiaoya's lead. Wait. I actually came here to warn you about something. Zieg sighed, somewhat exasperated. He had originally expected that, as a fourth ring master from the military, his approach would at least be welcomed with some degree of respect. He figured these 2 prodigies would at least chat with him for a bit. At which point, he could casually drop some insider information, doing them a favor in the process. Yet Xiaoya and Elira clearly didn't care about his military status at all. Which meant he had to bring up the topic himself, and instead of doing them a favor, it felt more like he was awkwardly trying to network. I don't know how you dealt with that corrupted object at the altar, nor how you can control that black flame, and I don't need to know. Zieg's voice lowered slightly. You undeniably thwarted the Ashen Order's plans. No one can question your stance. But just because the military department and the Empire don't care, doesn't mean others won't. This incident was too big. There were numerous spies from different factions within the Imperial capital. The details will inevitably spread. From now on, in the eyes of various transcendent organizations and hidden forces, you will be labeled and speculated upon. Getting on their radar, it's hard to say whether that's good or bad. I figured as much. Xia Ya nodded indifferently. This was something he had already anticipated before carrying out his plan. It was simply the hidden cost of perfecting Amaterasu. Not a big deal. If soldiers come, we'll send generals. If water rises, we'll build dams. Haha. If soldiers come, we'll send generals. If water rises, we'll build dams. Well said. Lieutenant Colonel Zieg repeated Xiaoya's words, chuckling in agreement. You made a very smart choice by using that black flame in public to openly kill the Ashen Pontiff. If you had kept that power to control black flames hidden and were later forced to reveal it, rumors might have started speculating that you had some secret ties with the Ashen Order. But now that you've displayed it outright, and in the process of taking down their leader, no one can use this against you in the future. Besides, you don't need to worry too much. No matter what, you're a citizen of the Empire, and more importantly, you're now a hero of St. Roland Academy for your significant contributions in this incident. I can personally guarantee on behalf of the Empire no one will dare to challenge you openly over this. As he spoke, the middle-aged officer cast a deep glance at Xia Ya. Also, who knows? We might be fighting side by side again before long. If you're talking about recruiting me into the military department, then forget it. Xia Ya waved him off. A few weeks ago, your colleagues from the Order Bureau in Risa also extended a similar invitation. I already turned them down. I figured talents like you wouldn't want to be bound by restrictions. The Order Bureau and Military Department have strict management and discipline, which makes them better suited for mediocre people, but they would only stifle creativity in someone like you. Even if you joined, it'd just be a waste of your talent. Zieg smirked, then added, but what if it's not the Order Bureau or the Military Department, which are directly subordinate to the Empire and the royal family? What if it's the collaborators of the Fresta Empire? Xia Ya frowned. The Empire's collaborators? What do you mean? Nothing in particular. There's a lot involved in this. I can only say that the waters run deep. If you understand, you understand. If you don't, then there's no point explaining. When the time comes, you'll know naturally. After saying this, Lieutenant Colonel Zieg finally let out a satisfied chuckle, turning casually to leave. But just as he was about to walk away, Xiaoya's calm voice sounded from behind him. As far as I know, if a military officer receives critical assistance from an outsider during a mission, that outsider is entitled to claim a reward deducted from the mission executor's own prize. Zieg's casual stride stiffened slightly. A brief pause. Then, without looking back, he strode away. I'll apply for it. I'll be waiting for the good news. Watching Zieg's slightly awkward retreating figure, Xia Ya finally felt satisfied, waving for Aelora to leave with him. TCH cliffhanger enthusiast, are you? Cryptic Riddler, huh? Fine. Keep up the act. Fresta Empire, Deep Blue Territory, Grey-White Hills. Inspector Firen stood on the desolate hillside, her metallic mask gleaming with a cold light, strands of her red hair swaying slightly in the wind that swept across the barren wilderness. Before her, beneath the slopes of the hill, within a stretch of ruins, dozens of uniformed figures moved back and forth, searching the area. Compared to ordinary Imperial soldiers, these individuals bore a black eagle emblem embroidered in silver thread on their left shoulders, their entire presence exuding sharp discipline and an aura of lethal efficiency. Black Eagle Guards. One of the most elite secret forces in the entire Fresta Empire. The mere requirement to join the Black Eagle Guards was reaching the third ring tier. As for those qualified to command an entire Black Eagle squad, every one of them was a fourth ring master tier beastmaster. At their current deployment in the Grey-White Hills, this Black Eagle Guard unit alone had enough firepower to launch a siege on a small city. Yet at this moment, they were merely combing through these seemingly unremarkable ruins in silence. The age of the soil layers has been roughly determined. It indeed dates back approximately 500 years. By further analyzing the architectural style within the ruins, the residual written records, and other details, this ruin should be the remnants of the ancient capital of the Kangting ancient kingdom. The one speaking was an elderly man with a scholarly air, his hair and beard entirely white. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of refinement and intellect. Small silver-white summoned beasts hovered around him, distinctly different from typical beast pets. Their bodies bore visible joint seams and intricate miniature Magi-tech formations. These were artificial summoned beasts, creations of mechanists. Though they possessed little combat capability, they were invaluable for exploration and support. You've worked hard, Professor Adams. Firen's tone softened slightly toward the old man. She was well aware of his significance. The dean of the history department at Florin Academy, a scholar granted the title of sage by the City of Knowledge, and the undisputed authority on lost history in the Western continent. If not for the fact that the Imperial Princess had once done him a great favor, even with her authority as an Imperial Inspector, it would have been near impossible to invite him here. It's not hard work, not when it's for that young lady's request. Adams smiled warmly. Despite his advanced age, he still carried a dignified and erudite presence. Besides, even setting aside that debt of gratitude, for me personally, participating in the exploration of the Kangting ancient kingdom's ruins is already an invaluable opportunity. Between roughly 400 to 600 years ago, the continent experienced a period of large-scale chaos and upheaval. Within academic circles, we refer to this era as the Era of Cataclysm. During this period, countless wars broke out between humans, between beasts, between gods, and mortals alike. Saints fell, divine blood was spilled. Most civilizations' legacies were completely severed by the catastrophe. The rare few that survived left only fragmented records. The discovery of the Kangting ancient kingdom's ruins will greatly help fill the gaps in our understanding of that period. Moreover, Adams paused for a moment. The Kangting ancient kingdom has barely been mentioned even within academic fields, with only the occasional scattered references. Who was it that pinpointed this ruin's location and initiated its excavation? To be able to find this place based on nothing more than a few trivial clues in ancient texts, this person must have an extraordinary level of expertise in history and archaeology. Perhaps even on par with me. Was it Fulin, Taklin, or Vladimir? Adams listed several renowned historians, but Firen shook her head at each name. His name is Xiaoya. Xiaoya? I don't recall hearing that name. Adams frowned slightly, searching his memory, but before he could think further, Firen added. He's a student at St. Roland Academy. 17 years old this year. 17. Adams was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes lit up with interest. Would it be possible for you to introduce me to him? Firen could already guess his thoughts. Xiaoya's talent in beast mastery likely surpasses even his aptitude in archaeology. Additionally, if my investigation is correct, he already has a mentor. Someone from the Dark Tower's 8 pages. One of the 8 pages from the Dark Tower. Adam's expression stiffened, and he quickly abandoned the idea of seeking a successor. The supernatural forces of the Western continent could generally be divided into 3 categories. Empires, alliances, and theocracies, nations that ruled vast territories with millions of citizens. Forbidden organizations like the Ashen Order, which allied with lost beast kings and were labeled heretical threats by various nations. Independent transcendent orders, powerful yet neutral organizations that maintained order without being actively opposed by the dominant factions. The Shadow Council and the 3 towers, including the White Chalk Tower, fell into the 3rd category. However, unlike the White Tower and Red Tower, which had only existed for a few centuries, The Dark Tower was an ancient and colossal entity that had endured for thousands of years without a single break in its lineage. It was said that at its peak, every seat among the 8 pages was filled by a legendary tier powerhouse or beyond, each capable of rivaling an entire theocratic nation. Even during the era of Cataclysm, the Dark Tower's 8 pages suffered heavy losses, yet the organization remained one of the Western continent's supreme forces. Then forget it. I wouldn't dare try to steal a student from one of the 8 pages. Adams let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Though he held a revered position in academia, he was ultimately just a 4th-ring scholar and knew his own limitations. But simply meeting him should be fine. He retrieved a name card, adorned with intricate golden rose engravings. Please pass this to Xia Ya. Let him know that if he ever visits the City of Knowledge, I would be delighted to invite him to the Florin History Department as a guest. I am very much interested in meeting a young man who has caught the attention of both the Dark Tower's 8 pages and the Imperial Princess. This time, Firen did not refuse. She accepted the name card and placed it away carefully. I will deliver it to him. Her gaze swept across the ruins below before she spoke again. 2 weeks ago, this area experienced fluctuations of a historical echo. But within mere hours, the fluctuations vanished completely. By the time our people arrived, there was nothing left, no trace, no way to re-enter. A historical echo occurred here. Adams was surprised, but quickly understood. If not for such an event, these ruins would not have warranted the attention of an Imperial Inspector of Firen's rank. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Based on my experience, most historical echoes are simply preserved remnants of the past containing rare transcendent materials or trial mechanisms, but nothing inherently abnormal. However, the way you describe it, this case is extremely rare. Or rather, it suggests that the first person to trigger the historical echo is highly unusual. Adam's expression turned contemplative. To be precise, this historical echo was activated specifically for him. If not for his presence, this echo might have remained dormant for centuries or even millennia, fading away in obscurity. Is he the descendant of the one who created the historical echo? A chosen heir? Or perhaps, he might simply be an ancient soul revived. Adams proposed several hypotheses but hesitated to draw any conclusions. Even with his extensive knowledge, cases like this were exceedingly rare. Firen nodded slightly, just about to say something when she felt a faint vibration in her pocket. Her expression became more serious. With a slight wave of her hand, a massive black dragon roared downward, carrying her high into the sky, away from the crowd. Only after ensuring privacy did Firen reach into her pocket and retrieve a pale blue crystal, lightly tapping it. The next moment, the crystal emitted a brilliant azure glow, which quickly coalesced into 2 indistinct humanoid figures. This was the Fresta Empire's astral communication network, a system constructed within the Star Realm, using Star Realm spirits as a medium for direct communication across the astral plane. By utilizing the unique properties of the Star Realm, this system achieved true zero-latency real-time transmission, or in simpler terms, the astral version of the World Wide Web, or perhaps even a private chat group. Of course, due to the rarity of Star Realm spirits and the enormous amount of transcendent resources required to cultivate them, only a select few individuals were granted access to astral communication. Even Firen herself seldom used it. As she focused her mental energy into the connection, she realized the astral communication had already been active for some time. She had joined mid-conversation. Xia Ya. His background is highly mysterious and nearly impossible to trace. When he was 12, he briefly appeared in the arcane city of Lokia, where he was taken as a disciple by Hathaway Altiano, one of the 8 pages of the Dark Tower, also known as the Eternal Page. This was also the only recorded time the Golden Elf legend ever took in a student, according to the Imperial Intelligence archives. At 14, he and Alara arrived in the Imperial capital. Using 200 Rhine gold coins confiscated from a criminal gang in the lower districts as their starting capital, they rapidly accumulated their initial wealth. Popular fiction, luxury goods, ornamental summoned beasts. He has his hands in nearly every major commercial market currently thriving in the capital. In fact, some of these emerging industries were entirely pioneered by him. Later, for unknown reasons, he shifted his focus to archaeology, investing large sums of money and frequently traveling between various imperial cities, completing a massive number of bounty missions for the Order Bureau in the process. Despite splitting his attention, his progress in beast mastery has not slowed in the slightest. Based on the latest intelligence, his summoned beasts include a snow ferret adept at mental illusions and a golden snub-nosed monkey with spatial teleportation abilities. Both he and Alara are either on the verge of breaking through the 2nd ring threshold or have already done so. Once their breakthroughs are confirmed, their combat ratings will be reassessed to near 4th ring levels. From my personal assessment, an ordinary newly advanced 4th ring Master Tier Beast Master would have less than a 50% chance of defeating either of them in single combat. Rather than calling them legendary seeds, I'd say becoming legends is practically guaranteed for them, unless they die prematurely. A refined female voice spoke through the astral communication channel. Noticing Firen's arrival, the speaker paused briefly, then lifted her gown slightly, executing a flawless noblewoman's curtsy. Lady Firen, you are the one from the Abyss Plane. Firen immediately recognized the voice and was slightly surprised. I didn't expect even you to be involved this time. Well, it happened right beside me, the woman replied gracefully. Besides, before Her Highness Isadella, my past identity need not be mentioned. After a brief exchange, Firen quickly began her own report. She concisely relayed all the findings from the Kangting ruins, including Adam's conjectures. At the end of her report, Firen hesitated briefly before speaking again. Your Highness, I would like to temporarily step down from my duties as inspector and return to the White Chalk Tower. Before the tower master sealed himself into self-imposed slumber, he left behind a few cryptic words. Given the appearance of this historical echo, I believe this could have a profound impact on the entire White Chalk Tower. Granted. After all, this was the promise I made to you when you first swore your allegiance to me. For the first time, the third party in the astral channel spoke. Through the hazy projection, Firen could make out the silhouette of a silver-haired girl, clad in a black and red military uniform. Yet, far more striking than her appearance was her sheer presence, a noble and commanding aura that naturally demanded respect, making it easy to forget her youth. She was Isadella von Fresburg, the second imperial princess of Fresta. For years, the current emperor had been gravely ill, and with the empire burdened by countless historical issues, various noble factions and hidden forces had begun stirring in the shadows. Infiltrations, internal sabotage, riots among the commoners. The empire was teetering on the brink. And yet, despite this crisis, the colossal nation still held firm, neither collapsing nor showing signs of decline. It was no exaggeration to say that more than half of the empire's stability rested on the shoulders of this second princess. Isadella's gaze shifted away from Firen and returned to the previous speaker. Then, what of his life before age 11? The specific details are unverifiable. Xia Ya and Alara only entered official records after arriving in the imperial capital. However, we have credible evidence suggesting that both of them hail from Silin. Silin. There was a slight spark of interest in the silver-haired princess's tone. You're referring to the northern city that was destroyed 8 years ago. Yes. The world believes that a rogue titled Beastmaster, who was on the run from the theocracy, was responsible for the massacre. But if there hadn't been a leak, how could he have attacked the city at the exact moment it had just repelled a Northland beast tide, when all its strongest warriors were critically wounded? That level of precision suggests a deliberate act. The princess paused briefly, her tone slightly colder. If I recall correctly, one of the 8 oath-bound families of the Empire, the Winter Blossom, was wiped out in Silin's destruction. Correct. Given Xiaoya Igut's extraordinary talent as a beastmaster, his exceptional business acumen, and his remarkable adaptability in social dealings, many informed factions suspect that he may actually be the sole surviving heir of the late Winter Count, the last remaining member of the Winter Blossom family. A survivor of Silin, the last heir of the Winter Blossom family. How intriguing. A subtle gleam appeared in Isadella's icy gaze. She took a few steps forward, the sharp clicks of her high-heeled boots echoing crisply. In the background of the astral projection, the distant rumble of Magitech artillery could be heard. She was currently on a battlefield. After a long pause, Isadella spoke again. From your personal perspective, what do you make of Xiaoya Igut? How should I put it? I know both you, Lady Firen, and Her Highness have speculated whether he is a revived ancient soul or a reincarnated powerhouse. But from my impression he doesn't carry the aura of an old schemer full of hidden plots and deep calculations. The refined female voice hesitated briefly, as if lost in thought. He's greedy, cunning, silver-tongued, and a complete theatrical show-off. He never does anything without a profit motive. He always trusts his own judgment and remains entirely unaffected by public opinion. But, if he sets his mind on doing something, he has never once failed. If your highness is looking for a loyal, obedient subordinate, then Xiaoya Igut is absolutely the wrong choice. But given the empire's current crisis, he might just be able to accomplish things that those loyal yet mediocre subjects never could. Simply put, he is worthy of becoming an ally of the empire. He is worthy of being a sword-bearer. Excellent. In the astral projection, the silver-haired princess shifted slightly. Her overwhelming presence flared, drawing the instinctive attention of the surrounding soldiers. Then once the border war is settled, I will personally oversee Xiaoya Igut's sword-bearer trial. Imperial Capital, Black Lily District. The Black Lily District was a newly emerging secondary district in Camelot. It didn't have the antiquated rigidity of the Upper District, where old aristocratic families were entrenched, but its security and overall environment were far superior to the lower districts, where commoners resided. Because of this, it was favored by young nobles, merchants, and even adventurers with a certain level of status. To them, the Black Lily District represented freedom, fashion, indulgence, and pleasure. In front of an elegant manor, Lady Carol scrutinized the young man before her. A well-tailored and exquisite outfit. Beneath the messy black hair was a face that, though lacking sharp edges, had an elven-like softness and beauty. And those deep, clear black eyes striking at first glance, like the kind of male lead you'd find in a bard's poem, something that would make readers instantly immerse themselves in the story. Mysterious, handsome, wealthy. He's practically a reincarnation of the Count of Monte Cristo. If I were 20 years younger, I'd surely invite you to a dance at a banquet. Lady Carol sighed as she looked at Xiaoya. She checked the property transfer contract in her hands once more, and after confirming everything was in order, she signed it without hesitation. With that done, she handed a set of keys to Xiaoya and gave him and the blonde girl behind him a glance. She blinked, and a smile appeared on her lips. Well then, from now on, this manor belongs to you too. Congratulations on your marriage. With graceful steps, She turned and walked away, clearly mistaking Xia Ya and Alara for a newlywed couple purchasing their marital home. After Lady Carol had walked far enough, Alara finally stepped up beside Xia Ya. Didn't expect that, did you? Even here, you've got book fans. Yeah, that was a surprise. Who knew the Count of Monte Cristo was so popular among female readers? Guess wish fulfillment stories really do transcend age and gender. And if I'm not mistaken, the perfume Lady Carol wore and the earrings she had on were from the stores we invested in. Looks like choosing to focus on industrial expansion in the Black Lily district was a smart move after all. Xia Ya stepped into his newly acquired home and pulled out various packages from his spatial pocket. Although the Ashen Order's attack on the academy had concluded without any fatalities, only a few students were injured. It had left the dormitory district in ruins, rendering it unlivable. And with Xia Ya having made a name for himself during the incident, catching the attention of numerous factions, he really needed a new residence. The academy dorms were just too crowded with prying eyes. So as soon as the incident was over, Alara dragged Xia Ya around town, house hunting. After thorough consideration, they finally settled on this property in the Black Lily district. Fortunately, Amaterasu had already been restored in advance, and on top of that, Xia Ya had managed to squeeze quite a bit of extra profit from the monarch tier molten giant. Otherwise, there was no way he could afford this manor spanning nearly 2,000 square meters, complete with a private summoned beast training ground and a meditation chamber. It was proof that even after several years of accumulating wealth, new capitalists still couldn't match the centuries-old foundations of the aristocracy. Alara took the items from Xia Ya and began setting up their new home. As she unpacked, she found a silver white picture frame and held it in her hands for a moment. It was a Magitech photograph from when she and Xia Ya had first arrived in the imperial capital, a picture of two young, fresh-faced kids. Back then, they were about the same height. Now, Xia Ya towered over her by a full head. That noble lady had quite the presence, and she dropped a rather obvious hint. Alara placed the Magitech photo frame on the bedside table in the bedroom and spoke in a seemingly casual tone. Sorry to disappoint, but I think that kind of scenario only happens in my new work, Hero Aben. A book like that would definitely get banned. Exactly. But isn't being labeled as contraband the ultimate recognition of its artistic value? Xia Ya moved the last couch into place, then looked around at the now fully furnished home and nodded in satisfaction. All in all, this will be our new base from now on. As he spoke, Xia Ya pulled a metal box out of his spatial pocket. Opening it revealed a glass container inside, and within the bottle-like vessel, a pure silver liquid slowly flowed. Mercury of Rebirth, a fifth ring elemental transcendent material with a slight time attribute. It's said to be particularly effective for ancient species, especially relic-class summoned beasts, helping accelerate the recovery of their former status and abilities. This stuff isn't available to the public. I had to ask Lieutenant Colonel Zieg to redeem it through an internal military channel, using up all our accumulated merit points in the military department. We might even owe him a significant favor. Xia Ya weighed the glass bottle in his hand before passing it to the blonde girl in front of him. Don't refuse. I've already broken through to the third ring, and our identities have likely been exposed to quite a few interested parties. Trouble is bound to follow. You need to catch up. Remember our agreement back in Ceylon? To always be someone useful to me. Alara took the glass bottle. She didn't say much, just looked at Xia Ya, then nodded. Give me 2 weeks. Watching Alara disappear into the meditation chamber, Xia Ya also turned and headed to the summoned beast training ground, which took up half the manor's entire estate. It was a facility constructed entirely from reinforced alloy, inscribed with multiple energy-storing formations, allowing it to withstand the outbursts of monarch-tier summoned beasts. A golden and silver light flickered. Shiny and silver had been summoned to the training ground. The little snow ferret remained as noble and lazy as ever. After taking a quick glance at its surroundings, it simply buried its head back into its fluffy fur and dozed off on Xiaoya's shoulder. As a summoned beast specializing in illusion arts, both Tsukuyomi and the newly acquired Amaterasu consumed a massive amount of mental energy when activated. Unless one wanted to rely on the mind-replenishing potions monopolized by the alchemist city, absurdly expensive as they were, sleeping was the best way to recover mental energy. So outside of combat, Silver was either napping on Xiaoya's shoulder or in the soul-packed space. Shiny, however, was the complete opposite. The moment it was summoned, it was full of energy. Shiny. Xiaoya looked at the little golden snub-nosed monkey before him, speaking with a deep and serious tone. Silver has already digested the gains from our last encounter, fully unlocking Amaterasu. It no longer has any offensive weaknesses. But you're different. Are you really content just being a support? Just acting as our walking storage unit and opening teleportation gates? Chirp chirp? Of course not. Shiny's gaze was firm. Sure, Silver was its self-proclaimed big sis, but who said a second soul pact couldn't become a main summoned beast? If it didn't aspire to be the main pet, was it even worthy of being called a transcendent material? When Silver acquired Amaterasu in such a badass way, it was so jealous. Good, that's the spirit. Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction. We've used up all the skill seeds, so abilities like Raise Non, Yasakani no Megatama, and Dimensional Slash will have to wait. But improving your power has never been limited to skill upgrades alone. Before Alara finishes her breakthrough, we need to enter another historical echo. And before that, we must fully digest our previous gains, fill every possible gap, and push our combat strength to the absolute limit. So, for the time being, I've prepared an extremely rigorous special training program. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Chirp chirp? Absolutely. Shiny's eyes burned with determination. It was already a mature summoned beast. It was time to step out of the comfort zone of skill point allocations and truly grow stronger. The soft glow of the magic lamp illuminated Xiaoya's eyes. He sat at his desk, calmly writing with a steel pen. During the Ashen Order's Fire Sacrament incident, I broke through the third ring bottleneck and initiated my third soul pact. At the same time, by sheer chance, Silver managed to assimilate one of the Ashen Order's corrupted objects and gained the ability to command Black Flame, the dominion of the Lord of Ashes. This incident took place within St. Roland Academy and caused quite a commotion. Some keen observers may have noticed my connection to the Black Tower and to you. However, given the Black Tower's standing and your position within it, even if someone were to try to make a move, they likely wouldn't dare act openly. Xia Ya paused, refilled his pen with ink, and continued writing. Shiny and Silver both have rather unique attributes. While I can compensate for their weaknesses in various ways, neither of them excels in direct combat, especially when it comes to tanking damage. Therefore, for my third soul pact, I intend to choose a summoned beast that specializes in direct combat, particularly physical prowess. Right now, my summoned beast system leans heavily towards law-based abilities, which leaves me at a disadvantage in situations requiring sheer brute force. Of course, when Aelora is around, this weakness instantly becomes my greatest strength. But as you once said, no one can defeat a Black Tower sorcerer armed to the teeth, yet a competent beastmaster should never overly rely on others. My top choice for the third soul pact is a hill giant species. I've heard that one of your colleagues, one of the 8 pages of the Black Tower, the legendary dwarf known as Thunder, has a storm giant emperor that evolved from a hill giant as his primary battle beast. However, hill giants have structured tribes where their young are heavily protected. They typically only form packs with beastmasters once they reach adulthood, which conflicts with my approach to training summoned beasts. Xia Ya stopped writing, hesitated briefly, then added a few more lines. Additionally, I recently uncovered some traces of the Kangting Principality during an archaeological dig. This was an ancient kingdom that perished centuries ago. Based on my findings, its downfall appears to be linked to a certain evil god known as Twilight. This event occurred during the era of Cataclysm and seems to be connected to the founding of the White Chalk Tower. As far as I know, the Black Tower also underwent significant upheaval during the era of Cataclysm, with more than one of the 8 pages perishing as a result. So I believe you might be interested in this information, in uncovering that lost history. Your student, Xiaoya got. After signing his name, Xiaoya double-checked the letter before folding it neatly. He pulled open a drawer beneath his desk, took out 3 Rhine gold coins, and placed them atop the paper. Then, he spoke in a calm voice. Hathaway. Hathaway. Xiaoya paused briefly before repeating the name a 3rd time. Hathaway. A single breath later. In the windless room, ripples spread through the air. Xiaoya felt a strange sensation, as though he were being watched. The source of this gaze did not come from the material plane. It was something higher and farther away, able to bypass spatial coordinates, dimensions, and the boundaries of existence to directly fixate on him. A moment later, the feeling of being observed slowly faded. And right before his eyes, the folded letter along with the 3 Rhine gold coins vanished in an instant, without a trace, as if they had never existed. Had an ordinary civilian or even a low-tier beastmaster witnessed such a phenomenon, they would have considered it an incomprehensible miracle. But Xiaoya, knowing the truth, was unfazed. This was merely the ability of his master's space-based summoned beast, one that served under the legendary gold elf of the Black Tower. As for the 3 Rhine gold coins, they were essentially the fee for the summoning. It was precisely because he had seen the prestige of high-tier space-based summoned beasts that Xiaoya had worked so hard to push Shiny towards spatial mastery. There was no other choice. While the early investment was massive and the results were slow to show once trained, space-based creatures were in a league of their own. Pure concept gods. They weren't even on the same level as fire breathers or water sprayers. Of course, even though the letter had been sent, Xiaoya had no expectations of receiving a reply anytime soon. His master was notoriously unpredictable, frequently vanishing even from her own summoned beasts. Moreover, the lifespan of high elves was absurdly long. Their sense of time differed from that of ordinary humans. Spending over a decade on a single-dimensional journey was nothing unusual. Since leaving Arcane City, Lakia, Xiaoya had never seen his master again. She was probably still drifting through some dimensional rift or the void. So these letters were less about keeping in touch and more of a habit, something akin to a journal. Boom boom. From the direction of the summoned beast training chamber, a series of controlled explosions echoed. Immediately after, Xiaoya sensed a surge of uncontainable excitement from Shiny through their soul pact. The next moment, a dust-covered golden snub-nosed monkey blinked onto Xiaoya's shoulder, its fur completely covered in soot. Xiaoya, looking disgusted, promptly grabbed the little monkey and tossed it into the pool. But even as it was scrubbed clean, Shiny couldn't hide its exhilaration. Chirp chirp chirp. Master? Master. Chirp chirp chirp. I did it. I finally did it. I know. Good job. Xiaoya nodded. In his mind, lines of glowing blue notifications emerged. Shiny's low-tier passive skill explosion resistance has reached perfect proficiency. Shiny's low-tier skill throwing has reached perfect proficiency. Current remaining free EXP, 10,340. A summoned beast's abilities were divided into innate racial skills and learned skills. For high-tier abilities like Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, which had no real-world equivalents, acquiring them required both skill seeds and the completion of intricate developmental processes. But for common mid to low-tier skills, as long as they weren't entirely incompatible, like forcing a fire mouse to learn surf, most could be obtained through rigorous training. For instance, to master explosion resistance and throwing, Shiny had endured hundreds of explosions and hurled thousands of stones at targets before finally succeeding. From a technical standpoint, investing too much EXP into such mundane low-tier skills was a bit wasteful. Even Silver's Rending Claw and Ice Blade, rarely used, had never received a single point of investment from Xiaoya. But right now, Shiny was brimming with confidence in its newly honed abilities. Chirp chirp chirp, big sis, if we're fighting next time, let me take the first opponent. On Xiaoya's shoulder, upon hearing Shiny's enthusiastic challenge, the little snow ferret simply flicked its tail in exasperation. MRRR, as if I'd steal your kill. You want to rest for a bit? Xiaoya lifted Shiny from the pool, dried it off with a towel, and asked. Chirp chirp, chirp? No need, master. I'm in top form right now. The little golden snub-nosed monkey's voice was still full of vigor, clearly eager to test out its newfound skills. Good. Xiaoya tossed Shiny back onto his shoulder. He glanced at the still silent meditation chamber in the distance, pondered for a moment, then stepped into the second-floor washroom. He locked the brass door behind him. Then, as his mind reached into the depths of his soul and touched the distorted space-time imprint, everything around him froze. Once again, he entered the historical echo. The cold moon cast its gentle glow over the silent courtyard, draping the flowers and plants in a silver sheen. Sylvia sat quietly on the stone steps of the garden, gazing at the luminous moon in the night sky. Her violet eyes were lost in thought. Beside her, a small tree bloomed with delicate white flowers, carrying a faint fragrance that brought a sense of calm to her heart. It was a tree she had planted with her mother back when she was still alive. Now, its branches were full and lush. Whenever she found herself restless in the middle of the night, Sylvia would come here, hoping to endure the long and difficult hours. It had been over a month since that winter night when she had fallen into the Grandet Sea. Winter had passed, and spring had arrived, bringing warmth and renewal. Yet, the boy named Xiaoya had not appeared again. By now, Sylvia sometimes wondered if that encounter in the icy waters had been nothing more than a dream. But the warmth lingering on the crystal hairpin told her that what had happened was real, not an illusion. I think the power you carry does not define you as evil by nature. Whether you are good or evil is not determined by your origins, but by the choices you make. The words of the black-haired boy still echoed in her ears. My choices, Sylvia murmured into the evening breeze, her words dissipating unheard. For the past month, she had been pondering this question. She had also been contemplating the path she would take in the future. For 16 years, she had given up on herself. She had curled up in a dark tower without light, waiting in silence for the darkness to consume her. Or rather, she should have drowned in that darkness long ago. But 1 month ago, someone had opened a window in that tower. Sunlight had streamed in, forcing back the black tides. And for the first time, eyes that had long grown accustomed to darkness felt a longing for the light. From that moment on, a new feeling arose within Sylvia's heart. Not to live merely in defiance of others' scorn, but to look forward to a future that belonged to her alone. As I thought. Sylvia reached up and removed the crystal hairpin from her auburn locks. Under the moonlight, the crystal reflected countless shimmering hues. She whispered to herself. I still want to be a beastmaster like brother Xiaoya. Why do you want that? A familiar voice sounded beside her. Sylvia turned her head. Standing in the thin moonlight was a black-haired, dark-eyed boy. His slender shadow stretched endlessly across the ground. Just like the first time they had met, he had appeared so silently, slipping into her life unnoticed only to vanish like the wind. Brother Xiaoya. Though she had envisioned their reunion countless times, now that it had truly come, Sylvia found herself feeling slightly flustered. After returning to the Grand Ducal estate, she had searched for records on Xiaoya, the foreign-born member of her family. And then she had discovered. His parents had perished 16 years ago in that very catastrophe. He had been an orphan taken in by the Grand Duke's family. He should have had more reason than anyone in the principality to resent her, to hate her, to curse her existence. Yet he had done none of those things. On that winter night, he had pulled her from the icy abyss of the Grandet Sea. Perhaps sensing Sylvia's unease, Xiaoya sat down beside her on the steps. It was only then that Sylvia noticed the 2 paper cups he held in his hands. It may be early spring, but the nights are still cold. Have something warm. He handed her one of the cups, and she accepted it with a quiet thank you. The cup was warm in her hands. She took a small sip and her violet eyes widened slightly in surprise. This is really good. Of course, it tastes great. Xiaoya said, a hint of pride in his voice. It took me hundreds of failed attempts in the Alchemy Academy before I finally recreated it from memory. You can call it milk tea, or yalme. If someone from my world ever ends up here in the future, I hope they'll get this ancient meme. He took a sip from his own cup, letting out a satisfied sigh. But enough about that. Let's talk about you. Why did you decide to become a beastmaster? The warmth of the drink spread through Sylvia's body, making her feel cozy and relaxed. For some reason, whenever Xiaoya was around, the tension she usually felt would disappear. She thought for a moment, then spoke in a calm tone. I suppose, it's admiration. When I was very young, I once saw my father riding his majestic summoned beast, returning triumphantly to the capital. Half the capital had come out to welcome him. The streets were lined with flowers, applause, and glory. Back then, I thought that if I could form a contract with a powerful summoned beast on my own, if I could become a strong beastmaster like my father, then, maybe everyone would start seeing me differently. Maybe they wouldn't hate me so much anymore. As she spoke, Sylvia let out a soft laugh and tucked a loose strand of chestnut hair behind her ear. Looking back now, that was such a childish and even laughable reason. My circumstances, the way people see me, it's not something that can be changed so easily. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The stronger I become, the more people will probably wish for my death. Her breath turned into a faint mist in the cold night air. But, for the naive and ignorant girl I once was, that distant, unrealistic hope became my only lifeline. She turned her gaze to Xiaoya's sharp, well-defined profile. I no longer hold such childish expectations. But still, I hold on to that admiration. Not for recognition, not for flowers, nor for glory and applause, but because I want to be someone like my father and brother Xia Ya. When I meet someone in need of help, I want to have the strength to reach out to them just like you did for me that night. If my past truly left behind sins, then I will atone for them by saving others. And if that thing inside me ever loses control again, then next time, I won't need your help, brother Xia Ya. I'll knock that thing on the bronze cross unconscious myself. And besides, Sylvia hesitated slightly. Beside her, on the stone steps, rested a thin book. A travelogue written by a wandering bard, filled with illustrations of places across the western continent. I also want to see the places described in this book. I want to see the Three Sages' snow mountains in the far north with my own eyes and find out if the Ice Spirit King truly exists at the mountain's peak, just like in the books. I want to visit the dragon's nest in the south and see if the legendary dragons really do abduct princesses from human kingdoms and hoard piles of gleaming gold in their lairs. I want to look into the depths of the sea and discover whether those enchanting sirens, who sing so beautifully and lure sailors to their doom, are real. As Xiaoya listened to Sylvia's words, he saw the light of longing shimmer in her deep violet eyes. And he understood. Because of the danger she posed, the Brandstadt Grand Duke family had placed strict restrictions on her movements. Throughout her life, her entire world had been confined to the Grand Ducal estate, more specifically, to the silent courtyard that belonged solely to her. She had only rarely ventured beyond the capital, and even then, it had been under strict supervision, such as when accompanying her father on royal inspections. The night she had secretly run away, escaping to the Grandet coast just a few miles from the capital, had been the farthest she had ever traveled. To her, that place was the edge of the world. Her knowledge of the outside world came solely from the countless books and illustrated manuscripts stacked high in her room. That was why she longed to become a beastmaster. Because in the adventure tales written by bards, only beastmasters, protagonists of their own journeys, had the right to traverse the continent, to witness its boundless wonders. That's going to be a bit troublesome. Xiaoya sighed, rubbing the little snow ferret on his shoulder. For you, becoming a beastmaster won't be easy. I didn't expect you to say that, brother Xiaoya. Shouldn't this be the part where you encourage me? Besides, you clearly told me before that one day, I would become an even stronger beastmaster than my father. Sylvia's voice held a trace of surprise, but not disappointment. Her father had long told her about the abnormalities of her soul. Even forming a soul pact was an incredibly difficult task for her, let alone becoming a strong beastmaster. She was just surprised by Xiaoya's response. The situation then was different from now. Giving empty words of encouragement is easy, kind of like when a little kid runs around yelling that they'll be the richest person in the world, and I just nod along, yeah, sure, sure. But your longing just now, that wasn't empty. Xiaoya met Sylvia's gaze, a rare hesitation in his voice. Even if there's a possible future where you truly become a legendary powerhouse, that doesn't mean the risks don't exist. Yes, Sylvia did become a legend in recorded history. She became the Argent Witch, the founder of the White Chalk Tower. But who could say for certain that the girl before him would walk the exact same path? Xiaoya had never believed in fate or prophecy, and he couldn't simply view the girl in front of him, the one whose eyes glowed with hope, as nothing more than a historical projection, an inevitable event. His initial goal had merely been to complete his beginner quest and claim his reward. But after that winter night by the Grandet Sea, Xiaoya had started to see Sylvia as a friend. Cheering for someone's dream without taking responsibility, that's something anyone can do. But only those close to you will truly worry for you. Xiaoya leaned back on the courtyard grass, gazing up at the silver moon. The bronze cross inside your soul, it's both a burden and a shield. It was placed there by a legendary figure as a seal. As long as you ignore it, the half-body of twilight within you will remain trapped by that cross until the seal wears off. The only thing you have to deal with are the occasional leaks of aura seeping through the seal. But that bronze cross also suppresses your soul's power. If you want to form a soul pact, if you want to control your own fate, then you have to enter the depths of the bronze cross. You must abandon the protection of the seal. Break free from all restraints. And with your own will stand face to face with the monster that nearly wiped out half of the Kangting Principality. Seize control of your soul's power from it. The process will be long, painful, and perilous. It may take a lifetime to complete. You will pay an unimaginable price. And if you fail, you will either die or become nothing more than Twilight's puppet. Xia Ya paused. So, I won't cheer you on. Because just like your father the Grand Duke Brandstat said, the safest choice for you is to maintain the status quo. But I also won't stop you. Because I believe no one has the right to take away someone else's dreams. Not even the gods. When Sylvia finally came to her senses, Xiaoya was gone, vanishing as silently as he had appeared. But the hesitation and uncertainty in Sylvia's violet eyes had disappeared as well. For the first time in her life, she had made a decision of her own will. And when midnight came, when that insane, decayed, golden hue once again seeped from the bronze cross, Sylvia did not run. She did not suppress it. For the first time, she chose to face it. This was a battle between an ancient god and a mere mortal. The loser would lose everything. That night, deep within the family's secret chamber, Elder Norton felt a vague unease. It was as if some unseen disturbance had rippled through his carefully woven plans. Yet no matter how much he checked, he could find nothing out of place. And in the end, nothing seemed to happen. But the following morning, when Sylvia awoke once more, her violet eyes and chestnut hair had both taken on a pale hue, and she had lost the ability to speak. This was the price of glimpsing a god's power with a mortal soul. From that moment on, every word she spoke would carry the authority of corruption, contamination, and death. At the wooden desk, Sylvia opened the journal Xia Ya had given her. By the dim candlelight, she began to write. From now on, every word I speak will carry the curse of death. To avoid harming others, I will no longer speak aloud even when I am alone. This silent curse will follow me, until either I, or that ancient god, reaches the end of our existence. Brother Xiaoya once said, no normal person writes in a diary. But I think, neither of us are normal people, we are heretics. After all, a normal person wouldn't have dragged me into the sea with him. A normal person wouldn't have ignored the hatred from the rest of our family and stayed by my side. But if even heretics can have friends, can comfort each other in their pain, then maybe, being a heretic isn't so bad, after all. Excerpt from the Argent Witch's Diary. Sacred Calendar 346, Month of Blossoms, 12th day. Have you heard? Sylvia seems to have caught some strange illness. She's locked herself in her room for an entire week now and might not even attend this coming-of-age ceremony. I heard about that too. Apparently, she can't speak anymore and has to write things down to communicate. It's worse than that. The servants in the estate say her hair and eyes are gradually turning pale. Maybe she's been cursed. A curse? Sounds more like karma to me. Retribution from the countless souls she's harmed. If she ends up cursed to death, that would be the best outcome for everyone. And if she doesn't show up for the coming-of-age ceremony, that's actually a good thing. After all, this is the family's grand annual event. If she really came, she'd just ruin the mood for everyone. There's also that outsider, Xia Ya. He's been associating with Sylvia all this time, probably trying to use her status to gain entry into the family. Too bad he got caught up in this mess. I heard his parents died in that disaster too. Honestly, that guy is ruthless, completely cold-hearted in his ambitions, willing to do anything to climb up the ranks. Too bad he made the wrong bet. After the coming-of-age ceremony, he'll probably have no choice but to leave the capital. Idle gossip drifted through the air, but Xiaoya paid it no mind. There was an old saying, what was it again? Never argue with fools. Master, I strongly disagree with your opinion. You're absolutely right. Fine, if they wanted to call him a ruthless, power-hungry schemer who abandoned all ties for personal gain, so be it. Xiaoya figured that kind of reputation worked in his favor. It saved him the trouble of dealing with acquaintances who might notice he lacked any actual memories from the historical echo. Right now, most of his focus was on the system interface in his mind. Beginner quest status updated. Objective 4. Complete the Cangting Grand Duke family's coming-of-age ceremony and, by passing it, become a core family member, truly joining Elder Norton's plan. This was the new quest objective that had appeared after completing the previous favorability quest. Elder Norton was clearly planning something big. Xiaoya could see that at a glance. Based on the intelligence he had gathered from the historical echo, the current Cangting Principality was indeed in the era of cataclysm, with constant border conflicts that forced the Grand Duke himself to remain stationed at the front lines for years. But from what he could tell, the country was still relatively stable, nowhere near the brink of collapse. Only internal sabotage could bring Cangting Principality to ruin within a year. Yet, historical records on Cangting were scarce. Xiaoya could only speculate about the details, unable to grasp the full picture. Although he had earned Elder Norton's trust with his earlier performance, aside from a few cryptic remarks at the beginning, he had received no further clear instructions. How realistic. Even when someone holds your lifeline, if you don't show enough strength and status, you'll never get access to the full plan. Xiaoya's gaze settled on the word coming-of-age ceremony within the system interface. The Brandstat family wasn't just any noble house, they ruled over an entire principality. So naturally, their coming-of-age ceremony wasn't just some simple ritual to mark the transition from childhood to adulthood. It was an assessment, a trial, somewhat reminiscent of the Mase's initiation rituals in Xiaoya's past life. Passing the trial meant proving one's potential, earning the family's recognition, and securing resources for future development, likely leading to a position in the family's administration. Failing, however, meant being abandoned, left to fend for oneself without any further investment or support. And for an outsider like Xia Ya, who had been adopted into the Brandstat family, failure didn't even mean being left to slack off in obscurity. He would be directly assigned to some remote village or town under the principality's rule. To put it nicely, he'd be given a minor administrative post where he could waste away. To put it bluntly, he'd be exiled. Xia Ya didn't care about his future in this historical echo, but if he wanted Norton to take him seriously and grant him access to the inner workings of the plan, this coming-of-age ceremony was the best opportunity. Cangting Royal Capital, outskirts. A vast woodland nestled deep within layers of towering mountains. Massive Magi-tech formations for security purposes enclosed the entire forest. In the central clearing, an elder with white hair and beard, clad in a long robe, stood surveying the gathered youths with a stern gaze. He was one of the Brandstadt family's elders. However, unlike Norton who wielded actual authority as the acting head, this elder spent most of his time stationed here, rarely involving himself in internal family affairs. His aura was subtle, but from Xiaoya's spiritual perception, he could tell the man was a genuine fourth ring master tier beast master. Though age had weakened his soul, making him less formidable than someone like Colonel Zieg, a peak-strength fourth-ring powerhouse in his prime, he was still leagues beyond any ordinary third-ring high-tier beastmaster. The white-haired elder's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, nodding slightly. I assume that since you're all here, you understand what this coming-of-age ceremony means, especially for those of you who are outsiders. This family has no place for the weak. You were fortunate enough to be sheltered and raised to adulthood. That is the extent of our generosity. From this point on, everything status, power, reputation, transcendent resources you will have to fight for on your own. Additionally, I must remind you of one thing. His voice was ancient and steady. This trial is not just about your future within the family. It is also crucial for your path as a beastmaster. For many of you, this may be the only opportunity in your entire lives to form a contract with a high-tier monarch species summoned beast. His gaze moved slowly across the gathered youths. And then, a silver-white storm suddenly erupted across the clearing. A majestic humanoid figure, pure silver and shimmering with ethereal light, appeared silently behind the elder. Its form was like liquid mercury, its presence exuding an overwhelming pressure. Even though it had yet to reach monarch tier, it wasn't far off. And with a contracted beast's bond enhancing its master's power, this being wouldn't falter even against a wild fourth-ring monarch tier summoned beast in direct combat. It was a quasi-monarch. As that silver-white figure manifested, nearly everyone present turned their eyes toward it, their gazes burning with desire. A silver spirit. An elemental species. A genuine high-tier monarch species. This means that once a contract is formed with a silver spirit, there would be almost no bottlenecks in nurturing it to high-tier monarch. Of course, much like pure-blooded dragons, silver spirits, as elemental life forms, have incredibly long lifespans, meaning their growth is excruciatingly slow. Without sufficient transcendent materials to accelerate its development, a silver spirit might not even reach full maturity before its beastmaster dies of old age. The one the white-robed elder had contracted, for example, was still a ways from reaching its monarch tier adult form. But that only further demonstrated its immense potential. And, for everyone present, a silver spirit represented far more than just a summoned beast. A silver spirit is also our family's guardian species, the very symbol of Brandstadt. The white-haired elder's voice carried a weight of solemnity. Though other types of extraordinary power existed in this world, there was no denying that, for humans, contracting summoned beasts and becoming a beastmaster was the most versatile and highest potential path to transcendence. As such, nearly all powerful human factions on the Western continent had their own exclusive summoned beast lineages. For example, the Fresta Empire had the crowned griffin and the black-scaled wyvern. These lineages were both symbols of their respective families and the very foundation that ensured their enduring strength. From the first king who founded Cangting Principality to the current Grand Duke, who has earned great military merit on the border battlefields, each of them has fought alongside a mighty silver spirit, resisting beast tides and foreign invaders to build their undying legacies. To the Brandstadt family, the silver spirit is far more than just a species of summoned beast. It is a legacy. A legacy that has endured for centuries, the very continuation of Brandstadt's glory. As the elder spoke, the atmosphere in the forest arena surged with excitement. Every gaze held not only admiration but burning ambition. The legacy of family honor, the continuation of history. What an exhilarating narrative. Seeing the fervor in their eyes, the elder nodded in satisfaction. He had spent decades overseeing the silver spirit lineage, having presided over more than 10 coming-of-age ceremonies. Naturally, he knew exactly what kind of words could best ignite the passion of these young ones. He slowly stepped out of the central clearing, leaving the silver spirit standing in place. For this year's family coming-of-age trial, you must endure 30 seconds under the assault of a peak commander tier silver spirit. During the trial, I will not provide any assistance or enhancements to the silver spirit. You may choose to send only your summoned beast into the trial or enter the arena together. However, once inside, you may not leave the designated area. If, after 30 seconds, either you or your summoned beast remains capable of action, you will be deemed to have passed. Of course, if your skill set is not suited for defense or evasion, you may instead launch an all-out attack against my silver spirit. I will evaluate the strength of your offense and determine pass or fail accordingly. The same applies to support-type beastmasters. The elder clapped his hands lightly. If you pass the trial, you will receive one opportunity to enter the silver spirit's habitat and form a contract with a juvenile or adolescent silver spirit of your choosing. Remember, the silver spirit is our guardian species. You may not use force or cause any conflict during the selection and contracting process. Anyone who violates this rule will be permanently expelled from the family. With the elders' official announcement, the coming-of-age ceremony reached its peak excitement. Even Xiaoya's gaze burned with anticipation. Not because of the elders' speech about Brandstadt's honor. He had only been in this historical echo for less than a month. Aside from Sylvia, he had no sense of belonging to this Grand Duke family whatsoever, let alone any notion of family pride. He was simply greedy. This was a high-tier monarch species. Even with Tsukuyomi's enhancements, Silver had only reached mid-tier monarch, while Shiny was still just low-tier monarch. On the highest-level black market in the imperial capital, a juvenile high-tier monarch species summoned beast was so rare that it was nearly impossible to purchase, with each one auctioned off for at least 100,000 Rhine gold coins. And with Xiaoya's current empty pockets, there was no way he could afford that in the short term, unless he sold off all his businesses in Black Lily District. But that would be like killing the chicken for its eggs, a complete loss. While his point allocation ability allowed him to nurture even a low-tier awakening tier flower finch into something comparable to a high-tier monarch species. Pretending species ranking didn't matter at all was just self-delusion. A higher species ranking meant a stronger base stat panel, rarer and more powerful racial abilities, a greater growth ceiling, and superior combat power within the same tier. When choosing a contractable summoned beast, aiming for the highest species ranking possible was a fundamental principle that all beast masters followed, whether legendary tier or apprentice tier. As for the so-called "there are no useless summoned beasts, only useless beastmasters" speech, the guy who came up with that? His grave already had 2 meters of grass growing over it. Boom, boom, boom. From the trial zone in the center of the forest arena, the cries of struggling summoned beasts and beastmasters rang out. Though the participants were members of the Grand Duke family and could be considered elites on the continent, they still paled in comparison to the talent pool at St. Roland Academy, which selected only the most outstanding candidates from across the empire. Most of the young participants were high-tier first ring, with a few at second ring, but only at the entry level. Even though the Silver Spirit wasn't using its full power or receiving any Beastmaster enhancements, surviving 30 seconds against a Quasi-Monarch was still too much for these first and second ring Beastmasters. After 30 minutes, only a handful of mid-tier Beastmasters had barely scraped through using special abilities. The rest had failed. Those who passed looked relieved. Those who failed were ashen-faced. For Beastmasters who relied entirely on the family's resources, failing this trial meant their future was already set in stone. There was no longer any path forward. The once fiery atmosphere quickly cooled. After all, no matter how grand the promises, no matter how passionate the speeches, they were all meaningless in the face of cold, hard reality. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the arena where Xia Ya stood, isolated by other family members due to his association with Sylvia. Squeak squeak. Master, I can't stand watching these weaklings pecking at each other anymore. Squeak squeak. Master, master, you promised I'd get to fight this time. After being pestered endlessly by his golden snub-nosed monkey, Xia Ya finally threw it out. Go, go. Just remember, this is only a test run for the new combo skill. Don't make too much of a scene. Squeak. Leave it to me, master. Shiny nodded enthusiastically. Then, it rummaged through its spatial pocket. After a moment of hesitation, the little monkey pulled out a custom-made outfit. Despite Xiaoya being a stingy beastmaster, he still took good care of his summoned beasts, telling them bedtime stories from time to time. Stories like the 4th Village Brawl and the Battle of the Eyes, or the East Sea Bandit King were always on demand. Shiny and Silver both enjoyed them immensely and often pestered Xiaoya to commission battle uniforms for them. As for whether those uniforms were meant to assist in combat or serve some other purpose, well, that remained unknown. Right now, Shiny's outfit was one Xiaoya had custom ordered for it, a naval admiral's uniform, with a cape that bore 2 bold ink-stroke characters. Justice. Yip, yip, don't mess this up and embarrass me and master. Perched on Xiaoya's shoulder, little snow ferret lazily opened its eyes and flicked its fluffy tail. Fighting was a job for underlings. As Xiaoya's main summoned beast, its only duty was to remain effortlessly elegant. Squeak squeak. Don't worry, big sis Silver. With a determined look, Shiny leapt into the battlefield. Then, standing small yet proud before the towering Silver Spirit, its battle uniform fluttered in the wind, along with the words justice. Squeak squeak squeak. Bearing the name of Xiaoya, I must not lose. Did you just mix up your script? Watching from the sidelines, Xiaoya's face darkened. No way. Even a high-tier transcendent Gale Wolf was defeated, and he's sending out a pet like that. Is that really a battle-summoned beast? It looks more like an ornamental pet to me. As the golden snub-nosed monkey entered the arena, the defeated spectators began murmuring their nameless, background character complaints. On the other side of the forest arena, the white-haired elder narrowed his aged eyes as he observed the small monkey facing off against the Silver Spirit. Though old, he was still a 4th ring Master Tier Beastmaster, and his perception was far deeper than that of the 1st and 2nd ring Beastmasters taking the trial. Early Commander Tier. So its master must be a high-tier 3rd ring Beastmaster. To think such a talented individual would appear among the younger generation of the family. His gaze shifted toward a certain black-haired youth, who was casually toying with the little snow ferret on his shoulder, looking utterly uninterested. Xiaoya Igat. As someone who had spent years overseeing the Silver Spirit habitat, the elder was largely unfamiliar with the younger generation of the family. Apart from Sylvia, the notorious daughter of the Grand Duke, he barely knew any of the participants in this year's coming-of-age ceremony. The only reason he knew Xiaoya's name was because Elder Norton, the acting head of the family and a fellow elder, had specifically mentioned him, asking the white-haired elder to pay a little extra attention to this outsider. But now, it seemed like Xia Ya hardly needed any special consideration. Not bad. The elder nodded at Xia Ya. You are the most outstanding talent in this batch. There's no need for a combat trial. At your level, you already qualify to contract a silver spirit. This wasn't favoritism, it was simply the truth. Even though Elder Norton had put in a word for Xia Ya, the white-haired elder wouldn't have rigged the trial just for that. He was an elder of the family as well, and he didn't fear Norton's dissatisfaction. The higher a summoned beast species rank, the harder it was to reproduce. The silver spirit population had always been small, so contract candidates had to be carefully selected. It was his duty to filter out the mediocre. But that so-called harsh standard meant nothing in the face of a 17-year-old high-tier third-ring beastmaster. The last person in the Brandstadt family to reach third ring before their coming-of-age ceremony had been the current Grand Duke, who was now a titled tier 6th ring powerhouse. And given his prime age, he might even have a shot at ascending to legendary tier. As the elder spoke, some of the defeated candidates stirred, ready to challenge the fairness of the test. But before they could, the golden snub-nosed monkey was the first to protest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I've been waiting forever for my first battle. Squeak, squeak, squeak. No way, don't take this away from me. I'm very sorry, elder. The black-haired youth Xiaoya finally spoke up. My summoned beast has been looking forward to this fight for a long time. If it doesn't get to battle, it'll probably wreck my house tonight. Besides, I actually want to use this battle to test something. To see if the silver spirit is even worthy of becoming my third soul pact. Testing whether the Brandstadt family's guardian species was worthy of a contract? The elder felt a flicker of anger but quickly suppressed it. After all, Xiaoya was an outsider. It was normal for him to lack reverence for the silver spirit. Geniuses always had special privileges. Very well. The elder nodded, saying no more. 3 breaths later, a storm of silver-white light particles began gathering around the argent humanoid. Then, they shot out like a meteor shower. The silver spirit was an elemental life form with a metal attribute. This rare combination of dual attributes allowed it incredible versatility. As elemental life forms, silver spirits had extreme elemental affinity, allowing them to adapt to most elemental magic skills. Those who followed the spellcasting path could evolve into Silver Phantom Spirit or Argent Eye. Those who specialized in metal attributes could refine traits like sharpness and hardening, becoming physical-type evolutions. The Trial Elder's Silver Spirit was a hybrid of both paths but leaned more towards spellcasting. The dense silver lights fell like shooting stars, an overwhelming spectacle. This was Silver Meteor, a high-tier skill perfected to flawless mastery. Most of the previous trial participants and their summoned beasts hadn't even lasted 5 seconds against this move before being utterly defeated. However, just as the silver meteors were about to reach Shiny, the golden snub-nosed monkey's body suddenly shattered like an illusionary mirage. A moment later, without any warning, Shiny reappeared behind the silver spirit. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? A massive rockfall crashed against the silver spirit, making it stagger slightly. But that was all. The silver spirit had reinforced physical defenses and a higher tier. Its steel-like body wasn't something rockfall plus throw could break through. It countered with a sharp slash aimed straight at Shiny, but it hit nothing but air as Shiny blinked away. Within the battlefield, elemental surges and stone impacts clashed endlessly. But after more than 20 seconds, neither side had landed a decisive blow. That's enough. The elder looked at Xiaoya, fully acknowledging his capability. Not only had he reached third ring at such a young age, but he had also nurtured an extremely rare spatial attribute, Summoned Beast. Until one reached Monarch tier or acquired specific countermeasures, spatial jump was purely broken. No matter the power difference, if your attacks couldn't hit the target, it didn't matter. In an actual life or death battle, he could use relentless pressure tactics, forcing Shiny to burn through its mental energy until it ran out. But this was just a family trial, limited to 30 seconds. However, before the elder could officially call the match, Xiaoya's voice tinged with faint apology interrupted. But we haven't even decided a winner yet. Calling it off now wouldn't be fair, don't you think? Actually, back when I was in the Alchemy Academy, I failed at making explosive talismans, but in the end, I found an alternative with nearly the same function. I call it detonating clay. A sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding rose in the white-haired elder's heart. He turned his gaze toward the battlefield only to see the silver spirit and the golden snub-nosed monkey clashing once more. The rockfall thrown earlier had left some sand and dust clinging to the silver spirit's body, while Shiny had blinked away again. But this time, the distance Shiny had retreated seemed a little too far. The elder's sharp eyes fixated on the patches of clay scattered all over the silver spirit's form. At first, he had thought it was just dust from the impact of the stones. But now, after several exchanges, he realized that the gray-white clay had already coated the silver spirit's entire body. And strangely, the placement of the clay was highly ordered, arranged in a pattern that seemed engineered for maximum efficiency. The elder's pupils contracted slightly. Then, he suddenly heard Xiaoya's voice ringing in his ears. Lord Elder, have you ever heard this phrase before? Art. Is an explosion. In the next instant, A sky-piercing fireball erupted, engulfing the silver spirit entirely in a blinding inferno. The entire battlefield shook to its core. A blinding white light erupted into the sky. The massive shockwave spread outward, knocking the spectators dozens of meters away off balance. The blazing white light expanded rapidly in the eyes of the white-robed elder, finally making his expression shift. Since presiding over the Brandstadt family's coming-of-age ceremonies, this was the first time he had ever been so moved by a test-taker. He even disregarded his own rule of non-intervention during the assessment, issuing a series of swift commands through his contract link. At the center of the explosion's firelight, the majestic silver spirit let out a furious roar. Ripples of light radiated from its body, and in an instant, its pure silver form became hazy. Elementalization. A fundamental racial ability possessed by most elemental-type summoned beasts. Upon activation, the body enters an elemental state, losing its offensive capabilities, but at the same time, drastically reducing incoming damage. Only a fraction of a second after executing this maneuver, another surge of white light engulfed it once more. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another. The sheer intensity of the blasts left the entire audience momentarily speechless. Detonating clay, is this that alchemical explosive material? No, if it were just that, the destructive power wouldn't be nearly this high. The assessment elder's pupils contracted slightly. His mental energy surged, even making those around him feel an oppressive, suffocating pressure, proof that his current emotions were far from calm. I've seen similar alchemical materials on the border, often used by the military in siege battles to demolish enemy fortifications and defenses. But based on the amount used by your summoned beast, this shouldn't have produced such an effect. The assessment elder continuously scanned the battlefield with his mental energy. After a long pause, a thought surfaced in his mind. A realization even more shocking than the massive explosion itself. You didn't just detonate all the alchemical materials at once. You deliberately staggered them. Through precise calculations and meticulous control, you arranged the detonations in a waveform overlay, ensuring that the shockwaves converged at the center. Using this method, you maximized the explosive force of your detonation array. Exactly. Xia Ya nodded calmly. A technique that stacks shockwaves at the center to amplify the impact to its maximum potential. In my homeland, this might be referred to as phased array technology. Of course, I only applied a fraction of the principle nowhere near the level needed to nuke the moon with a phased array nuclear detonation. That would require explosion timing precision down to the microsecond. A yellow blur flashed, and Shiny landed lightly on Xiaoya's head. The little golden snub-nosed monkey proudly shook its back, displaying the bold justice characters written on it only to be grabbed down by Xiaoya in an instant. A summoned beast sitting on a beastmaster's head? What, did it think the world had flipped upside down? But Xiaoya's attention didn't shift due to his playfulness with Shiny. His gaze remained locked on the distant silver spirit, a peak commander tier being. Moments later, the explosions subsided. The airborne dust finally settled, revealing the battlefield. The once mighty quasi-monarch silver spirit was now battered and bruised. Its once smooth, mirror-like metallic body was now full of dents and cracks, with even a few missing pieces. For most beast species, such wounds would be fatal. However, as waves of silver-white ripples spread out, the liquid metal composing the silver spirit's body flowed instantly, filling in the gaps and restoring its structure. Another fundamental racial skill of elemental-type summoned beasts accelerated regeneration. As beings composed entirely of elemental matter, injuries that would cripple ordinary summoned beasts were not irreparable to them. Even so, after completely restoring its form, the silver spirit's presence was noticeably weakened, its previous quasi-monarch majesty nowhere to be found. The assessment elder waved his hand, recalling the silver spirit into his soul-packed space. Xia Ya nodded slightly. Using blink and throw to set up detonating clay on my opponent's body, then triggering an array explosion with phased array detonation, I managed to inflict moderate injuries on a quasi-monarch tier summoned beast. And that's assuming my opponent was an elemental life form, which naturally has a higher endurance. If it had been an ordinary summoned beast, that explosion should have been enough to severely wound a quasi-monarch, rendering it incapable of combat. Considering I only used 60% of the available detonating clay, the results were satisfactory. After all, this was just an experiment for a new skill set. And since the assessment elder bore no hostility towards him, there was no need to go all out. Overall, Xia Ya was pleased with the outcome. Having fully digested the gains from his beginner quest, both Silver and Shiny were still lacking in overall capability compared to true monarch tier summoned beasts. But they already possessed techniques capable of threatening a monarch. Elder, according to the rules you set, my assessment should count as a pass, correct? Xia Ya turned to the assessment elder, who still seemed a bit dazed. At the same time, through this battle, Xia Ya had also gained insight into the silver spirit species. Pure combat strength wasn't its most defining trait. The most crucial factor Xia Ya noticed was that the silver spirit species possessed far greater potential than other summoned beast species. Unlike most summoned beasts, which had rigid evolutionary paths, the silver spirit had an extremely diverse development potential. For ordinary beast masters, this wouldn't mean much since they followed standard training regimens. But for Xia Ya this was perfect for maximizing his point allocation ability. Of course. The assessment elder snapped back to reality and nodded. The Magi-Tech formation used for security opened a gap, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Even within the Silver Spirit species, different individuals exhibit distinct tendencies and personalities. Given your Beastmaster talent, it would be a shame if you contracted a mediocre one from the species. The assessment elder gave Xiaoya a deep look. Rapid training speed? Contracting rare summoned beasts? That could be attributed to talent or luck. Some people were just born different. And if this explosion had been a simple alchemical detonation, it wouldn't have been too surprising. It would have just been a gimmick, effective for a one-time surprise attack, something he had seen many times in his long career. But phased array detonation, controlled with Xiaoya's precision, was an entirely different story. This meant that Xiaoya's achievements weren't just from luck, they came from his own ability. On the other side, Xiaoya had no idea what the assessment elder was thinking. Or rather, even if he did know, he'd just scoff at it. If luck alone could make you stronger, who the hell would choose to struggle and defy fate? Everyone cursed the seal-clubbing whales but secretly wished they were one. Xiaoya stepped into the Magi-Tech formation's gap and silently activated Tsukuyomi. I'm not an unlucky bastard. I'm a luck god. I am a luck god. His self-hypnosis took effect, making his mutterings even more firm. That's right, I'm a luck god. Bless me, gotcha gods, let my third soul pact pull an SSR. The habitat of the Silver Spirit clan was located in the outskirts of the capital of the Kangting Principality, deep within a mountain valley. A long mithril vein ran through the entire valley, with a small portion of it exposed on the surface. Because of this, when Xiaoya bypassed the security Magi-Tech formations set up by the Brandstadt family and entered the valley, the mental energy he released immediately sensed the dense, free-floating metallic elements in the atmosphere. This was precisely the ideal habitat for the metal element species known as the Silver Spirits. If I could just shove this entire mithril vein into my spatial pocket in one go, then little AI and I wouldn't have to worry about transcendent resources all the way up to the 6th ring. Xiaoya licked his lips and carefully suppressed this audacious thought. Not to mention whether Shiny's spatial pocket could even fit such a massive mithril vein. The high-tier security Magi-Tech formations were not just for show. If he really went through with it, the entire Brandstadt family would probably hunt him down. Still, once I finish my beginner quest, maybe I really could pull off a major heist. After all, the ancient Kangting kingdom is doomed to fall in the future. Keeping this vein here would be a waste. Might as well let me, the last descendant of the Brandstadt family, take advantage of it. Xiaoya reined in his scattered thoughts and extended his mental perception further. Before long, he detected several other life forms within his range of perception. There was no hostility in their mental fluctuations, only a trace of curiosity. Following the direction of these signals, Xiaoya soon saw a few small, ethereal silver spirits peeking at him with inquisitive eyes. Compared to the quasi-monarch silver spirit that the assessment elder had, these ones were much smaller in both size and presence, clearly still in their juvenile or adolescent stage. Unlike the former, which exuded a dignified and imposing aura, these young silver spirits appeared more delicate and refined. From a dozen meters apart, they observed each other through mental perception. For Xiaoya, this was part of his selection process for his third soul pact beast. For the silver spirits, this was also their selection process for their future beastmaster. The relationship between beastmasters and summoned beasts on the western continent was complex. Humans and some humanoid races could cultivate their mental power, open a soul pact space, and become beastmasters. Summoned beasts, in turn, could benefit from the soul pact and its many advantages. Generally speaking, forming a contract was a mutual, voluntary, and beneficial process. Beastmasters relied on their summoned beasts for extraordinary power and self-enhancement. Meanwhile, summoned beasts could accelerate their normally slow growth, recover from serious injuries within the soul pact space, and enjoy a steady supply of transcendent materials. In most cases, contracted summoned beasts progressed far faster than their wild counterparts. However, as with any general rule, exceptions existed. Among humans, there were, of course, those who would stop at nothing for power, forcibly contracting summoned beasts for their own gain. And among wild summoned beasts, there were also those who despised beastmasters, some even leveraging their own superior strength to manipulate the soul pact as a mere tool, establishing anarchic domains as lost beast kings. Of course, as the guardian species of the Brandstadt family, the silver spirits naturally didn't reject contracts with Brandstadt family members. But forming an equal contract was akin to marriage. One's choice of partner directly impacted their future development, so careful selection was only natural. Their mental connection lasted for a moment. Soon, the young silver spirits conveyed waves of friendly emotion. This signified that they had acknowledged Xia Ya and were willing to form a contract with him. As elemental life forms naturally attuned to their surroundings, silver spirits possessed a keener perception than humans. Thus, they quickly sensed that the black-haired boy before them had a soul far deeper and more radiant than any previous beastmaster candidates. Or rather, compared to Xia Ya, those so-called elite candidates of the Brandstadt family might as well have been fodder. Without comparison, there would be no sense of disparity but whether summoned beasts or beastmasters, who wouldn't want the strongest possible contract partner. This world was ultimately pragmatic and materialistic, and to the summoned beasts, Xia Ya was essentially the epitome of a high-status, wealthy suitor. On the other side, Xia Ya was also carefully choosing his contract partner. In his mind, lines of deep blue data flickered, displaying the detailed attribute panels of the silver spirits before him. Species, silver spirit, silver armor evolution type. Category, elemental species. Attribute, Metal. Stage, Growth Phase. Soul Pact status, None. Combat level, 26, second ring. Species tier, High tier Monarch, 4th ring. Beast skills, Elementalization, Expert, High-speed regeneration, Expert, / Proficient, Elemental Surge, Proficient, Metal Enhancement, Proficient, Super Hardening, Proficient. An excellent attribute panel, fitting for a high-tier Monarch species despite only being in the growth phase. Its combat level had already reached the late Transcendent tier. As for its skills, Elementalization and High-speed regeneration, the downgraded version of Accelerated Regeneration, went without saying. / and Elemental Surge were standard damage skills in their respective physical and magical categories, about as fundamental as a fireball spell in classic Western fantasy. Nothing special, but universal. The two advanced skills, Metal Enhancement and Super Hardening, indicated that this Silver Spirit was more inclined toward close quarters combat. Both were devastating in melee battles. All in all, a very standard frontline warrior, a textbook sustained fighter, perfect for fortifying Xia Ya's third soul pack's direct combat capabilities. However, it still felt a bit too standard. Not weak, but lacking a unique edge. It seemed out of place compared to the more unconventional styles of his other summoned beasts. In a group battle, Little Snow Ferret would be clad in a black robe embroidered with red clouds, Shiny would wear a ceremonial Hokage cloak, and the new one wouldn't even have a recognizable aesthetic. Silently, Xia Ya moved the Silver Spirit to the backup list and continued browsing. Growth Phase, Level 28, Spellcaster Specialization, possesses the same high-tier damage skill, Silver Meteor, as the Quasi-Monarch Silver Spirit owned by the Assessment Elder. Not bad, but it doesn't fit my third soul pact needs. If it's just a pure spell turret, it overlaps with Silver. Youth Phase, Level 19, Perception Specialization, High-tier Passive Skill Premonition. Occasionally receives foresight from the Star Realm, but the content is completely random. In other words, whether it's good or bad is pure luck. If I were truly a luck god, I might pick this one. Maybe I'd get a vision leading me to some 6th or 7th ring transcendent material and achieve financial freedom overnight. But no matter how many times I read my own fate with Tsukuyomi, I know deep down I'm just a cursed unlucky bastard. Xiaoya internally shed the tears of an unfortunate soul and decisively eliminated this option. He followed the valley downward, encountering many juvenile or adolescent silver spirits along the way, each suitable for forming a contract. Yet overall, none of them particularly impressed Xiaoya or made him feel a spark of excitement. After all this searching, it seems like the most suitable choice is still the very first silver spirit I saw. I just don't know if it'll reject me for treating it like a backup option if I go back now. Just as Xiaoya stretched lazily and started descending the valley, preparing to return to contract the first silver spirit, his gaze suddenly paused. A faint clang echoed from a slope nearby. Xiaoya followed the sound down the hillside, entering a dense forest. In the clearing ahead, a small silver spirit was swinging something at a massive metal ore. As blade met solid black iron, a sharp metallic clang rang out, sending sparks flying. When Xiaoya steadied himself at the foot of the slope, he finally noticed what set this little silver spirit apart from the others he had seen. Normally, elemental life forms didn't suffer from permanent disabilities. Any injuries could be healed with time and energy replenishment. Yet, for some reason, this little silver spirit's left arm was missing. A dim yellow glow surrounded the severed area, as if some unknown, tainted force had invaded its shoulder, preventing the regeneration of its silver elements. Even more striking was its overall appearance. Silver spirits were supposed to have pristine, radiant silver bodies, but this one had been completely stained with a crimson hue, as vivid as fresh blood. Even the silver sword formed from the flowing metal of its right arm was soaked in scarlet, leaving a trail of red light with each swing. Unlike its kin-favored children of nature and the elements, this small, red silver spirit had lost its pure, immaculate form and carried an unsettling, tainted aura instead. In Xiaoya's mind, a completely different set of data surfaced. Species, silver spirit, twilight corrupted form. Category, abyssal species, corrupted species. Attributes, metal, darkness, sword. Stage, juvenile. Soul pact status, none. Combat level, 7, first ring. Species tier, high tier monarch, 4th ring. Beast skills, tainted blood, beginner, darkborn, beginner, / transcendent, sword bones, expert, bloodburn, expert, monarch's heart, beginner. A silver spirit with a mere combat level of 7. Given its high tier monarch species classification, even a newly born silver spirit should normally have at least an awakening tier combat level. This little silver spirit was an anomaly among anomalies. It was clear that the so-called twilight corrupted form was not a beneficial mutation. On the contrary, the taint had severely restricted its growth. But what truly shocked Xiaoya was the skill / and its transcendent mastery level. This was the first time he had ever seen a wild, uncontracted beast possess a skill beyond perfect, reaching transcendent proficiency. Even though / was a low-tier skill, making it easier to improve, reaching this level still required unimaginable training. Back when Xiaoya helped Silver develop Tsukuyomi, it had taken 5 full years just to raise Silver's charm skill to perfect, and even then, the final breakthrough had required system-assisted point allocation. Let alone a beast without a beast master's guidance, without training assistance, without access to transcendent materials. Achieving this level purely through sheer perseverance was beyond extraordinary. The little crimson silver spirit remained unaware of Xiaoya's presence. It simply continued swinging its sword at the massive ore, sparks flying as a clear slash mark gradually emerged. This wasn't just a momentary whim, it was a daily, yearly routine, carried out relentlessly. Only through such ceaseless repetition could the most basic, often overlooked skill, slash, be refined to such a pinnacle. Now this is interesting. Xiaoya's gaze locked onto the sword-wielding silver spirit. He didn't interrupt it. Instead, he continued examining its skill panel. Tainted blood. Attribute, abyss, curse. Tier, high tier. Proficiency, beginner, 0/100. Skill description, this elemental body has been invaded by a higher dimensional taint, resulting in the loss of elementalization and elemental affinity. The missing left arm is unable to regenerate due to the Twilight Curse. Darkborn. Attribute, abyss, curse. Tier, high tier. Proficiency, beginner, 0/100. Skill description, the body and soul have been jointly corrupted. Once fallen, the bearer will lose their sense of self and become an apostle of the abyss. Sword bones. Attribute, metal. Tier, high tier. Proficiency, expert, 1193/10,000. Skill description, through countless swings of the sword, the very concept of sword has been imprinted upon its origin. Bloodburn. Attribute, spirit. Tier, high tier. Proficiency, expert, 3018/10,000. Skill description, burns the body, incinerates the mind, and uses the soul as fuel to temporarily enhance all attributes. As for the final skill in the panel, Monarch's Heart, its description contained only a single line: the potential to become a king. Xiaoya's gaze swept across the deep blue skill descriptions. Aside from slash, all of this little silver spirit's other skills were ones Xiaoya had never seen before. Moreover, judging purely from their descriptions, Tainted Blood and Darkborn were clearly negative abilities. You still haven't chosen your contract partner. Well, I suppose for a genius like you, it's only natural to be picky. An aged voice rang beside Xiaoya's ear. The assessment elder had appeared at some point, likely having finished evaluating the remaining candidates. Following Xiaoya's gaze, he looked at the little silver spirit that was still tirelessly swinging its sword. You've noticed it too, haven't you? Actually, it shares a bit of fate with you Brandstad outsiders. 16 years ago, during that great catastrophe, you weren't the only ones who lost your parents and became orphans, it did too. Back then, all of Kangting Principality was plunged into disaster, including the capital. Even the silver spirit's habitat was invaded by twilight catastrophe beasts tainted with corrupted objects. And on that very day, this little silver spirit was born. Its mother fought to protect it back then. It was nothing more than an incomplete star spirit entity. In the end, she perished in battle. It's said that on that day, the twilight catastrophe beast's tainted blood mixed with hers and splattered onto its still developing star spirit body, turning it into what you see now. Because its elemental body was tainted, its growth has been abnormally slow. And having lost the purity of an elemental life form, even its own kin see it as an outcast. Perhaps because of what it witnessed at birth, its personality became stubborn and extreme. It's been training tirelessly all this time, determined to grow stronger to earn the recognition of a beastmaster, and one day, avenge its mother. But, unfortunately, the elder shook his head, sighing softly. As a high-tier monarch species, silver spirits had countless evolutionary paths. However, losing elemental perception alone meant that this little silver spirit had no possibility of developing into a magic-oriented form. If it abandoned the magic path and specialized in physical combat instead, it would not only lack elementalization, the core ability silver spirits relied on for survival, but it also suffered from an irreparable disability: its missing left arm. On top of that, its growth rate lagged far behind its kin, a fatal flaw that couldn't be easily remedied. No one would waste their once-in-a-lifetime contract opportunity on a silver spirit that was born defective. Having guarded the silver spirit's habitat for decades, the trial elder felt an attachment to them. In his view, this little silver spirit was simply unsuited for battle. It should stay in the habitat and live out its days peacefully. Mediocre, perhaps, but at least it would survive. My apologies, perhaps I touched a sore spot. He averted his gaze from the little sword-wielding silver spirit and looked back at Xia Ya. If none of these young silver spirits satisfy you, come with me. I have a good relationship with a few monarch-tier silver spirits in the habitat. Among their offspring, you might find one with outstanding talent. But then, he realized Xia Ya was no longer standing beside him. Raising his head, he saw that Xia Ya had already descended into the valley, standing right next to the little silver spirit. Clang, clang. A sword of crimson and silver clashed against the black iron ore, producing a harsh, grinding screech as sparks scattered. The sword marks on the black iron became more distinct with each strike. This was already the umpteenth time the little silver spirit had swung its sword. It had already split hundreds of these massive black iron ores in two. The other silver spirits in the habitat had expressed their disapproval more than once. As elemental life forms born from nature, silver spirits were generally gentle and nature-loving. While they didn't shy away from battle, that was something meant to happen after leaving the habitat and forming a contract with a beastmaster. To them, this place was a sanctuary, a cradle for raising offspring, resting, and living peacefully. It was not meant to be a battlefield. So they couldn't understand the little silver spirit's relentless training. If it had exceptional combat talent, perhaps they would tolerate it. But the problem was, its growth was excruciatingly slow, falling an entire tier behind its peers. Because of this, everything it did seemed irrational, even insane. The little silver spirit was well aware of how its kin perceived it. But it didn't care. The moment it was born, the crimson that seeped into its star spirit body had already left an indelible mark deep within its soul. Grow stronger. Avenge its mother. From that moment on, this had been the sole purpose of its existence. That was why it had resisted the abyss corruption without letting even a trace of its mind succumb to darkness. If it had lost its elemental affinity, if it could no longer heal or elementalize like other silver spirits, then it would turn its body into a sword. Day after day, year after year, until the very concept of sword was engraved into its soul. Clang. Another slash fell. A fine crack appeared on the black iron ore. You do realize that, to outsiders, everything you're doing is nothing but futile self-deception, don't you? A sudden, unfamiliar voice echoed beside the little silver spirit. It's like a fish trying to learn how to fly. No matter how much effort you put in, it's nothing but an impossible, wasteful struggle. Only then did the little silver spirit notice the boy who had appeared beside it. He hadn't concealed his mental energy. Within the silver spirit's perception, his soul was scorching and profound, far stronger than any of the previous beast masters who had come seeking a contract. Even the elder who oversaw the habitat seemed lacking in comparison to this boy. Me, I know. After a long silence, a soft, childish female voice transmitted through its mental waves. The black-haired boy raised an eyebrow in surprise. You know it's futile, yet you still refuse to stop. To be honest, I admire your perseverance and determination. In my eyes, possessing such a mindset is far more important than things like level, species, or powerful skills. But knowingly charging toward an impossible goal is foolish. I don't want my future contracted beast to be some reckless brute who only knows how to charge headfirst into danger. That's not bravery. That's just throwing your life away. The little silver spirit's star spirit body trembled slightly. This was the voice it had been waiting to hear since the moment it was born. For a silver spirit, whose growth cycle was exceptionally long, forming a contract with a beastmaster was the only way to rapidly gain strength, the only way to obtain the power to seek revenge. Everything it had done was in pursuit of a beastmaster's recognition. And yet, because of its physical flaws, not a single beastmaster from the Brandstadt family had ever been willing to choose a silver spirit born with a disability. No one had even considered it. This was the first time in its life that a beastmaster had looked at it as a potential contract partner, even if that voice carried doubt. And more importantly, this beastmaster was incredibly strong. Me, not futile. The little silver spirit's star spirit body trembled slightly, its mental waves rippling with a delicate, youthful voice. Is that so? It saw the black-haired boy nod non-committally. Then show me. In the next instant, a small snow ferret appeared on his shoulder. Defeat it, and I will acknowledge that you're worthy of forming a contract with me. And in return, I will grant you a chance to fulfill your wish. The exquisite snow ferret flicked its fluffy tail and leapt lightly from the boy's shoulder, gazing lazily at the little silver spirit. The silver spirit couldn't sense the slightest trace of threat from it. It seemed nothing more than a harmless ornamental pet. Yet, it didn't let down its guard for even a second. Any beast contracted by such a powerful beastmaster could not possibly be weak. Its tier was likely far beyond its own. Even so, faced with what might be its only chance in this lifetime, the little silver spirit felt no hesitation. It closed its eyes. Its silver elemental body, along with the murky yellow glow surrounding it, fell silent. The next moment, its entire being, from its physical form to its star spirit core, ignited in a blaze of deep blue, bloodburn. Unlike its kin, it lacked a powerful racial trait. Its magical energy and attributes were far inferior to theirs. No one knew these shortcomings better than the little silver spirit itself. Swinging its sword endlessly could compensate for lack of combat experience and technique, but just as a seasoned martial artist could never defeat an adolescent dragon, a massive gap in magical energy and tier could create an insurmountable divide, one that skill and experience alone could never bridge. That was why it had bloodburn. All living creatures possessed an innate survival instinct. No matter how much effort they exerted, their bodies would always retain a portion of energy necessary to sustain life. Bloodburn was a technique that defied this instinct, forcibly drawing out power that should never have been used, condensing everything into a single, fleeting moment. This was the ultimate technique the little silver spirit had created, its one and only unique skill. Burning the body, incinerating the mind. Each use of this ability was self-destructive. But, for the first time in its life, someone had placed expectations upon it. And so, it chose to respond to those expectations. In an instant, blood-red flames coiled around its silver blade. Then, it swung. No elaborate special effects. No intricate swordsmanship. Just the simplest, purest slash honed to perfection through countless repetitions. The sudden surge of magical energy made the small snow ferret blink in mild surprise. Abyssal black flames and deep blue light erupted at the same time. Then, the slash tore through the black flames barrier, cutting straight toward their source. Maybe, I really can do it? Just as this thought rose, the little silver spirit saw a silver moon expand within the snow ferret's eyes. The blue flames enveloping its body extinguished. Its slash veered off course. Bloodburn had been forcibly interrupted. The magical energy that had surged within its elemental core vanished, replaced by a deep, consuming weakness. It had lost. Its full-powered strike fell into empty space, carving a deep scar into the earth. If only I were stronger, if only I had trained harder, then maybe I could have lived up to his expectations. In that moment, regret and self-reproach filled the little silver spirit's mind. But then, a calm voice reached its ears. Do you feel frustrated? Because of your weakness? If so, then remember this frustration. Because this is proof that you haven't given up. Proof that you haven't succumbed to despair and abandoned yourself. The next moment, the little silver spirit felt itself being lifted by a pair of strong, warm hands, broad, firm, and steady. Clear, tranquil mental energy intertwined with its star spirit body, soothing its burning soul, and with it, the twilight curse that had haunted it for so long. Just like it, exactly like it. The little silver spirit heard the young beast master murmur. Silver. It's just like how you, I, and little AI were back then. Ying. Silver, perched on Xiaoya's shoulder, flicked its tail lightly in response. Its master was clearly about to take in another summoned beast. Why go through all these mental gymnastics to justify it? In the end, homegrown pets just couldn't compare to wild ones. But, gaining a new plastic sister? That didn't seem too bad. As long as you don't mind. The little silver spirit heard his bright, refreshing laughter. Then, it felt its consciousness being wrapped in a gentle, all-encompassing warmth like the quiet embrace of a starlit night. Its star spirit body and his mental energy fused together. Slowly, they formed the beginnings of a contract. From today onward, you will have the power to achieve your wish. As for your name, the little silver spirit saw its future beast master pause slightly, his gaze settling on the scarlet stain that had marked it since birth. Then I'll call you Crimson. The royal capital of the Kangting Principality sat beside the Grand Sea. With such a geographical location, the advantage was a mild climate, warm in winter and cool in summer, but the drawback was unpredictable weather. It was often sunny one moment, only for torrential rain to pour down the next, or vice versa. Sylvia left her high heels on the pebble beach, stepping barefoot onto the damp sand after the rain. The fresh sea breeze carried from the Grand Sea rustled her flowing white dress. Tiny shrimp and crabs occasionally peeked out near her feet, prompting Sylvia to squat down and tease them with her fingers. Not far behind her, Xia Ya stood quietly, admiring the serene scenery before him. After completing the Brandstadt family's coming-of-age trial, his status within the family had risen significantly. He was no longer just an insignificant outsider but had earned the qualifications to enter the family's management ranks. With Elder Norton's silent approval, Xiaoya no longer had to sneak around when taking Sylvia out of the Grand Ducal estate. Now, he could submit an official application to the family without issue. On his shoulder, Crimson had taken the form of a small star spirit body, resembling a fiery red ball. It flickered in sync with Xiaoya's mental fluctuations. As Xiaoya's third soul-pact partner, Crimson was different from his first two. Silver and Shiny had been with Xiaoya for a long time, forming a deep emotional bond. Their souls were perfectly in tune, allowing them to synchronize their strength effortlessly. But Xiaoya and Crimson had only just signed their contract, and their synergy still needed time to develop. So whenever he had the chance, Xiaoya would summon Crimson to bond with it and deepen their connection. Fortunately, their compatibility wasn't bad. Perhaps due to their similar backgrounds, their soul pack's synchronization had rapidly increased in just a few days. This left Silver, who had lost its exclusive spot on Xiaoya's left shoulder, feeling a little jealous, wondering if it had unwittingly invited trouble into its home. As for Shiny, it was even more distressed. Great, now both the left and right spots were taken. Where was it supposed to go? Even after developing a new detonating clay strategy, it still couldn't shake its fate as a mere tool monkey. Plop. Plop. Sylvia splashed through the water, running over and placing a small hermit crab curled up inside its shell into Xiaoya's palm. The tiny creature was timid, refusing to come out and instead releasing small bubbles in silence. Just then, Xiaoya heard Sylvia's soft gasp, not a word, just a long, drawn-out breath. Following her gaze, Xiaoya saw a rainbow arching over the deep blue sea, reflected against the sky that had cleared after the rain. A colorful bridge connected the sea and sky, like the mythical Tower of Babel, forged by the achievements of mortals, piercing through heaven and earth. I want to see what's on the other side of the sea. Sylvia dipped her finger into the seawater and wrote in Xiaoya's palm. The rainbow shimmered in her deep violet eyes, refracting a glass-like brilliance, like a radiant galaxy. The other side of the Grand Sea should be the Golden Plains within the Noble Alliance, right? I visited there when I was 12. According to legend, centuries ago, a golden dragon beyond the legendary tier met its end on that vast plain. So even now, the life forms there remain under the dragon's golden blessing. Xiaoya cradled Crimson still in its round star-spirit body form in his arms and spoke calmly. Sylvia listened intently. Only after he finished speaking did she retrieve her diary and pen, writing something down. Since that night, she had grown accustomed to communicating through writing instead of speaking. She adapted quickly. In her past life, she had rarely spoken with others, and the few times she did, there was always an air of unfamiliarity and distance. When she finished writing, she held up her diary for Xiaoya to see. Do dragons really love kidnapping princesses? That's an outright misconception, Xiaoya chuckled. Or rather, it's a forced plot device that wandering bards use to create conflict in their stories. A fully grown pureblood dragon is equivalent to a legendary tier being. And not every dragon is male. Kidnapping princesses brings them no real benefit. Sylvia nodded seriously, then flipped to a new page and wrote with an almost playful stroke of the pen. What about airships? Do they actually exist? With our current technology, they're still just theoretical concepts imagined by steam engine guild mechanists. Xia Ya summoned his little snow ferret. But, in the future, as Meiji-tech advances, airships will be widely used for military purposes. Silver activated Tsukuyomi, projecting an image before Sylvia's eyes. It showed rows upon rows of massive airships, flying in tight formation across the distant sky. The airships were equipped with metallic cannons, and within their hulls were Meiji-tech energy arrays, ready to unleash powerful energy blasts at any moment. On the airships' exteriors was the emblem of a soaring black eagle, a military showcase from the Fresta Empire's recent founding anniversary. Although powerful beastmasters could change the course of a battle, on a national level, Meiji-tech creations were equally indispensable in war. Their Q&A session continued for a long time, until Sylvia had filled several pages of her diary with elegant handwriting. Some of her questions were well-structured, even carrying deep philosophical thoughts like the reasons behind seasonal changes or why the same summoned beast species had different traits in different regions. This triggered Xiaoya's transmigrator instincts, making him eagerly explain everything to her in detail. But some of her questions were completely absurd. For example, why do night girls who seem much stronger always lose to goblins, despite their overwhelming advantage on paper? Or, why do the city guards and the Order Bureau always arrive after the killer has already struck, even though they clearly received reports in advance? This forced Xia Ya to patiently explain again and again, telling her these were just plot conveniences that authors used to create tension in stories purely fictional and not to be taken seriously. The reason for this contrast was easy to understand. Sylvia's worldview was incomplete and fragmented. She had never been outside the royal capital, nor had she ever chatted casually with outsiders. Every night and every day, she remained in her small courtyard, reading the ancient books and story collections from her family's library. Through those dry lines of text, she imagined what the real world might look like, dreaming of the snowy mountains in the far north, the vast golden plains, and the silent, deep sage's forest. So in her eyes, night girls seemed like complete idiots if they weren't throwing themselves into goblin dens. They were already on their way there. The world is full of demon kings and evil dragons that kidnap princesses, as well as countless senile old kings. Despite ruling a nation and commanding vast armies, they never personally lead their forces to rescue the princess. Instead, they pin their hopes on a rookie hero who just stepped out of the beginner village, rewarding him with nothing more than the sharpest sword in town. The children of nobles, too, seem to have far too much free time. They insist on falling in love with members of enemy factions, dragging their families into ruin and ultimately choosing a tragic double suicide. Meanwhile, princes always ignore the perfectly suitable princesses of neighboring kingdoms, instead obsessing over some peasant girl who knows nothing of noble etiquette, makeup, or courtly manners, whose only redeeming quality is her kindness. The two remained on the beach until the afternoon, as the sky gradually darkened. The tide, tinged with the glow of sunset, lapped against the shore in foamy white waves. Sylvia silently gazed at the twilight sky, reluctant to leave. Don't be disappointed. There will be a chance. When your condition stabilizes, and you can fully control the power of the Bronze Cross. By then, we'll submit an excursion request to His Grace, the Grand Duke, and see the world beyond the sea with our own eyes. Xia Ya gently patted Sylvia's head. The future Argent Witch had soft chestnut hair, interwoven with strands of silver. She didn't resist at all, simply continuing to gaze into the distance. She picked up her pen, writing on the paper for a long time before finally handing it to Xia Ya. Actually, it doesn't matter if we never cross the sea. Right now, I'm already very happy. She lowered her eyes slightly, like a cat that had done something wrong. Xia Ya's gaze flickered slightly. Only now did he finally understand why he and Sylvia had become so close so quickly, despite being someone who was always cautious, never easily opening up to others. If he hadn't been that way, he never would have made it out of Silon, the city swallowed by flames and smoke. It was simply because, 8 years ago in another time and place, Xiaoya had met another girl just like Sylvia, someone who had lost everything, like a stray cat. After spending 8 years together, Xiaoya had grown accustomed to that girl's presence. It was a peculiar feeling, as if he had raised a black cat, one so quiet that he barely noticed its existence in daily life, yet the moment it was gone, every little detail of life felt incomplete. So when he met Sylvia, he subconsciously felt a sense of familiarity and closeness, as if they weren't strangers meeting for the first time, but old friends reunited after years apart. Xiaoya averted his gaze, not responding to Sylvia's words. Only he knew. This seemingly ordinary day, this fleeting moment of peace, would one day become an irreplaceable miracle for the entire Kangting Principality. This was the final glow of an ancient kingdom, a beautiful yet fragile illusion, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. From a purely pragmatic standpoint, after completing the third phase of the Sylvia favorability quest, Xiaoya had no real reason to invest any more effort in her. In his timeline, this ancient nation's fate was already sealed. And whether this historical echo was a reflection of the past or an intersecting parallel world, it didn't matter to him. He could treat this entire historical echo as nothing more than a game, an ultra-realistic, fully immersive RPG, where every person here was just an NPC, and he was merely grinding beginner quests to farm system rewards. He could slaughter indiscriminately, use war crimes and ruthless strategies to speedrun the game just as he had done countless times in Paradox Interactive games in his past life. After all, the moment he exited the historical echo, nothing here would have ever happened. Even the most morally upright saints wouldn't condemn someone for their actions in a mere game. But Xia Ya knew. He couldn't do it. He never considered himself morally pure, nor could he claim to have any particularly high principles. In fact, at times, he could be downright inhumane. Yet some things, even if he knew they were more advantageous, he still couldn't bring himself to do them. Apologies for the interruption, Lord Xia Ya, Lady Sylvia. A voice called out from the distance, beyond the beach. It was a member of the Brandstadt family, speaking with utmost respect. Before the coming-of-age ceremony, Xia Ya had been just another expendable outsider within the family. But after passing the trial, he had become the center of attention, one of the family's rising stars. More importantly, it seemed that Elder Norton, the acting head of the family, held him in particularly high regard. The messenger's eyes flickered subtly towards Sylvia, a mix of rejection and fear in his expression. But he concealed it well, keeping his tone formal. Lord Xia Ya, Lord Norton requests your presence. Understood. Lead the way? Xia Ya nodded, giving Sylvia's head one last pat before standing up. He had remained in the historical echo even after completing the coming-of-age ceremony, all to await this final phase of his quest. As Xia Ya's figure disappeared into the distance, Sylvia remained on the dimming beach, bathed in the fading twilight. She opened her diary on her lap, writing under the golden hues of the setting sun. Today, I visited the Grandetcy again. The last time I came here, I had thoughts of ending my life. But this time, my heart feels completely different. I saw a rainbow over the rain-soaked beach. It was beautiful, like a bridge between heaven and earth. Xia Ya told me that long ago, a great many people gathered in a place called Babylon and built a mighty tower with baked bricks and stone mortar, trying to reach the realm of the gods. But their actions angered the gods. So they cursed humanity, making them speak different languages. The once united people fell into discord, leaving behind the unfinished Tower of Babel. What a pity. I talked with Xia Ya about many things, all the way until dusk. To have met him on that cold winter night, perhaps it was the greatest stroke of luck in my entire life. I hope that this time can last forever. Excerpt from the Argent Witch's Diary, page 9. Sacred Calendar 346, Month of Blossoms, 23rd. Xia Ya walked through the dim corridor, the flickering yellow light from the wall sconces casting shifting shadows. At the end of the hallway was a spacious room. His guide stopped at the wooden door, solemnly reciting a long and intricate prayer. The prayer was extensive. It was filled with phrases like the Lord who created all things, the omniscient and omnipotent God, the source of all greatness, the beginning and the end, the one and the many, higher than the stars, older than eternity. These grandiose descriptions were piled on without restraint. Only after finishing did the guide gesture to Xia Ya before silently retreating. Xia Ya pushed the door open. A lavishly dressed man lay half-reclined on a sofa. On the table before him sat a tray of incense. Wisps of pale violet smoke curled into the air, filling the room with its intoxicating scent. The man's aged face was partially obscured by the drifting smoke, his expression betraying an indescribable sense of indulgence. Dreamland's embrace? Xia Ya immediately recognized this alchemical narcotic. It was quite popular among mid-tier nobility, known for inducing vivid hallucinations and an almost euphoric state. Ordinary Dreamland's embrace was merely a recreational indulgence for lesser nobles. But this without a doubt was an enhanced variant, potent enough to make even a fourth-ring master-tier beastmaster succumb to blissful oblivion. If other members of the Brandstadt family were to witness this scene, they would be utterly shocked. To them, Elder Norton, as the family's acting head, had always been a pillar of wisdom and stability, the very foundation of the family's strength. Even his most loyal confidants would be surprised. To them, Elder Norton was the Lord's executor in the mortal realm, secretly preparing for a grand scheme, one that would overthrow the Cangting principality and free the Lord from his ancient seal in accordance with the Twilight's will. A leader of such a doomsday cult, a figure akin to a pontiff, ought to be an ascetic monk, a devout zealot, not someone indulging in such hedonistic pleasures. Xia Ya had initially assumed the same, that Norton was just another corrupted cult leader, much like the Ashen pontiff, plotting some earth-shattering event from the shadows. But now it seemed, the part about big plans was true. As for being a fanatic zealot, that was now highly questionable. Lord Norton. Xia Ya respectfully stepped up to the sofa, unfazed by the sheer decadence before him. Norton sat up slightly, a faint smile appearing on his aged face. This is a new formula, modified by the alchemists of the Lost Kingdoms. Just arrived through black market channels, quite effective. He gestured toward the tray of Dreamland's embrace. Care to try some? I appreciate Lord Norton's generosity, Xia Ya responded humbly. However, my strength is still lacking. If I were to lose myself in indulgence and delay your plans, I would be deserving of death. Seeing Xia Ya's composed and respectful demeanor, Norton nodded in satisfaction. Well, that's fair. This would indeed be a bit too intense for someone who hasn't yet reached the fourth ring. Within the Brandstadt family, Norton held immense power. His words alone could mobilize the majority of the clan's forces. However, there was a clear distinction among those who followed him. Most obeyed because he was a family elder and acting patriarch. A smaller number were loyal followers, individuals whom he had corrupted using Twilight's power, devoted not to him, but to the Lord sealed beneath the family estate. But only Xia Ya, an outsider raised under Norton's watchful eye, with no allies within the family and his very fate in Norton's hands, was truly loyal to him, Norton the individual. Elder Norton rose from the sofa, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the room. I've been watching your actions, your performance during the coming-of-age ceremony, and your recent interactions with Sylvia. To suppress your hatred, to approach Sylvia and gain her trust, this is commendable. Since you've already come this far, there are some things I can finally share with you. Hearing these words, Xiaoya's mind sharpened with anticipation. The big one is finally here? From the moment he first entered the historical echo, Xiaoya had known that Elder Norton was plotting something enormous. But until now, it had all been riddles and cryptic hints, leaving him unable to grasp the full picture. Now, at last, all the preliminaries were over. The real game was about to begin. And this time, Elder Norton wasn't holding back. He spoke plainly, no more mysteries. 16 years ago, the twilight descended upon the principality and was ultimately sealed away by several legendary tier beast masters and the young patriarch working together. The majority of the twilight's power was locked within the family's underground sealing array. However, a smaller fragment was sealed inside the newborn daughter of the patriarch, my niece, Sylvia. In terms of raw power, the fragment inside Sylvia is insignificant. After all, a newborn infant could never contain such overwhelming energy. But her soul is unique, a 1 in a million anomaly. Beyond that fragment of power, she also absorbed the Twilight's authority and its entire divinity. Ancient gods cannot be slain, not by legendary tier beast masters, not by any means available to mortals. Even maintaining the seal requires immense effort, especially since the principality has no permanent legendary tier guardian. But if the divinity and authority are extracted from the Twilight, then its remaining power is nothing more than an inert pool of energy, incapable of causing harm. In other words, the peace and stability of the Cangting Principality for the past 16 years have all been purchased at the cost of her life. Norton gazed at the swirling violet smoke of Dreamland's embrace, speaking words that could shake the entire principality to its core. Xia Ya had suspected as much, but this was the first time he had received definitive confirmation. All these years, hidden organizations from the Lost Kingdoms have been infiltrating the principality. They believe they've invested tremendous effort to corrupt me, convinced that I, a high-ranking member of the Brandstadt family, have finally fallen to their influence. But what they fail to realize is, a cold, mocking smile flickered across Norton's aged face. They're the ones being played. In 3 months, these hidden organizations will orchestrate a grand rebellion, one even greater than the one 17 years ago. A number of titled tier high priests from these groups will personally take action for the sole purpose of freeing their imprisoned lord. And what I need you to do, Norton's piercing gaze locked onto Xia Ya. He spoke each word with deliberate clarity, is to ensure that amidst the chaos, you seize control of Sylvia. Bring her to me. Then, let her fulfill the duty of a key, the role of a vessel. It was only at this moment that Norton revealed his ambition for the first time. Sylvia was a vessel, carrying all the authority and divinity of dusk. She was also a key. The peak of mortals was the legendary rank and ironclad rule acknowledged by the supernatural world for centuries. However, true gods did exist in this world. The false gods, evil gods, and ancient deities worshipped by various secret organizations, as well as the righteous gods followed by the theocratic nation, all served as proof of this fact. Between the legendary rank and the divine realm lay a dark and boundless ocean. The land of catastrophe had severed history for centuries, covering this sea with layers of impenetrable mist. For thousands of years, countless seekers had ventured into that dark ocean, carving paths they believed to be their road to godhood. Yet, no one ever knew if the path they walked was the correct one, or if it would truly lead to the end. No one had ever reached the destination. Now, Norton had found a deep, hidden path, one that seemed more reliable than the rest. However, in the middle of this road stood an ancient bronze door blocking the way. Sylvia was the key to opening this bronze door. Once unlocked, one would come face to face with the ancient god known as Dusk. Some sought to seal him away forever, while others would kneel in reverence and beg for his blessing. But Norton was different from both groups. What he wanted was to steal his authority and take his place. With his strength still below the 6th ring, this ambition seemed almost laughably audacious. However, with the seal, Sylvia's existence, and the leverage of secret organizations, his plan was not just feasible, it was entirely possible. Norton scrutinized Xia Ya, while faint shadows loomed in the void behind him. If he detected even the slightest hint of abnormality on Xia Ya's face, he would strike without hesitation. Xia Ya's expression showed sheer astonishment, as if shocked by the insanity of Norton's plan. But in the next moment, a look of determination flickered across his face. No matter what, as long as it is Lord Norton's will, I have no choice but to obey. Newbie mission, Phase 4 objective, complete the Grand Duke of Cangting's coming-of-age ceremony and become a core member of the family, officially joining Elder Norton's plan. Objective complete. Mission rewards calculated. Based on your overall performance in this phase, the following rewards have been granted. Free EXP, 40,000 points. The mission rewards weren't particularly high this time. Ultimately, this phase was merely a transition and connection point, not a true challenge or a high-risk task. For Xia Ya, completing the ceremony was hardly difficult. It was simply a matter of going through the motions. Besides, his greatest gain from this historical echo was contracting Crimson. It made sense that the mission rewards were relatively lower. Newbie mission status updated. You have now fully uncovered the hidden truths within the Grand Duchy of Cang, and you understand Elder Norton's grand and ambitious scheme. Now, fate splits into two entirely separate paths before you. Where they ultimately lead depends on your choice. Newbie mission final goal. Ensure that the young and naive Grand Duke's daughter, Sylvia, experiences the ultimate betrayal from her closest kin. In the agony and despair of her downfall, she must undergo transformation and rebirth. Historical Echo Ancient Cang second node reached. Current historical node locked. Choose to exit the Echo or remain to complete the mission. Reminder, this is a major divergence point. Your decision here will directly impact the final outcome of this historical Echo. Proceed with caution. If this entire historical Echo were a role-playing game, then right now, I must be standing in front of the final save point before the boss room. If I were to follow the standard game strategy, what I should do now is, gather intelligence, plan the perfect approach, spend all my gold on the best armor, weapons, and supplies, and recruit the strongest allies. And then, once I'm fully prepared, I'll clear the game in one decisive strike. Xiaoya chuckled and chose to exit the historical Echo. This time, leaving was much smoother than the first, now that he had experience. The disorienting sense of temporal distortion was significantly reduced. As the warped light faded away, the familiar ceiling of the washroom came into view. Xia Ya glanced at the clock beside him and found that less than an hour had passed. Despite spending far longer in the historical Echo this time, the passage of real-world time had actually shortened. He splashed his face with cold water at the sink, forcing himself to calm down. He needed time to think, to plan, to decide how to navigate the final stretch of this newbie mission, and the historical Echo. If he simply followed the mission's objective and enacted the so-called betrayal, then he wouldn't have to do anything. Just obeying Norton's plan would be enough. But hidden within Norton's words was an implicit message. Sylvia was the key. And a key that had fulfilled its purpose, only had one fate to break inside the lock. Xiaoya pushed open the washroom door and stepped into the second-floor hallway. The grand magic-powered chandelier in the living room downstairs was still lit. Aylera sat in the living room, working through a stack of documents under the magical glow. Her smooth, pale gold hair cascaded over the sofa behind her. Congratulations, little AI, Xiaoya yawned as he walked down the stairs. At this moment, Aylera had not restrained her spiritual aura. In Xiaoya's perception, his childhood friend was radiating an overwhelming sharpness. It was as if the 17-year-old girl before him wasn't just a person, but a divine spear, one sharp enough to pierce mountains and shatter stars. She had broken through the third ring as well, and her strength after the breakthrough was likely beyond both Xiaoya's and even Aylera's own expectations. Thank you, the golden-haired girl replied with a slight nod, her expression unreadable. Xiaoya-kun, you should also maintain a balanced diet. You spent quite a long time in the washroom. Xiaoya's steps faltered slightly. He sensed something was off. The issue wasn't about the washroom or digestive problems, it was how Aylera addressed him. Normally, she either called him by name or didn't use a title at all, but whenever she started calling him Xiaoya-kun, it always meant something was out of her control. Xiaoya began retracing his steps, trying to figure out what went wrong. There was no way she had sensed Sylvia's existence across space and time, right? After the previous Sixth Sense incident, he had learned his lesson. This time, before leaving the historical Echo, he had even taken a shower and changed his clothes. His confusion was soon answered. Because on the wooden table in front of Aylera, separate from the other business documents, lay a pink envelope. A pink envelope, with two elegant lines of handwriting. The recipient field read, Xiaoya Igat, and the sender's name, Dyrus. It seems that President Dyrus is far more of a threat than I imagined. Aylera was reviewing the quarterly reports submitted by various shops across the imperial capital. The fountain pen danced between her fair and slender fingers, occasionally sketching a few strokes on the paper. Thanks to a certain someone's lazy and hands-off attitude toward his own businesses, this golden-haired girl had not only developed overwhelming combat prowess but had also been forcibly shaped into the role of a domineering CEO. I always thought my looks weren't any worse than that student council president, but judging from this, perhaps Xiaoya prefers the gentle and delicate type. Or could it be that Xiaoya-kun has a certain weakness for big op eye? The soft glow of the magic-powered chandelier illuminated Aylera's pristine, delicate face, but it did little to dispel the strange tension in the air. Xiaoya's gaze briefly swept over Aylera's chest, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. His childhood friend was perfect in almost every way, beautiful, strong, and not one to waste words. But if there was one flaw to be found, it would be her figure. And if he had to use the most fitting word to describe it, it would be flat. Actually, I think small can be pretty cute too. The sudden chill in the air made Xiaoya swiftly change the topic. He sat down on the sofa beside Aylera. What I mean is I'm completely innocent this time. President Dyrus and I have nothing more than a pure student-president relationship. Absolutely nothing happened between us. Nothing has happened yet. But that doesn't mean nothing will happen, does it? Aylera capped her pen, neatly stacked the finished documents, then knelt on the sofa, facing Xiaoya. Her long, pale golden hair cascaded onto the floor. Why are you so nervous, Xiaoya-kun? After all, you were the one who personally saved President Dyrus from those cultists. Just like in the books you write. The hero rescues the damsel in distress, and in return, she falls in love and devotes herself to him. Isn't that a perfectly reasonable outcome? She pointed at the pink envelope. See, she's already written you a love letter to confess her feelings. And since it's a confession letter, shouldn't I step out for a moment? After all, a girl's little secret emotions, she probably wouldn't want another girl to see them, right? You're making it sound like I'm some kind of beast, little AI. Xia Ya sighed and picked up the envelope. Yes, President Dyrus is indeed well endowed. Compared to you, she's on a completely different level. But I'm not that shallow. A confession without a foundation of feelings is nothing more than a fleeting impulse. It won't last. I'll make sure to reject her properly. As he spoke, he opened the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. The pink letter paper was completely blank. Xiaoya flipped it over, frowning slightly. A blank letter. Ayla's cold expression softened slightly at Xiaoya's words. She took the blank letter and envelope from his hands, tilted her head as she examined them for a moment, then handed them back. Maybe President Dyrus gave you some kind of hidden message. Like you need to soak the paper in a special solution, or heat it over a fire to reveal the writing. I knew I shouldn't have let you review my draft of Sherlock Holmes before sending it to the Royal Publishing House. Xia sighed and collapsed onto the sofa, closing his eyes. He extended his spiritual sense slightly, scanning every inch of the letter. A long moment passed before he finally opened his eyes again. If I'm not mistaken, this letter is actually an ritual catalyst. Ritual catalyst. Ayla sounded puzzled. Her pet beast, Longominiad, followed a pure physical enhancement route, so she didn't have much knowledge of magic or the mystic arts. Simply put, it's an object used in occult rituals to trigger or enhance effects. That's just the narrow definition. Its actual applications are much broader. Xiaoya thought for a moment, then found an easy example for Ayla to understand. Remember that story I told you about goo sorcery? A goo master would take a strand of hair from their target, place it inside a straw doll, and write the person's name on it. Then, they'd stab the doll's heart with a knife, causing the real person's heart to rupture at the same time. In this case, the hair acts as the ritual catalyst. Before Xiaoya could even finish speaking, he felt an intense killing intent surge into the air. So what you're saying is, Dyrus is actually a spy sent by a secret organization, and she's secretly plotting against you. Ayla's gaze turned icy, her sapphire blue eyes flashing with a burning silver light. Ethereal particles gathered in her hands, slowly taking the shape of a long spear. Wait, don't wreck the house. We just finished renovating, and I'd like to live in it for more than a few days. Xiaoya quickly grabbed Ayla's arm as her razor-sharp aura carved thin, fine scratches into the wooden table. Her power after breaking through was far beyond expectations. Even just a subtle release of her aura carried the force of a seasoned master. If he had reacted even a second later, the furniture in the living room would have been beyond saving. That was an extreme example. Not all ritual catalysts are used for harm. As far as I know, there's no such ability in this world as the Seven Arrows Curse. Even if it did exist, it's not something Dyrus could possibly control. Xiaoya spoke urgently. He could already envision tomorrow's Camelot morning news headline. St. Roland Academy's two most beautiful girls battle over a man. Is this a tragic love triangle or a collapse of morality? Besides, if she dared to openly send a blank letter as a catalyst, it means she has no ill intentions. If she wanted to harm me, she could have done it secretly. Ayla let out a soft "oh," and the silver light in her eyes gradually faded. She sat back down beside Xiaoya, this time more obediently. Even so, I still feel like there's something off about President Dyrus. Maybe she's hiding something. There's definitely something off. A student from a commoner background shouldn't have access to such advanced knowledge of the occult. Xiaoya stood up from the sofa and headed toward the kitchen. But whatever happens, we'll deal with it when the time comes. For now, there's nothing more important than eating. Little AI, you must be hungry too, right? The golden-haired girl, still kneeling on the sofa, was about to refute him. But the adorable growl from her stomach cut her off. Since entering secluded training in the meditation room, she hadn't eaten anything for an entire week. Aside from some occasional sips of water, she had completely fasted. Now, she was truly starving. Ayla blinked, then spoke in a cool, composed voice. Then I want hot pot. You got it. The large alloy pot bubbled and steamed, filling the living room with the rich aroma of food. Originally, this was an alchemical cauldron meant for refining potions, but now, Xia and Ayla had repurposed it for hot pot, surprisingly fitting for the occasion. The two sat across from each other. Neither of them were the type to talk while eating, so silence filled the room. The Western continent traditionally used only knives and forks, but Ayla had learned how to use chopsticks from Xia long ago. Now, she wielded them with lightning speed, even more adept than Xia himself. Her dining posture was elegant, yet her speed was anything but slow. In no time, she had devoured more than half of the food in the pot. Though she appeared slender and delicate, Ayla was a combat-type beast master, one who fought on the front lines. Naturally, her appetite far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Inside Xia's soul contract space, Flash was sprawled out, exhausted. Earlier, Xia had dragged it into the kitchen as an assistant, forcing it to run back and forth delivering dishes. Crimson had fared no better. Its slash ability had been put to full use in the meal preparation, slicing fresh beef into perfect thin rolls, one precise cut after another. Unlike Flash, Crimson wasn't completely worn out. After all, swinging a sword thousands of times was just a routine warm-up for it. However, as the little silver spirit gazed blankly at the red blade in its hand, it was the first time it realized its slashing skill could be used for slicing beef. Meanwhile, Silver was, as always, lazily perched on Xiaya's shoulder, yawning. The little snow ferret had the easiest task, simply providing the fire. After a long while, Alara set down her chopsticks and patted her still flat stomach. I'm full. Then, she saw Xiaya remove the headscarf he had unknowingly put on at some point. My apologies for the humble hospitality. After their meal, Alara returned to the meditation room. She had just broken through and her soul power was still unstable, requiring time to consolidate. Xiaya, on the other hand, returned to his bedroom on the second floor. He sat down at his desk, turned on the magic lamp, and randomly pulled a book from the shelf to read. Click. A small silver spinning top was tossed onto the wooden table. It whirled and spun in place. Xiaya wasn't sure how much time had passed, but when the top began to wobble and slow, he suddenly closed his book. Welcome. He spoke. The silver top finally lost its balance, tilting a few times before falling flat on the table. You took longer than I expected. Well, I couldn't help it, you know, Xiaoya-kun. A soft, melodious voice echoed in the room. Alara-chan's perception is way too sharp. She doesn't feel like an ordinary third ring at all. It took a lot of effort just to avoid her and meet you. Just like in the stories you write. Romeo and Juliet, sneaking through countless obstacles every night to be together despite the world's rejection. Isn't that romantic? Xiaya turned his head and saw the figure standing by the window. It was a slender girl in a white dress, her figure curvaceous and undeniably well endowed. The moonlight bathed her face in a soft glow, making her look pure and delicate. But what stood out the most were the slightly protruding white horns peeking through her hair, the dark, gently fluttering wings extending from her back, and the heart-shaped tail swaying under the moonlight. There was only one race in Xiaya's knowledge that matched all these features. A succubus. Xiaya's pupils contracted slightly as he scanned the girl before him. Where's my pure and innocent campus belle? Where's my soft-spoken, righteous, and virtuous student council president? Oh, I see. Xiaya's expression suddenly shifted into one of realization. So that's it. You're a cunning little succubus, using your racial abilities to disguise yourself as President Dyrus. I get it now. But do you really think I'd fall for your tricks? Do you really believe that just because you have big eye, you can do whatever you want and seduce me into losing my mind? Nope. The girl in the white dress smiled, her expression carrying both innocence and seduction, two entirely opposite yet perfectly balanced traits. I am the real Dyrus. 100%. No fakes. That doesn't add up. Xiaya's gaze remained locked on her. I distinctly remember that succubi are a species from the abyss. They can't form soul contracts or become beastmasters. That's true for ordinary succubi. Dyrus giggled. But I'm part of the royal lineage. Like humans, I can form a soul contract. She stepped out from the moonlight and knelt on Xiaya's bed, folding her black wings behind her. That makes it even more suspicious. A pure white unicorn can only be contracted by the purest of maidens, someone completely untouched. An absurd thought crossed Xiaya's mind as he stared at the girl in front of him. Could it be? You're the legendary disgrace of the succubi. Xiaoya-kun, that really hurts. Dyrus pouted, looking genuinely wounded. But, you're not wrong. I am still a virgin. Even my racial skill, dream creation, is being used on someone for the first time. She sat on Xiaya's bed in a duck sit position, her heart-shaped tail playfully wrapping around a pillow. I originally wanted to let you slip into a sweet dream without realizing it. But now that I think about it, you saw through me from the start. Too bad for you. I've run into quite a few illusionists lately. I've built up a natural resistance. Xiaya relaxed. My own beast, Silver, is a master of illusions too. I guess birds of a feather really do flock together. That Dyrus had some sort of secret was something Xiaya had suspected for a while. His initial shock came mainly from the extreme contrast between her two personas. And, of course, from the sheer absurdity of a succubus being able to contract a pure white unicorn in the first place. Xiaya leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. A succubus royal from the abyss, able to remain hidden within St. Roland Academy for years without being discovered? I don't buy it. Someone has to be backing you. His mind flashed back to the cryptic hints Colonel Zieg had given him after the Ashen Order incident. So, does this mean your visit represents the Empire? Or at the very least, a faction within the Empire? Xiaoya-kun really is sharp. Nothing gets past you. Dyrus studied his face for a moment before nodding. So, Xiaoya-kun, could you do me a little favor? Someone wants to see your perfect dream. Or rather, they want to see your dreams. If I can't complete this mission, I'll be in a lot of trouble. But as she spoke, Dyrus noticed the strange look in Xiaya's eyes. My dreams. Xiaya's expression was unreadable. Sure, I could let you see them, but I should warn you. The last person who tried peeking into my mental world didn't end up so well. Relax, Xiaoya-kun. Dyrus gave a confident smile. I'm a true succubus princess, one of the dream dragons chosen. I'm not some half-baked amateur. She sensed the moment Xiaya stopped resisting mentally, and her smile deepened. Without a sound, she activated her racial ability dream creation. In the next instant, the tightly shut bedroom door swung open. But beyond it wasn't the hallway it should have led to. Instead, a vast, infinite sea of stars. Western continent. Northern lands, 3 sages snow mountains. Thousands of meters high in the sky, a streak of black and red light roared past. A massive wyvern, with wings spanning dozens of meters, let out a deep growl as it swept through the sky, its wings slicing through the air and stirring fierce currents. This was a black-scaled wyvern of exceptionally pure bloodline. A silver-haired girl reclined on the wyvern's back against a soft cushion, casually flipping through the documents in her hands. She was dressed in a black and red military uniform embroidered with the emblem of a black eagle in gold thread, its intricate lines tracing her relaxed yet commanding silhouette. Your Highness, has the border war ended? A slender figure, masked in metal, appeared soundlessly on the wyvern's back and spoke respectfully. It's not completely over yet, but large-scale battles are unlikely to break out anymore. The second imperial princess, Xia, showed no emotion on her delicate and composed face. The church intervened. They managed to kill Beastmaster Aristrode with a surprise siege. With a third party involved, this war was bound to fizzle out. Beastmaster has fallen. A flicker of doubt crossed Firen's golden eyes. Even though Aristrode was an enemy, he was still an undisputed six-ring Beastmaster, strong enough to earn his own title. In any transcendent force, a titled Beastmaster was considered a national-level asset, second only to the legendaries, who were few and far between. Yet now, one had been taken down so easily. She herself had only just reached the titled tier. The Western continent has been restless lately, no matter where you look. Isadella's gaze remained fixed on the document in her hands. So they've all set their sights on the Empire. Do they think the once mighty ruler has grown old and weak, and now every faction wants a share of the spoils? A trace of cold amusement curled in the silver-haired princess's voice. Enough about that. What about your investigation in Ceylon? It's confirmed. Behind the criminal who destroyed Ceylon, there were indeed some hidden hands at play. But it's been 8 years. Most of the leads are vague at best, so we can only make some uncertain guesses. Isadella caught the hesitation in Firen's voice and cut her off. Just say it. Firen paused briefly, then parted her lips and uttered a single name. Crimson Rose. Yet another oathbound family. A glacial chill settled in Isadella's eyes. Our ancestors really did leave their descendants with quite the mess. Unlike the Winterflower family, which had long faded from power despite its oathbound status, the Crimson Rose Borgia family was a different story. They were a true high nobility, one of the 8 oathbound families personally granted their status by the former emperor of the Fresta Empire. For nearly a millennium, the Borgia family had taken root in the imperial capital, amassing an unfathomable depth of influence. Their reach extended deep into the military department, the Order Bureau, the Royal Research Institute, and countless other institutions. Their influence spanned the entire empire and even touched foreign nations, as well as the lost domains. They were a behemoth, powerful enough to shake the very foundation of the empire on their own. In some ways, they were even on par with the imperial family itself. And at the same time, they were one of the biggest obstacles standing in Isadella's way. She brushed her long hair back disheveled from the high-altitude winds and was about to speak when she suddenly paused, as if sensing something. There's news from the imperial capital. The imperial capital, Firen hesitated. Has the one from the abyss begun to move? More or less. There was a slight hiccup in the middle, but the result is the same. A hint of amusement flickered in Isadella's exquisite brows. She knew exactly what her subordinate was capable of. That was a true royal-blooded succubus, a being blessed by the dream dragon, a one-of-a-kind existence in the world today. And yet, that young man named Xia Ya had resisted an illusion woven by a royal succubus. That alone was enough to pique her interest. Isadella raised a slender, pale finger and lightly tapped the air. A blue crystal materialized, slowly condensing into a warped projection of light. Watch with me. I know you're in a hurry to return to the White Chalk Tower, so take the military department's passage when you leave. Firen nodded in silent acknowledgement. The military department's teleportation array was incredibly expensive to operate and, in theory, could only be used for top-secret national military operations. For the Imperial Princess to grant her an exception would save her a great deal of travel time. With that in mind, she moved to stand behind the silver-haired girl, quietly observing the shifting projection. Firen was just as curious. This young man who had an inexplicable connection to the White Chalk Tower's founder, and who might even be a reincarnated ancient powerhouse, what would his inner world look like? Spiritual energy and magic crossed the star realm, converging through the path of the astral wraiths, stabilizing the projection into something clear and vivid. What unfolded before their eyes was a vast, azure sphere. Patches of earthy brown dotted its surface, but most of it was an endless, pure blue. Beyond the sphere stretched a nearly pitch-black void, dotted with occasional specks of distant starlight, flickering against the abyss of darkness. Is this the planet we live on? A trace of astonishment laced Firen's words. In a world of transcendence and hidden organizations, knowledge, especially forbidden knowledge, was vastly different depending on one's standing in society. Even the ability to read and write was beyond the reach of most commoners. For the majority of the populace, their entire understanding of the world came from the occasional ballads sung by wandering bards. In this sense, on the Western continent, the amount of knowledge a Beastmaster possessed, their grasp of the world, was a direct reflection of their strength and social standing. As an Imperial Inspector and titled Beastmaster, Firen was naturally familiar with concepts like planets and starry skies. But even so, her understanding of her own world was vague at best. Certainly nothing like the crystal-clear vision before her. That azure planet was so breathtakingly beautiful, yet at the same time so profound. Just one glance, and it completely captivated her gaze. A premonition stirred deep within Firen. This wasn't just a vision. This was their world's true reality. On the other side, the silver-haired princess's interest deepened. In that fleeting moment, she saw something beyond what Firen could. A magnificent structure, composed of countless interwoven tracks, connecting to an enormous circular platform. It stretched straight up from the planet's surface, piercing toward the endless, black expanse of the sky, like a mythological tower, bridging heaven and earth, uniting gods and mortals. The Tower of Babel. And through the Dreamcaster's projection, Isabella saw the name this inner world's owner had given it. Space Elevator. Weaving dreams was the natural specialty of the succubus race. They weren't particularly adept at creating nightmares to kill their enemies, but they excelled at crafting beautiful dreams. Especially the royal-blooded succubi blessed by the dream dragon, their illusions were so lifelike that one could mistake them for reality, becoming forever trapped within their enchantment. And that was precisely why Isabella had activated Dyrus, a deep-cover agent she had concealed for years. The silver-haired imperial princess had indeed taken an interest in Xiaoya both in his identity and the potential and abilities he had displayed. But his origins remained a mystery, shrouded in uncertainty. The possibility that he might be the resurrection of an ancient figure meant Isabella had to assess his nature. After all, if an enemy of the Empire's past were to become the wielder of the sword, that would be an unthinkable disaster. Verbal interrogations could be deceptive. All nations trained their covert agents to resist questioning, and background records could always be forged. But inner worlds never lie. This was a dream world shaped by one's subconscious, a reflection of the truest depths of their soul, stripped of all deception and disguise. The dream woven by Dyrus, the royal succubus, revealed a person's most perfect, ideal world, a so-called utopia beyond the world. For most commoners in the Western continent, their ultimate fantasy would likely be sleeping in the grandest palace, holding the most beautiful women, and hoarding immeasurable wealth. Even among powerful figures, their dreams would only be a more refined version of this. Perhaps swapping out the village's prettiest girl for a dragon-riding queen, or replacing piles of gold coins with rare transcendent materials. After all, no matter how powerful one was, human desires were fundamentally the same. However, inside Xiaoya's utopia, Isabella saw something entirely different. Her gaze locked onto the surface of that azure planet. A tower-like space elevator transported countless passenger-filled platforms into the vast expanse of space. And at the end of the space elevator, floating within the deep and endless cosmos, were magnificent cities, constructed entirely of silver-white metal. Some were built upon orbiting satellites, while others floated independently. These metallic cities, scattered across the dark starry sea, formed a grand celestial network, gently rotating around the planet. Like the mythical floating cities from ancient legends, suspended in the heavens, never to fall. Isabella watched as countless people traveled between the planet and space cities, either by space elevator or by ships. Ships that resembled the Empire's Magitech airships but were far superior in every way. And from these people, Isabella sensed nothing extraordinary. They were merely ordinary civilians, commoners. Yet they moved through this vast, boundless world as if it were normal. In the Western continent, venturing into space was a privilege reserved for the legendary tier. Even titled beastmasters needed specific summoned beasts to accomplish such a feat, and even then, the risks were immense. But in this world, what was once a privilege of the legends had become an everyday occurrence for the common people. What exactly goes through your mind on a daily basis? Dyrus' black demonic wings twitched unnaturally, and her heart-shaped tail stiffened in midair. The succubus princess stared at the magnificent sea of stars beyond the door, momentarily struck speechless by sheer awe. As a favored one of the dream dragon, she could borrow the power of an ancient dragon that ruled over fantasy to fuel her dream weaving. That was how she managed to manifest such an intricate and hyper-detailed dream world. Yet even she was shocked, utterly unable to comprehend Xiaoya's mind. Other people dreamed only of indulgence and pleasure, but his daydreams were so extravagant, they bordered on the absurd. Xia Ya ignored Dyrus' complaints. He simply stood in silent contemplation, gazing at the world beyond the door, his expression carrying a hint of nostalgia. A world where both civilization and Magitech have advanced to great heights. A world where there is no hierarchy. A world where everyone can learn knowledge freely, without fear of poverty or hunger. A world where even those without strength can travel among the stars at will, following their hearts to explore the cosmos. Don't you think that's beautiful? Dyrus finally snapped out of her shock. The succubus girl looked at the distant sea of stars. After a long pause, she gently nodded. It is beautiful, but it's too unrealistic. A trace of regret flashed through her pink demonic eyes. If we could, of course, we would open more academies, lower the entry barriers, and even distribute books on a massive scale. We would strip the nobles of their exclusive right to beastmaster training and higher knowledge and make it accessible to everyone. But that's just a dream. To train even one beastmaster, to awaken their soul pact, already requires an astronomical amount of wealth. And to educate every single imperial citizen, the resources required would be beyond measure. As for what you envision, a tower that lets mortals ascend to the stars, a city floating in space. Just one of those alone could exhaust the entire imperial treasury and all the wealth of the Western continent's powers, and even that might not be enough. Dyrus' black wings lightly fluttered, brushing against Xiaoya's arm, leaving a faint ticklish sensation. Lack of resources. That was the original sin. That was why the wars of the Western continent never ended, because resources were limited, but ambition was limitless. Every nation, every faction, yearned for growth but resources were finite. Thus, conflict was inevitable. And Xiaoya's so-called utopia was ultimately just a dream, an illusion with no foundation in reality. But before the succubus princess could finish voicing her regrets, she heard a soft chuckle beside her. So the root of all conflict and suffering is simply the lack of resources. Xiaoya's voice reached Dyrus' ears, and, through the starry Ilm's communication pathways, echoed simultaneously in the ears of Isadella and Firen. But the energy that nations and factions have fought over for countless years, spilling oceans of blood in the process. In the vast sea of stars, it isn't even a mere drop in the ocean. The light screen flickered slightly as the perspective zoomed out. The once vast azure sphere now shrank into something minuscule, almost insignificant. In its place, a brilliant crimson sphere, radiating fiery light, dominated most of the screen's space. Beyond these two celestial bodies, a near pitch-black void stretched endlessly, dotted only with fleeting specks of starlight, illuminating the profound darkness. Everyone watching the dream projection instantly recognized this blazing celestial body. The sun. But it was not the sun as Dyrus and the others knew. Encasing this scorching star was a colossal sphere, woven from countless black metallic rings, layered one after another. Around the crimson star, dazzling flares of light and heat pulsed rhythmically, as if the sun itself was breathing. And with each rise and fall, those dark rings expanded and contracted, absorbing every radiant surge from the sun's surface. On the light screen before Isadella and Firen, the dream's conceptual manifestation once again materialized in the form of text. Dyson Sphere. The black metallic rings interlocked to form a complete sphere, enveloping the massive star entirely. It swallowed all light, plunging the surrounding space into an endless abyss of darkness. But soon, a stream of radiant, crystalline energy began to flow from the black metallic sphere. The energy condensed into brilliant beams of light, cutting through the vast expanse of space. Threads of starlight wove into an intricate network, linking together distant structures, illuminating silver-white space stations and orbital platforms. In an instant, the once dark void transformed into a breathtakingly luminous sea of stars. These black rings, I call them Dyson Sphere, a hypothetical Magi-Tech megastructure still in the realm of theory. Xia Ya gazed at the dazzling starfield before him, his voice as calm as ever. It functions as a unified system. In an ideal scenario, it could capture over 70% of a star's energy output, efficiently converting and storing it as magical power. Of course, achieving 70% energy conversion in a fully constructed Dyson Sphere is a bit unrealistic, not to mention, it wouldn't be cost-effective. If a civilization could construct a Magi-Tech megastructure on this scale, then by that point, an entire star's worth of energy would be nothing to them. It would be a mere symbol of their advancement, a monument to their achievements. But in reality, absolute efficiency isn't necessary. The image flickered slightly. Then, the Dyson Sphere began to fade, its black metallic rings gradually disappearing, leaving behind only a single metal ring. Moments later, even that metal ring began to dissolve. What had once been solid metal transformed into a dark liquid, which then stretched, thinned, and spread out, becoming a delicate, black membrane. Like a shadowy, ethereal cloud, it silently hovered beside the radiant star. The star's light passed through the thin veil, slightly dimming in intensity. A structure like this, a Dyson membrane, might only absorb a fraction of a percent of the original Dyson Sphere's energy. But even at such low efficiency, the energy it captures would still exceed all the power our planet has generated throughout its entire existence. As Xiaoya finished speaking, a brief silence settled over the scene. Dyrus stared at the vast starfield, momentarily speechless. She had heard of Magi-Tech megastructures before, like the Empire's massive military airships, or the Steam faction's trump card, the Gustav cannon, a weapon so devastating that it had only been used once during the era of Cataclysm, allegedly killing an Imperial tier molten tortoise in a single shot. These were legendary constructs, capable of making even legendary beastmasters wary monuments to the pinnacle of Western continent civilization. And yet, compared to what Xia Ya was showing them now, they suddenly felt insignificant. Capturing a star's energy directly in the sea of stars. What an unimaginable concept. And yet, the sheer level of detail in this dream world suggested that it wasn't just fantasy, it had a realistic foundation. The dreamscape continued to shift, changing like fleeting reflections on water. A fleet of warships resembling the Western continent's floating airships, yet capable of seamlessly navigating space, burned through the darkness, their thrusters' fiery exhaust illuminating the void. Towering mechs, reminiscent of goblin-built Magi-Tech constructs, but several times larger, stood at the ready. Ordinary civilians, seemingly weak and powerless, climbed into these colossal machines, effortlessly shattering mountains and even venturing into space. Then, there were the massive starships, traveling between celestial bodies, consuming entire planets and refining them into pure mineral resources. Though these glimpses were brief, the implications behind them were unfathomable. Dyrus remained in a daze for a long time. Eventually, her heart-shaped succubus tail twitched slightly. She was the creator of this dream world in theory. She should have been all-powerful, an omnipotent god within this realm. And yet, she was afraid. Afraid that if she kept watching, Xia Ya would conjure up something even more mind-shattering. Surely, Her Highness would be satisfied with this dreamscape by now, right? With this thought, Dyrus lightly flapped her black wings, preparing to end the dream. But just then, the ever-shifting dream suddenly paused. And then, A streak of pink light flashed by. What's this? Dyrus instinctively focused her thoughts, and the prismatic dreamscape froze in place. The pink light expanded, filling in with details, gradually becoming clearer. Actually, Xiaoya suddenly spoke up, I think my one-day dream tour has gone on long enough. If I don't wake up soon, little AI is probably going to come knocking. As nice as daydreaming is, at the end of the day, we still need to keep our feet on the ground. Xiaoya calmly shut the door to the room, and the vast, breathtaking sea of stars vanished behind it. You have to take things one step at a time. And you have to eat one bite at a time. Rushing things won't get you anywhere. Dyrus blinked, momentarily stunned, about to nod and agree with Xiaoya's wisdom. But at that moment, a cold, regal voice came through the Star Realm communication channel. Continue weaving the dream, following the inspiration and clues from before. By your command, Your Highness. Dyrus' expression turned serious once more. As a royal succubus, she unleashed her full power, drawing upon the spiritual energy granted by the Dream Dragon, capturing the fragments of dreamscapes and solidifying them into reality. Then, the modest layout of Xiaoya's room began to dissolve. In its place, a pink palace materialized. At the center of the palace lay a massive, heart-shaped red bed. Rose petals drifted through the air, filling the room with an exquisite pink aura. A golden-haired girl, dressed in a pristine white maid uniform, knelt on the vibrant-colored bed. In her arms, she held a silver-white knight's lance, and her long, pale gold hair cascaded over the sheets. Atop her head sat cat ears, twitching slightly. Her delicate, flawless features, combined with her beautiful sky-blue eyes, gave her an almost ethereal charm. She gazed up at Xia Ya, her black cat ears shifting subtly. Welcome home, Master Xiaoya. A cool, elegant voice rang out. You must be tired from being away. Would you like to eat first? Or take a bath first? Or perhaps, would you like to eat me first? Looking at the scene before her, Dyrus' gaze turned subtly strange in an instant. Xiaoya, does Alara know you're this wild? But Xiaoya, after a brief moment of silence, had already regained his composure. Since he was here, and his pants were already off. Well, if she wanted to look, then let her look. He sat calmly on the large bed. Gotta admit, the bed was both spacious and soft, truly worthy of being a dreamland utopia capable of fulfilling all fantasies. There was a saying, as long as you don't feel embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. I can't help it. Who told little AI to be so conservative? I just wanted her to cosplay a cat-eared maid, but she outright refused, saying it was her ultimate trump card reserved for our honeymoon in the future. She keeps teasing me like this every day, leaving me hanging. I'm practically a desperate king now. Xiaoya's voice was calm and natural. What's wrong with a man being a little lecherous? A man who isn't is no man at all. Besides, little AI had been his childhood fiancé, raised by him since she was young. Sooner or later, she was going to be his wife. The only issue was that they were both still too young, so certain things had to be rehearsed in dreams first. Any problem with that? No problem at all. If he had spent all this time raising a childhood sweetheart only to not marry her in the end, now that would be a real issue. This was Xiaoya Igut's way of the ninja. Looking at Xiaoya's clear-eyed, utterly composed face, radiating a sense of righteousness, Dyrus found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She had been looking forward to seeing the usually smug and unflappable Xiaoya get caught in the middle of some adolescent fantasy. Flustered, embarrassed, awkward like a shy little boy. Yet, not only was this guy completely unashamed, he even seemed proud of it. How could a human have less shame than her, a succubus? She turned her gaze away, connecting with the dream dragon in the star realm, channeling more spiritual and psychic energy. Soon, another female figure emerged within the pink-hued room. She was a young girl with chestnut-colored hair, dressed in a pristine white dress, her delicate face exuding an elegant charm. She held a small diary in her hands, a pen lightly scribbling across its pages. Her deep violet eyes shimmered, reflecting distant mountains, rivers, and an endless galaxy of stars. Dyrus glanced at the chestnut-haired girl, her brows furrowing slightly. As a direct subordinate of Second Imperial Princess Isabella, she had the authority to access the Empire's intelligence archives. Before coming to Xiaoya's residence, she had specifically investigated his entire life record. Thanks to the Empire's extensive intelligence network, she even knew about the casual chat Xiaoya had with a fruit vendor years ago. But nowhere in those records was there any mention of Xiaoya ever interacting with this chestnut-haired girl. Or rather, this girl didn't exist in the Empire's intelligence database at all. This was unexpected. On the back of a black-scaled wyvern soaring high over the far north, Isabella remained in her original posture, her expression blank as she silently watched the projected light screen transmitting through Star Realm communication. Her sharp and serious features revealed no trace of emotion, making it impossible to discern her thoughts. This was the image she had always presented to the world. Behind her, Firen, the inspector, stared at the chestnut-haired girl on the screen, the expression behind her metallic mask subtly fluctuating. The girl appearing in Xiaoya's dream gave her an indescribable sense of familiarity. She couldn't help but think of the founder of the White Chalk Tower, the one who had risen to legendary status like a comet 500 years ago, only to vanish abruptly, the Argent Witch. Although their ages were different, and the girl on the screen was still youthful, like an unbloomed bud, even their hair and eye colors were distinct. Yet, as a titled beast master, Firen's spiritual acuity allowed her to sense countless subtle similarities in the girl's features. Could it be a descendant? But in Firen's memory, the Argent Witch had lived her entire life without a partner, and she seemed to have a certain aversion to men, almost like an obsession. From the very founding of the White Chalk Tower, she had decreed that only women could be admitted, a rule that remained to this day. Besides, even if this girl was a descendant, 500 years of blood dilution should have prevented such a striking resemblance. Which meant, after eliminating all impossibilities, the only remaining possibility was the truth. The more Firen thought about it, the more unsettled she became. Xia Ya, of course, had no idea that two of the Empire's high-ranking figures were watching him daydream from thousands of miles away. Or rather, even if he did know, he wouldn't have cared. As for why Sylvia had appeared in his dream, the reason was simple: he had personally saved her from taking her own life. Historical echoes were a bizarre phenomenon, sure, but if he could pull crimson out of one, then Xia Ya certainly wouldn't treat them as just some fleeting game illusion. Besides, even if it was a game, he had already invested his feelings. Just because she was a 2D wife didn't mean she wasn't a wife. If he had flirted with her, he was going to take responsibility till the end. Looks like Xia Ya is even more of a womanizer than I thought. Dyrus' pitch-black wings fluttered slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her soft, delicate face. As a succubus, the passion emanating from dreams was the best kind of nourishment for her. Although it was her first time activating this racial talent, the quality of Xia Ya's dream was terrifyingly high. The sheer concentration of desire within it was so pure and overwhelming that in just a short span, Dyrus could feel her soul being nourished to an incredible degree. But, you know, I'm a royal-class succubus. Even if Xia Ya wants to go 10 rounds, 20 rounds, I can easily handle it. Her demonic horns gleamed faintly with a reddish glow, her voice dripping with seduction. She could sense the barriers of her soul pact beginning to loosen. If this immense, refined desire continued to flow, she might even ascend to third ring in no time. An opportunity like this was too good to pass up naturally. She hoped Xia Ya could last as long as possible. But then, she heard his slightly apologetic voice. Sorry, looks like it's not just 10 or 20 rounds. Actually, I've always had a dream. And that is, to write a guide to exotic customs evaluation. Guide to exotic customs evaluation. You writers sure come up with some mouthful titles. Dyrus repeated Xia Ya's words, feeling as though there was some hidden malice directed at her within that obscure book title. But right now, as she continued to absorb the desire energy from the dream, with her soul pact level teetering on the edge of a breakthrough, she had no time to dwell on such details. More desire energy. I need more. The black demonic horns on her head glowed with a soft pink light once again. Under Dyrus' influence, the pink palace underwent yet another transformation. Crystalline fractures spread across the sky, and then, the dome shattered. First came a pair of crystal high heels, then, a jet-black gothic dress, followed by a coronet of dark red rare metal resting around a pale white neck. A golden-haired, golden-eyed elven girl hovered in the air, her right eye barely open. Though she had the face of a young girl, that half-lidded golden eye held an ageless wisdom, as if it had witnessed the rise and fall of countless ages. The Gold Elves, a high elf subrace, were truly immortal beings. Judging their age by appearance was never a reliable method. Dyrus' expression grew solemn. Unlike the mysterious chestnut-haired girl from before, this golden elf was someone she recognized immediately from Xia Ya's records. And the significance of her presence was enormous. One of the 8 pages of the Dark Tower, the Eternal Page Hathaway Altiano Zijin, a legendary figure, ancient and enigmatic, from the Western continent. No one knew her past or origins, but it was known that this Dark Tower page had ascended to legendary status over 1,000 years ago. Her movements were elusive, the last recorded sighting placing her in the arcane city of Lokia, where she briefly appeared, to accept Xia Ya as her sole disciple. And now, even she had shown up in Xia Ya's dream? Meanwhile, on the black-scaled wyvern soaring high over the far north, Princess Isadella remained as expressionless as ever. But the Inspector Firen was barely holding it together. This brat is defying his master. The Dark Tower, Crimson Tower, and White Chalk Tower were closely connected, often exchanging knowledge and working together. Even so, as a titled Beastmaster and Imperial Inspector from the White Tower, Firen had to show absolute respect before one of the 8 pages of the Dark Tower. Yet, Xia Ya, this reckless fool, that was his master, and he dared to dream about her like this? Calm yourself. The second Imperial Princess finally spoke, still unfazed. Teenage boys, having admiration for an older woman. Understandable. Understandable? Was this really just an older woman's situation? The golden elf might have looked like a youthful girl, but her actual age was likely hundreds if not thousands of times older than Xia Ya. Firen struggled to hold back her urge to comment. But, when she recalled her previous speculations about Xia Ya's origins, suddenly, everything started to make sense. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Who put my teacher in my dream? I was just trying to show some filial respect to her. Watching Xia Ya's dead serious face, Dyrus didn't even know where to begin. For the first time, she regretted taking this mission. If that legendary golden elf ever found out about this, would the Empire even be able to protect her? Xia Ya was her disciple, he would probably be forgiven. But she was a genuine abyssal species. If that legendary decided to stump her into dust, she wouldn't even have a place to complain. And on top of that, Dyrus was extremely uncomfortable. Despite the high quality of Xia Ya's dream, the desire energy was actually quite lacking. Which meant, She was still stuck at the threshold of her breakthrough, hovering at the very edge but unable to cross it. So close, yet just out of reach. Frustrated, Dyrus went all in, unleashing the full force of her spiritual power. If she didn't break through tonight, she'd be in so much discomfort that even sleep would be impossible. She overloaded her succubus royalty talent. The dream dragon's spiritual energy surged from the star realm, pouring into the pink-hued dream, expanding everything within. Xia Ya's surroundings became more tangible. The once illusory figure slowly took solid form. And then, when Dyrus finally saw what had materialized, she gasped. Not one, not two, not three. The number of figures in front of her. If one ignored the questionable outfits, it was practically the size of a mobile division from the military department. And their species? All kinds. A silver-haired, red-eyed dark elf knight clad in light armor, exposing smooth, tanned skin. Various beast-eared girls, their tails swaying mischievously. Mermaids, their upper bodies human-like, their lower halves covered in shimmering pink scales. A petite dwarven girl, wielding a hammer as large as herself. Dyrus' gaze swept across the gathered women. And at that moment, she finally understood what Xia Ya had meant earlier by Guide to Exotic Customs Evaluation. But then, her eyes froze. Because among the crowd, she saw herself. And not in her pure and elegant student council president human form, but in her true succubus form. Horns on her head, dark wings on her back, a heart-shaped tail flicking lightly behind her. For the first time, Dyrus felt flustered. Xia Ya, do you like me? Even though she was a succubus, she was actually still a pure one. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to form a contract with a pure white unicorn. Xia Ya thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't like you. At least, not right now. That unexpected answer left Dyrus a little embarrassed. Then why did you still? I already told you this is just a man's pursuit of beauty. Pure physical desire, with no emotions involved. Xia Ya cast her a glance. His tone had been calm and straightforward from the very beginning. Wasn't every transmigrator's ultimate dream to wield absolute power while being surrounded by beauties? Xia Ya wasn't particularly passionate about wielding power. But building a harem as a completely normal straight male, of course, he had fantasized about it. Of course, when it came to women he had no emotional connection with, it was only a fantasy and appreciation at best. Actually acting on it? That wasn't going to happen. Lust alone was fine. But actual emotions? That was way too much trouble. On the black-scaled wyvern's back, two sets of eyes were also observing everything in the dream's projection. Unlike Dyrus, a succubus who was more focused on the beast-eared girls, mermaids, and dark elves that shared her non-human heritage. As humans, the two of them naturally paid more attention to the human figures in the dream. Tisk tisk. Isn't that the former saintess of the Church of Dawn? The pure and sacred symbol of countless devotees getting XXO'd right here. And that one queen of the night, Augustina, leader of the Shadow Council. Firen scanned through the characters in the dream's projection, growing increasingly shocked at Xiaoya's audacity. Every single one of these women was an established powerhouse renowned across the Western continent. Yet this kid hadn't let a single one off the hook. But then, Firen suddenly felt the air beside her turn ice cold. A bad feeling rose in her heart. Following the second Imperial Princess's line of sight, Firen saw a stern figure slowly materializing in the projection. The figure was clad in a black and red military uniform, embroidered with a black eagle insignia in golden thread. Her pale, flawless face was exquisitely beautiful without a single imperfection. But what stood out most was the noble and commanding presence she exuded. A presence so overwhelming that one instinctively overlooked her age and appearance, focusing instead on her sheer authority. Firen knew this figure all too well. After all, she had served under her for years. You little brat.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.